Waiting for the preview. There it is. Okay. So, let's okay, I believe we're live now. In which case I should get that into, yeah, click there. So I can monitor stream health and all that stuff as need be. I'll make that another pin tab, that's fine. So I can bring it up other places. Okay. Good evening, people, anyone who watches this later. I am having a very chill Boxing Day at my house and figured since I'm going to my mom's for my birthday on the 30th, I will be hosting an all day broadcast, all afternoon into the evening, hopefully, broadcast. Just to see, who can come in and join and all that other kind of stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a few moments and get everyone on board, get everybody here in the Green Dragon Bar. If you have not joined my Discord yet, joshuadavidling.com/discord, you can join up with the brood and be a part of this. You can join the show by being on our Discord. Just go to the Green Dragon Bar once you've already signed up and come on in. And yeah, we can just video chat and talk and maybe play some games, that sort of a thing. We'll see how it goes. And in the meantime, I am going to just kind of go about my day and see how things go. So thank you all for being here, whoever wants to join. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and get this started. Let me go ahead and at everybody and get them rocking in. Do do do. Do do ba do boo do ba do ba do boo ba do do. All right. Now that they have been notified, what's going on, people? I was thinking we could start with some backyard baseball. I'll have to turn the sound on though. I haven't done that. So I usually play with the sound off and then I listen to some music, but we'll go ahead and just do some backyard baseball while we wait for people. And then when people come in, we can just, change it up. We might as well, right? Have some fun. Let me get this going. Resized properly, roughly properly. Yeah, right about there. That'll do. That'll do nicely. And let's see, we're going to go to 2001. That's my favorite variant. Global options, audio, and I thought, where did I disable audio? These settings are always so weird. Volume, mute all. It looks like it's all on, which is weird. Key maps, control, pointer speed. Well, maybe it just defaulted to turn them back on. But that's weird. We'll hit apply. Hit OK. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't, no big deal. Humongous entertainment. Wonderful. So it doesn't seem like it's working, but at least I can talk to you guys while this is going on. Maybe I can put something on in the background. Let's see how my CPU is doing. I mean, decent. It's definitely running a little hotter, but... Yeah, I've turned all the sound on. I don't know why it's not doing sound, but I'll just talk to you guys for now. So this is just in the middle of a game. I've created this team to be Super Duper Hornets, to be a bit more speed oriented. See what I can do with it. So we're just going to go ahead and start playing. A-Rod's up. If you've never played backyard baseball, it's a really fun game from the, obviously this is 2001. It's from the early 2000s. And so, yeah. Oh, out of the inning. Oh, well, popped out to second. But, yeah, I played this all the time growing up. It's just a very simple point and click baseball game. Notice my player's name is Saint Cheese. They give you so few characters to actually write a name. I always try and do something ridiculous, but, someone said something in the Green Dragon tap room, which is the main discussion area. So I'm going to take a look at that real quick. Yeah, Pete Wheeler, my first baseman, he always runs, not always, but a lot of the time he runs away from the ball, so I have to tell him not to. It's weird. But yeah, let's see what they said in the Green Dragon. That was just Casey. She said, never. It's my wife. She's being funny. All right, so let's see if we can get some more outs. Steve Reich. But yeah, this is just a very fun, simple point and click. And no, I'm not playing on some kind of easy mode. I'm actually playing it on the hardest level it'll go. But I'm just so used to playing it, like I can kind of play it in my sleep. It's a very relaxing game to play. Then just struck out Lance Lambert. Rafael Hendricks coming up. They've re-released a bunch of these on mobile for people who want to purchase them. They're very, very fun. I haven't played the mobile versions yet. This is a Scum VM emulation. But yeah, I just really enjoy playing it. And it was meant to be played with a mouse and keyboard anyway, so, well, mouse at least. It's still a very simple children's game. And yeah, they had some real pros in it, like Barry Larkin and Alex Rodriguez, who was up earlier, but normally, like when you're playing, they have kind of a picture of where the ball, a shadow area of where the ball is roughly going to be. I turned that off to make it harder to hit, and so that's why I do what I do. But the original version came with a whole big cast of characters. One of them's on the mound, Jorge Garcia. All these like goofy, fun, stereotypical kids of various backgrounds, just that fun whole like Burger King kids thing from the 90s, right? So just a lot of fun. Ooh, nice hit. Raul, put it in the gap. Get past him. All right, he dropped it. Cool. All right, let's get home. Roll the third. Let's get home. Go, go, go. He threw it in the ground. There you go. Inside the park home run. Very nice. All right, St. Cheese. See what you can do. Why St. Cheese? I have no clue. He looked like a St. Cheese to me when he came up. I didn't change his appearance at all, so. Oh, he threw it on the ground too. Oh my goodness. See, they're getting tired because they're having to throw the ball so much. So I can just keep running. Nope, we're going to go back. Back. He fell down. I could have scored. Oh, I did score. Ball went out of play. Ridiculous. So, all right. Pete Wheeler is the fastest character in the game. He's gotten on base several times, so he may not be as fresh as at the beginning of a game, but usually if you just bunt with him, he can get on base, so I try doing that more often than not. That was a good pitch, though. Oop. Ball one. Trying to buzz him up and inside. How was y'all's Christmas? Tell me in the comments when I get a chance. Oh, I gotta play and talk. Not used to that. All right, switching to grounder so I don't bunt and foul it off. That would result in a strikeout. A lot of people don't know that about baseball until it happens to them. But yeah, let me get this pitch here. Yeah, come on. Drop in there. Ah, man. All right, Jeter's up. So, where was I? This is a super fun game to play, like I was saying, but we'll just oh, out of play. Yeah, get there, Jeter. All right. Super fun game to play, like I said. It's kind of crazy how many hours you put into some of your very favorite games, you know? But yeah, how was y'all's Christmas? Tell me about it in the comments. Tell me what you got. I got some cool stuff I'll probably show and tell later. We'll see how it goes. All right, Pablo. Now this is the man. If you don't know Pablo Sanchez, the secret weapon, his belly button hanging out, he is the greatest ball player in the game. I don't think it's even really truly arguable. Some people might like different players. There's this weird love for Kenny Kawaguchi, who's this kid in a wheelchair, and like he's decent, but he's not really that good. A lot of kids got these nostalgia goggles for him. I don't understand. I've never really had him on my team much. I have played with him. I've played with all the characters. I've tried to make the worst teams ever too and try and win with them, and that just turns into a grind. You can do it and you can still like score ridiculous amounts, but it's like it's so much more of a grind. So they walked Pablo to load the bases for Kenny Lofton. Kenny Lofton played for the Braves one year. I think it was 96, something like that. That's one of those dudes that should be in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion. He was such a great player. He could steal bags. He was this great slap hitter. I love slap hitters because, like, anyone can hit a home run, but not everybody can just hit a ball and get a hit every single time, like, not get caught, you know, all that stuff. So let's go. Oh, ball. 1-2, the count. All right. That's a ball. Very good, very good. Here it comes. That's another ball. I'll let you walk in or run, Jorge. Is that what you're going to do? Oh, change pitchers. It's Gary Allen's turn. They had a bunch of these generic kids. That is also the ones that the appearances you can pick for your custom player. Go, Derek. Yes, everybody's safe. Some of the names are really, really funny. Gary Allen's a normal one, but there's some, like, Star Moonbeam is one of the ones that I think of. Hilarious. I mean, obviously she's like, you know, some kind of hippie kid, but like, it's just so funny seeing some of these weird names come through. Oh, is that a grand slam? Get out, get out. That's a double. That's okay. I'll take it. Oh, no. They counted that a home run. Yeah, baby. I love a little blimp that comes around. Hey, Rod. 436 feet after it rolled. Very nice, very nice. Gatorade. Oh, man. I really need to just say for the future that my birthday stream is an all-day deal on the last Friday of the year. Because that's what I really want to do. Have some fun. Put up something long. I want to do more streaming like this, but it's just finding the time, and I feel like if I do it more, I'll find more of an audience. We'll be reading some poetry and stuff later, more than likely. Just hanging out, seeing what's what. My daughter Hazel's been, she got a, close. She got a boombox for Christmas that plays a lot of different formats, and she's been listening to Guardians of Atlanta. That's an out. Okay. My epic poetry, Guardians of Atlanta. And she's just about finished with it. She really, really liked it. I'm super happy about that. Loves the story, loves the characters. She wants to carry them on after me. Get to second. What do you think? Third? No, we're going to stay. That was like a girl. Yeah, I said it. Oh boy. All right, Saint Cheese. See if you can knock him home. Ball. Turn back. All right. I feel like I should turn on some music, but like I said, it's just the CPU usage. I don't want to lose frame rate. Ah, okay. That was my bad. There it comes. There it is. Come on. Let's go. Get through. Very nice. Get home. Throw that ball. Go Cheese. Ah. That's all right. We scored. Very nice. 20-0. See, this is the thing. When you get good at this game, you can just keep going. All right. No, I don't want to bunt because we got to run around first. We're going to use line drive. Come on, Petey. I don't know why he's 1 for 4 today. It's kind of weird. He's usually like 7 for 7 or something ridiculous by the end of most of mine. And yes, I do play 9 innings. Oh, that was an input lag. I clicked. Weird. Come on now. Aw, man. All right. Just throw a fastball. Jorge sucks. Getting low on juice, as you guys can see. I mean, St. Cheese is getting tired. And yes, running the base paths actually does make your player more tired, which is interesting. A little interesting bit thing. Okay, now the game is really lagging. My stream lagging? No. Come on now. There it goes. I'd much rather the game than the stream lag, so. If it keeps being laggy, we'll take a break. Yeah, throw the left hook. Whoop, right to Barry. There it is. All right. I think we may need to change out Cheese. Saint Cheese. So normally I'm using Kenny Lofton or Barry Bonds. I think I'm going to go Barry Bonds. I'm going to move A-Rod to center. I'm going to put St. Cheese back at catcher. I'm going to move Barry Larkin to third base and Jeter to short. That looks decent. The problem with Pablo in this version of the game is as you can see, he's 10 at fielding, but the way they did the mechanics in this game, he tends to drop balls a lot, and it has to do with, like, I think the player's size. And because he's so small, like, he tends to drop balls a lot. Thankfully, second base isn't too bad, and he usually at least knocks the ball down, which is usually enough to get a runner out if you play it right. So that's where I'm going to put him. And of course, catcher doesn't matter as much in this game as it would in, like, real baseball. So, you know, anyone can catch and just kind of stay out of the way. There we go. Right back to the pitcher. I usually rotate between St. Cheese, Barry Bonds, and Kenny Lofton as my main pitchers. You can get way, way, way better pitchers, but like I said, I was kind of creating this team based around speed was the main thing I was trying to do, just to manufacture ridiculous run numbers and stuff. I mean, I've got Pete and Kenny Lofton on my team. They're the two fastest players in this game, pretty much. So, oh, okay. All right, Alex. I think we can get her out at second. Maybe not. Up. Back him up. Back him up. Back him up. There. Okay. Whew. That could have been inside the park homer. That stunk. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's throw this one right here. Right on the edge. Keep throwing it there. She's going to do that wide open stance. She's not going to be able to reach the ball. Yep, see? She might try and close it up here and go the other way with it, but we'll see. I'm going to risk it anyway. Just outside. Let's do... You want to do the heat? No? Keep shaking me off. Now let's put it up. Curl right in there. Okay. I'm going to throw a slow ball in if he doesn't want to. Let's see. Come on. Okay. Play it off the wall. Second base. All right, we got our pickle. Throw her out. Yeah, come on. All right, they scored one. That's fine. No big deal. All right, Jeter. This is good for 4x3 gaming, this setup on OBS. I was just noticing. Come on, Jeter. Wow, she took forever to figure that out. Okay, all right. I'll take first base. That's one of the biggest drawbacks to this one is the base throwing stuff is so specifically timed. It's easy to kind of play with them and mess them up. I don't do it as much as I could just because I feel like you get diminishing returns after a while and it becomes more of just like trying to play the algorithms they program to make these players work properly, you know, versus actually like playing baseball. So. Come on, Barry. That was a bad idea. I thought I was going to curve way harder. All right, we'll see. Come on now. I'll make Jeter take second. Big freeze. That's all right. We'll get second on that. There we go. All right, Pablo. Your time to shine, buddy. Let's get a good pitch. That was not a good pitch. Come on, give Pablo something to smack right over that center fence. Ooh, or over there. Bye-bye, baseball. See you later, alligator. Told you Pablo's a beast. Oh man, I really wish I could have gotten the sound going. You could hear his theme song. So good. 574. Holy cow. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, Kenny Lofton's turn. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. Yeah, they changed back to Marky the boy. All right, let's go, Kenny. You know what? Bunt. Let's bunt. All right, more balls. Ball 3. I'll take a walk for Kenny. Hey, Peter, would you mind closing my door, please, buddy? Thank you. All right, come on, Jessica Wassersauce. Hilarious name. We got the glitch. In Scum VM, I have found that... Oh, here it goes. Whoop. Sometimes it will actually freeze the game and you go timeout and get back into it and it's fine, but... All right. Ball 4. There you go. Way to get the walk. All right. All right, A-Rod. Let's see what we can get here. Maybe you can get the cycle, get a triple. Take second. All right, A-Rod. That's a ball. And there we go. His head is so big. Big old head. All right, there we go. Right through the hole. Wonderful. Oh, thrown back the pitch, huh? I almost had it. All right, we'll take it. There it is. Into the gap. Way to go, Barry. Barry Larkin's been pretty great for me lately. There's a triple. Oh, maybe more if it goes. Nope, I thought it was going to bounce over her. Good gravy. I really need to get some. Maybe I'll do that after a couple more innings. Get some proper music playing in the background. A background music player going on OBS. I don't think I've dropped any frames though. Things seem to be pretty good overall. So, whoop. Internet connection's good. So it's made. Yeah, okay. There's a dropped frames thing on OBS. I haven't dropped any. Mouse locked up. Either the mouse or something. Some kind of input lag on that one. It's all right. Whoop. Oh man, major input lag. Not sure what's. Sometimes I get input lag because I have my camera on the same. Yeah, I'm getting major input lag here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop. That's all right though. Okay. Let's go. Whoops. Wow, major input lag. I need to plug my mouse in. Game's still running, that's the problem. All right, here we go. And, okay. Timeout. Timeout, thank you. All right, now let's get to where I can save. This is how you save. You have to go back. Game will be saved. There we go. And so, might come back and play some more later, but for right now, I need to, let me go ahead and plug my mouse in so I have less input lag. plugging in directly. There we go. Much better. Let's see here. Let's mark that as red. And we are going to... Yeah, well, while we're waiting on some folk, we'll get some kind of music thing going. Might as well throw on some of my Suno songs or something. Or hold on, do I have a song in the We'll Be Right Back section? No, I do not. Well, let's just add. I'm gonna add a. I'm gonna pull this over so you guys can see it while I'm doing it. Why not? I'm gonna pull in audio, not audio input capture. Let's do, what is it? VLC video? No. Media source? I guess it would have to be VLC, even if it's just audio. We're just gonna call this music. All right. Loading. Okay, this is loop playlist. Yeah, we'll do shuffle playlist. Why not? And we're gonna add some files. So I'm gonna go down. I have a stock music folder. I'm just gonna. This is all stuff that I created with Suno. Well, mostly. There's some random images too, apparently, that I forgot to take out. Okay, I'm just gonna do all of that and this one, and just pop all those in, and it'll just play something random. I'll make sure I can hear it too. You guys are gonna hear this loud at first, probably. So just so you know, I'll get it figured out though. Let's see. And we'll turn it off for a minute. If I turn it back on, there it is. Let me turn this down. Check. There we go. I think that's going to the right places now. Let's go ahead and advanced audio properties. We're going to, I want this to be monitored. So I'm going to do monitor and output. Yep, I can hear it. That's fun. I'm going to get it off some of these tracks. There we go. In fact, I only want it on 1 and 5. Yep. Cool. So we have that in OBS now. Got some snazzy music in the background. Now we got a little something more interesting than just me jabbering on that I can turn off whenever. In fact, let me go ahead and get a Stream Deck button for that while we're at it. So this is Stream Deck. This is what I use to do all sorts of buttons and stuff on my iPad in front of me. And I'm able to push these buttons and they do the things. So I'm gonna delete this one because I don't need this one right now. And I am going to make a multi-action switch, or do I really just want to turn it on and off? I think I really just want to turn it on and off. So hotkey switch, no. It's gonna be source visibility from OBS. Where is that? Here we go, source visibility. And we're gonna put that one there. And we're going to change to the simple stream. We're going to go music. And that'll be my music on and off. So that should do it. And I should be able to just hit that button. Yep. Cool. You know, it might be nice is actually have skip track. I think I'm going to do that. We'll put a skip track button right here. So let's see. There should be a button for skipping tracks. Media source control. Maybe. Let's see. Media source control. Play stop. Play restart. What? How do we skip? What is this button? Next in playlist. So it does give me that option, but I don't know if I have a... Now I'm going to have to look this up because I think there's a... Oh, wait, no. I'm looking on my other monitor here. Let me pull this over so you guys can see what I'm doing. Might as well. All right, so we're going to look in File. We're going to look at Preferences. Let's look at Hotkeys. Skip or Next. Put the word Next. Music. Here it is. Okay, so I need to set a hotkey. So I'm going to set the hotkey. What do I not use? Let's do Control 9. How about that? Oh, hold on. Oh, how do I set it? I am not seeing how to set it. That is odd. Huh. Do I need to stop the music first? Is that the deal? Let's see here. Stop the music. File. OBS. Preferences. So we're going to come hotkeys. We're going to go next. Let's just try it. Control 9. Oh, that's how. Gotcha. So Control 9. And then we're just going to do... Okay, so let's turn the music back on. There we go. And we're going to come in here to this one. We're going to delete that because that's not what we need. We need a hotkey. Hotkey. Pop that in here. Preset actions. Nope. We need Control 9. And so now that will let me choose the next track. And make that a little smaller. And now I should be able to hit that button and it should go to the next track. Yep. Wonderful. Although I think if I'm not focused on that window, it probably won't do it. Let's try focusing on Discord and see if it does it. Nope. Okay, so I'm going to fix that. Let's see. Let's delete that. We're going to do a multi-action. So it is going to, first of all, come to open. I think it's open, not open application, right? OBS, which is let's sort by name. LMNO. Where's O? There it is, OBS. And that should just focus the OBS window. Then we can do the hotkey, which will be, there we go. I come back here and we name this one next. Okay, now, no matter what window I'm in, yep, it focuses OBS and then it should skip the track. And it did. Wonderful. And my phone is going off because alarms. That's fine. Excellent. Ooh, scary music. Something's about to happen. This is why I wanted the skip, so that if the music didn't fit, I could just hit it and go to the next track. Takes a second, but it does go. That's a happy little jaunty tune. All right, everything's back where it should be. Let's pull up a YouTube, or not a YouTube window, but a Safari window, and see what we shall see, shall we? that over a little bit more. There it is. What shall we do? Let's look at YouTube and see what we can find. I know Alex had a video that he wanted me to react to at some point. I have to see if I can find that. We'll see what else is on my list right now. Oh, One Funk to Rule Them All. It's so good. If you haven't seen One Funk to Rule Them All, you really should. Just saying. That looks fun. What do y'all want to see? Let me know. I'll react to some stuff. Let's see. Yeah, not a whole lot I want at the moment, but I have a few things in watch later. Let me see what Alex had said that I should react to. Maybe it's not Pugcast. What is it here? I need to add it to my watch later here. This is Not Progress by Shameless Nerd. Add to later. All right, it's in my watch later now. That's nice music. I almost don't want to stop it just because of that. I'm so tired. Okay, gotcha. Shameless Nerd. We also got a cool Cyberdeck thing. Her reacting to Phantom Menace. Cougs is weird, man. I don't know how I feel about Cougs. She's one of these reactors that I do watch occasionally. She seems very young. And I am very, very old, quote unquote. I'll be 36 on Tuesday. So old, right? But I don't know, like, I'm finding it really interesting how spoiled a lot of folks are when it comes to narrative these days. Particularly people in big toxic fandoms like Star Wars and stuff. She's not in that fandom, but just how people react to stories that have negative moments for characters they like. And they just immediately react being angry that the writers would do such a thing. It's like, well, do you want your character to grow? Probably not. People don't want to grow. They want comfort. They want to chill. I like adventure, man. I really do. And I know that makes me psychotic in some ways. But, you know, getting stronger is cool too. Especially mentally, emotionally. I don't know. Let me tell Alex I'm about to react to it. All right. I'll let Alex know what's up. And if he doesn't text me back in a few, then I'll just go ahead and watch it and get moving on it. No one's popped in yet. Thinking of what else I want to share with y'all as we move along. We might do some reading some books, maybe some Hans Christian Andersen. That sounds fun. Love to talk hymnals later too. I think I'm going to start collecting some hymnals. I bought a hymnal at my church's blessing event. We basically gave a ton of stuff away for free. Asked everybody to clean out their worthwhile belongings so that we could just give to our community. And people came and took a lot of stuff. I got an old Baptist hymnal that was somehow laying around our Presbyterian church. And yeah, I like collecting hymnals just to collect all the songs and all the lyrics and all the variations on all the lyrics. It's just something that I really appreciate, the labor of love that goes into making a hymnal. Really kind of want to make my own one day, fully and entirely. I'm kind of working on that with my family, but it's more of a lyrics sheet sort of a thing with tune names that, you know, I know a lot of tunes by name. So I think my longtime favorite is Hyferdal, Come Thou Long Expected Jesus, amongst other things. Looks like Alex said, if you can wait about an hour, I will jump on. I'm on a ladder now. Absolutely. Be on that ladder, my dude. See you soon. Oh boy, that'll be fun. So we'll be having that one in about an hour. This shameless nerd video. This is not progress. Oh man, what should we play now? I'm feeling maybe some Super Mario. Should we do some Mario while we wait? That sounds fun. If people pop in, that's great. We'll see how it goes. But when Alex gets here, we're doing our reaction. Which I should be able to do it in the Discord YouTube player so everyone can watch. That should be good. But for now, let's close some things. I don't want any Final Cut open. Not that Super Nintendo is going to take up a lot of bandwidth, but I just want to be sure, you know? All right, close those. I don't need you open. Yeah, let's close that. Ooh, that's mysterious. Let's see. Let's go. Where are you? Yep, open MU. So we will play some. I don't know, which Mario do y'all want to do? I'm not really sure. We could do one, 2, or 3 through Super Mario All-Stars. We could do World. We could do Yoshi's Island. You know what? Yoshi's Island is my comfort game. Let's just do that. And we're going to make this a little bigger. Yeah, that's decent. That'll work. Okay, so here we go. Oh, this one. Okay. See, I make these giant holes in the ground. I gotta try and not die when the shadow comes down. Okay, yep, bye. Alright. Whoop. Shot my egg too early. Alright, there we go. Alright, there we go. Think I'm past that area. Yep. There we go. Okay. Check my frames. Yeah, we haven't dropped any frames, so stream's going good. It should. It's an M1 that I'm running off of. It's just a matter of, you know, how much do I have open? Okay. Very nice. Whoop. Get loaded up on eggs. All right. Yeah, this is something I just need to do more of, I feel like. Not just streaming, but busking in person. Once I can bring those two together and be in the real world live and the internet live, I feel like I'm going to be doing a lot better. It's just a matter of timing and equipment, and the biggest thing actually is laws surrounding busking. Unfortunately, there's so many people who are just like, I don't want no urchin street performer panhandling blah blah blah, and I'm like, I'm not. I can absolutely give you a much better and more enjoyable experience than just having nobody on the street. Have your typical suburban life, but you know, can't change everything all at once. All right, let's get some of these coins and stuff. But yeah, no one's popped into chat yet, but when people do come around, make sure to tell me, what did you guys get for Christmas? What's been interesting? What's been up? Oh, I gotta go back up and get the helicopter balloon. Boop, boop. There it is. That's sketchy. Whoop. There we go. I don't know if I got everything, but I don't think I need to right now. Just playing. I've 100'd this level before. I don't need to do it again right now. I've never 100'd the entire game though. I've gotten close, but never quite 100 everything. But yeah, I have several of these levels completely memorized, and probably the majority of them, honestly. Just one of those comfort games that you just keep coming back to, you know? It just feels good in your hands to have the actual SNES controller or some variant of it. Just playing. $87, not bad. Ooh, bonus round. Let's see what we can get. Nope, that's a toady. Let's go here. There's a Mario. Let's go here. Nope, another toady. That's alright, I got a 1-up. I'm gonna take it. This is cozy, this is fun. I'll be happy to have more people here when they get here. Checking something my wife said. One sec. Give me just a moment. Look it up real quick. Give me just a minute. Alrighty then. Just scheduling stuff with my wife, Casey, just figuring out when some stuff is. Almost there. Not that one. Okay. That's what I thought. All right. There we go. And get back to it. Once I... Okay, that's fine. All right, let's go. Ooh. Secret thing. Nice. One up. See if I can jump that far. Yep, nothing over there. All right. Do. There it is. Okay. All right. How you doing? Forget, is there a secret here? I don't think so. Nope. All right. Oh, there's some more over there. Forgot about that one. There we go. There we go. Okay, back up here and get the little bonus house. This one is so much easier to do with a real controller. Okay. Gotta play these in sequence or else things get... Whoop. There we go. You gotta do it till the balloon pops and whoever it pops on is out, basically. He's trying to wait to the last second. Ah, he got me. Oh well. Alright, here we go. Okay, back out to here. Oh, forgot about those. There we go. Whoop, right on the edge. There we go. Come on. I'm not digging this track. Let's skip it. What we got? Should have skipped. There we go. Oh, should have done that first. There we go. Secret. Okay. Here we go. Whoop. Once again, if anyone wants to join, they can just go to my Discord, joshuadavidling.com/Discord. Jump in there and you can talk with me as we play or as we react to stuff, you know, whatever. We're just having a cozy stream, fun hangout birthday stream today. There it is. There we go. Yeah, got all the flowers on that one. No bonus though. Onto the fortress. Ah, timed it wrong. There we go. And yes, I know you can go through the top, through the roof, but I like to do this one. Get all the flowers and stuff. Ah! Well, we've been streaming an hour, so that's good. Rocking and rolling, everything seemed to be moving well, working well. Oop, not quite. Come on. There we go. One of the first games I got really good at. I had a lot of problems with the end boss when I was younger. In the very end. For years, I couldn't beat the final boss, but finally figured it out. I mean, it wasn't even figuring it out, it's just practice. It's such a... That's, I think, one of the few flaws about this is it doesn't really build on your skills, the skills that you already set up to beat the final boss, because it's such a completely different format. You're literally looking in a different direction in order to face the final boss. It's very, very strange. It like changes the entire way you play the game. But we have made it here. Do I want to do the little bonus story? Yeah, I do. This wasn't what I thought it was. Oh, right, because the other one is up and above. I'll still probably do that one. Oh, man. Didn't get enough eggs. Okay. It's not this one. I'm thinking of another fortress. And the flower. Thank you. There we go. All right, let's go beat the boss. I should do the voice acting bits for Kamek. Didn't even think about that until now. Ooh, give me the eggs. Eggs, eggs, eggs. Thank you. Patience pays off. Got him. I think that's it. Nope, not quite. Got him. Woohoo! It's just such a gorgeous game, too. Even when it doesn't have all the shaders and things like you would normally see in on a CRT or something. There's just something about the way this game was made. It's so beautiful. Yoshi's Island, just an incredible game. Oh, that's another thing we might do later is some solo role-playing. See how it goes. We might even incorporate some people if they come in and make it less of a solo roleplay and more of a, I don't know, like assisted solo roleplay? Question mark. I'm fine with text roleplaying with other folk too if they want to. It's just, you know, whatever they want to do. A lot of people are intimidated by the way I do role-playing, less rules, more narrative. But like, if you know how to tell a good story, like, it's not gonna be a problem. Should have gone across and got that flower. It's just this level's so annoying. Whoop. I like this song. Super cozy, whatever it is. Alright. That's another thing we could do later if we wanted to, is make some Suno songs. That could be fun. Especially since I got Suno Studio now, I can play with stuff a little bit more. See the last couple red coins. There we go. Right toward the end. Yay. Everything seems to be running super smooth on the stream. I'm happy about that. Been a while, but I've been getting ready to try and do these more. Alright. I'm gonna go here. Toady. Nope. There's something. No! Boo. Alright. Shy Guys on Stilts. Classic. Checking. Got a text or something? All right. There we go. Moving on up. Ooh. Get it. That's some fun Power Rangers kind of music. All right. Ah, get over top. There we go. And up. Whoop. This is catchy. All right, there we go. Give it another bite of my chocolate orange here. Delicious. I'm gonna just take that one. Okay. Fuzzy, touch fuzzy, get dizzy. My siblings and I would laugh at this one so much. Just Yoshi's on drugs, ha ha ha, because he's just got all these hallucinogenic bad guys that if he swallows them, they make him dizzy. Not yet, but later in the level. Yeah, get him out. Okay. Eat these guys. Pressing over. There. Okay. All right, there we go. Yep, dizzy. See? Oh, these guys are nuts. Okay. He stays dizzy until he's not. It does eventually wear off, but as long as you don't touch any more of them, which I just did. Lovely. And then it basically resets the timer. I just want eggs. Ah, no. I used to be so good at this that, like, it didn't matter if I had the dizzy or not, I would be able to deal with the consequences. Not so much these days, but let's just charge through them. We'll be fine, I think. Get to the end. Okay, we made it to the end. And then it wears off at the end if you get through them. So that's fine. We got most of what we needed. Do, 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 do. All right. Bonus. $90. Just missed 5 red coins. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Scratchy scratch. Got a toady. Let's go middle. There's a Mario. I think I'm going to go left. Another toady. Oh well. Oh, almost got up there. Come on. I remember seeing this level a lot in the promotional material and some of the demos that were out when I was in stores years ago, you know, Toys R Us especially. I saw this level a lot in the promotional material. And I always enjoyed playing this level, partially as a result. Like, it's just a well-designed level. There's a lot of good puzzles and things. Ah! Stop trying to steal my baby. Okay. Doop, doop, doop. And this is where the key for that door is. There it is. And we're through to the next part. Creepy music. All right, time for the boss. Now I can do Kamek. Here it comes.
Hi there, cute little Yoshi. Does baby Mario want to go to Bowser's castle? In a hurry. I'll take him there in a hurry.
Alrighty then. It's one of my least favorite bosses. Not that he's particularly hard, it's just annoying. You can hit him sometimes and not other times, and then he tries to get behind you and push you. It's just kind of annoying. And then when he gets small and you're like trying to shoot him, but he keeps moving. Like that. Oh, got him though. Got him on the ricochet. Bye-bye, Slimy. Oh, boy. Let's check when Alex said what he said. I'm sure y'all already have that figured out, but if you were here for that, which I don't think anyone was, but you know. Okay, probably another 10-20 minutes. Here we go. Oh. My plan right now is to continue playing until Alex gets on and then do my thing with Alex for a while. We'll figure out what we're doing from there. Doop. Flying. Well, this is appropriate music for this part. No, squish.
I got squeezed.
I don't need to be so coin greedy this time. Come on. Nope. Okay, there we go. Okay. Got him. All right. Hey, there they go. I should have gotten that. That's all right. And open. Yay, little bonus before my hopeful bonus. All right, popping balloons. Got it. Woohoo. Yeah. Boom. All right, I think I'm going to take a little break before my time with Alex. I will be right back. Give me just a minute to get stuff together for that. So let me tell them in here, BRB, and we're gonna hit this. All right, Weesa back. Turn the camera back on. There we go. Still waiting to hear from Alex, but hopefully he will be available soon. In the meantime, let's go back to Safari. Bring a Safari page back in here. Yeah. Let's see, let's see. Let's check how the Braves are doing. We've had a bunch of signings recently. Nothing really crazy, but let's see what the roster looks like right now. I'm clicking roster. Thank you. So we still have Bummer, Dylan Dodd, or is this just active as of? No, I don't want notifications. Bummer, Dodd, Elder, Fuentes, which I still think he could be something. Let's see, Hayden Harris. I don't know him. Daysbell Hernandez, Taco Daysbell Hernandez. Grant Holmes, Raisel Iglesias, Joe Jimenez, Giancarlos Lara, I don't know him. Lavender Blue, Dylan Lee. Reynaldo Lopez, Anthony Molina. It's gonna be great to have Lopez back if he's even a half of what he was. Roldy Muniz. Don't know him. Joel Piamps, don't know him. Chris Sales, Spencer Schwellenbach, AJ Smith-Shaver, Hunter Stratton, Spencer Strider, Jose Suarez, Robert Suarez. We got two Suarez's. Hurston Waldrip, still one of the weirdest, coolest names in baseball, and Joey Wentz. Danny Young. Don't know all of them, but we got Baldwin and Murphy. Got Ozzy, Nacho Alvarez, Vidal Bruyan, don't know him. He's a switch hitter though, that's interesting. Mauricio Dubon, he's a new guy. Hassan Kim. We've got Matt Olson. Oh, I'm still muted in Discord. I need to fix that. Awesome. Yep, okay, otherwise I'm good. All right, and then back to Safari. And we got Brett Wisely. Don't know him either. I wish they would say what their starting position or what their preferred position is for everybody. They'll just kind of group them as infielders, outfielders now. I don't like that as much. Acuna, Harris, Profar, White, and Yastrzemski. I think that's a solid outfield, to be honest with you. That is pretty good. Yaz is the oldest. He's almost my age. A little bit younger. Okay. And then our non-roster. Oh, nobody there. Walt Weiss, Tony Manzolino, Tim Hires, Darnell Coles, Jeremy Hefner. Been hearing good stuff about Hef. Antoine Richardson, Tommy Watkins, JP Martinez, Eddie Perez. I really want Eddie to be pushed up, but it depends on what he's willing to do. He may not want it. Who knows? It's a lot of responsibility. Oh boy. Howdy.
My notebook.
It was on my desk.
No.
They may have found it and just put it there. I don't know.
Their room actually looks better than it ever has in like a year.
Hmm?
Their room actually looks better than it ever has in like a year.
Yeah, it does. We're live, by the way, just so you know, like actually on YouTube, but nobody's on. So, oh, I know. I'm just letting you know.
Dang it!
What?
I should have got more strips when I was on the
Well, you can get some soon. No rush. You're good. We'll get some more soon. I'll run out for you if I need to. All right, Alex has 2 more minutes and then it'll officially have been an hour, like he was saying. We shall see. Hmm?
Nothing.
All right. Hmm? Why is GarageBand open? That should not be open. That'll save me some bandwidth, I think.
Score.
What? What score? Oh, good. Well done.
What? Not a high score.
Not a high score. Low score.
High score is not the aim on this one.
Correct. All right, let me text him. See if he's getting on.
These guys quickly approaching baby day.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Alex says he's almost there, so we will see him shortly. Let's just chill while we wait, shall we? White cheddar Cheez-Its. Not sponsored. Delicious. We should be sponsored by Cheez-It though, right, Casey? I probably eat my weight 10 times over in Cheez-Its by this year of my life.
You probably have. Oh, by the way, when I was at Wendy's and I went up to the speaker, he said, "I'm sorry, we're only able to take cash right now." And right as I was about to be like, "Oh man," I was like, "Wait a minute, no,
You have
that's
cash.
what I have. I have money." And I was like, and I got all like heavy and my voice down. And I was like, "Oh, that's fine." I was like, "Well, she thinks I'm crazy."
Oh, hi Hazel.
Hi.
What's going on,
Look, I
girl?
was doing the paper tailor.
Hi Peter. You're not supposed to be in here right now. Oh boy.
I've been when I was turning over on my bed, Peter hit my back while I was trying to sleep.
Oh, interesting.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
He probably wasn't trying to hurt you, was he?
No, he was trying to play wild.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Peter, why did you close the door with me in here? Peter, open it.
Peterling, open the door. The sun is wilding, y'all. Let's see. Yeah, I'll play a few more. I'll wait for Alex. He should be here soon. No. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Just
Good,
been doing a basic stream kind of thing. Just trying hold on, let me make sure I get this music muted. Just trying it out, seeing how things are going. So
Yeah. Has anybody
actually
jumped
helpful.
on?
No, not yet. I've mostly been playing Yoshi's Island and
Oh, cool.
backyard baseball and some other stuff. Just kind of playing some games, and I'm probably gonna do some other fun stuff soon. But we'll see how it goes. What's been up with you? How was your Christmas?
Not much has been up with me. Christmas was really good. It was fun. Um, Spent Christmas Eve with Debbie's family down there, and then spent Christmas Day with like Christmas afternoon, evening with my family. So,
Very
oh,
nice.
Debbie got tired and peopled out pretty early in the night, so she had to rest and recuperate. But yeah, it
Casey
was
said,
great.
"Yeah, duh." Oh yeah.
uh,
Get anything good? See anybody get anything good?
I got a $75 Lowe's gift card. So
Ooh, that ain't bad.
no, not bad at all.
Get you a little something.
Yep.
Let's see. I remember the thumbnail more than the video. I'm just pulling it up again just to see. It's This Is Not Progress by Shameless Nerd. Got it. Okay.
Yes. I
And
think there
then-
is one. I think there is one swear word in it. Just so you know.
Oh, it's all good.
I could be wrong on that. There could be more, but I know that there's at least one. So
Let me get this ready and then whoop. Okay, hold on. I wish that they would mute the ads. Good gravy. But then why would it be an ad, I guess?
Yep.
This stupid nonsense.
Boy, this is a joke I heard from.
Okay, pause and now. Okay, so I want to do this one, and then if we end up having time, depending on what you're doing, I'd love to watch the one that I have to find it again, but the one that I sent you from what was his name? I can't remember his name right now, but he's this Christian guy who does a lot of AI stuff, but he does it on the very like granular level and everything. So that was a little while ago, but yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts on that one too. But
okay,
we can get into this one now, or we can talk some more if you want.
I'm good to jump into this now.
Cool, sounds good to me. We'll talk some more as we go, I'm sure. But yeah, anytime. There's no way to give you the ability to pause. You'll just have to tell me, right?
There is. You can
Give either one.
Yeah.
How do I do that?
1 sec. 1 sec. Trying to figure out the controls. There we are. Okay. Watch together. Waiting for it to load for me. Okay. There should be a.
I'm trying to get it back out of full screen, first of all. I put it on full screen and now I'm trying to get it back out of full screen.
Their watch together feature is really, really rough.
Yeah.
No, there should be like a little lock thing there that says that. My phone is saying this video player configuration error 153.
Oh, fun. Well, let me just
and isn't letting me watch it.
Well, let me just end that and start another.
Build a website you love.
Okay, now it says you're hosting.
With Wix.
Okay,
For your work,
I just jumped out.
Create your brand. Your opportunity.
Okay, I see
Medium
something.
Brian Regan.
There's the little lock thing. Okay, so yeah, turn that on, and now
Okay,
either of us
cool.
should be able to pause.
Then let me.
Still not being able to see it.
Yeah, I'm still not able to see it. Try pulling it from the playlist and see if I can add it and get that to work.
Okay. If that doesn't work, I can pull it up on my screen with Safari
And just stream it.
Just share screen.
Yeah.
But let's see here. You want me to remove it from the playlist?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
let you
There we are. Let's
then
see
let
here.
you add it.
Progress.
Organizations all
player
over the world,
configuration
from
error.
banks to breweries,
Huh.
are creating custom
I can
apps
see
and
it,
AI
but-
agents on the
That's weird.
OutSystems platform.
Yeah,
because
this is obviously
OutSystems
just
is
a
all
Discord
about
on iOS
outcomes,
issue.
helping teams deploy quickly and deliver
That's
results.
lame.
Build your
Okay.
agentic
Yeah.
future with OutSystems.
Let me pop out of this and pull up Safari and do a screen share. Just need to make sure I have it in the right spot for video capture. Here it is, and then let me do screen share. All right, screen share. Do entire screen, that's fine. We'll do this one. And then, all right, you see on the screen?
Yes, I'm seeing the screen.
All right, this should work. Let me just make sure that's turned up.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy. This is a joke I heard from comedian Brian Regan. I was
you hear
driving
it
the other
okay?
day, and you see weird
Yep.
things, you know, and I've never understood log trucks. I saw 2 log trucks the other day pass each other on the highway, and it's like, well, if they need logs, and they need logs, you'd think a phone call could save a lot of trouble. AKA Reed from Shameless Nerd. Today's video is about the future of technology and the future of humanity. If you end up liking this video, please consider giving it a like and subscribing to the channel. You can also join these beautiful people on the screen right now by clicking the join button. You'll get exclusive access to some members only videos, as well as access to every video a few days early. You can also join the Shameless Nerd Discord at the link in the description, and you can email me with any questions, comments, concerns, or creative insults at readfromshamelessnerd@gmail.com. And one more
Let me just mention, just for being silly, someone with that shirt and those glasses and that necklace talking about the future of humanity. Hilarious. Not saying he doesn't have something to say, but just kind of funny.
For the first time ever, this video is sponsored. Y'all,
Not that I
am
mind
getting
tie-dye,
paid
you know me.
by a company
Yeah.
to ramble on the internet. If I can do that, then anything is possible. Never give up on your dreams. There is hope for the future.
See,
Thank
even
you,
he's doing
UPDF,
it.
for sponsoring this video. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's get into it. I have a book. This book is called A Guide to Microwave Cooking. It was published in 1981 at the peak of the onset of the popularization of the microwave, which was invented in the 1940s to more humanely reanimate cryonically frozen hamsters and is often miscredited as being invented by the patent holder, Percy Spencer, in 1945, but that's a true story for another time. In the 1970s, the microwave oven began to explode in popularity after a couple decades of being prohibitively expensive as technology improved and being targeted mostly at commercial kitchens. Throughout the 70s, the microwave oven went from a giant, bulky $2,000 gimmick to a compact, multifaceted tabletop device that became a staple in 1 of every 4 houses by 1986. There are now microwaves in 9 of every 10 houses in America. During the 80s boom in popularity of the microwave oven was touted as a miracle device of sorts. And of course, it was. Imagine being around during this time, being handed a magic box that can, without even seemingly getting hot, heat a frozen lasagna to an edible temperature in 5 minutes, when up to this point, the only option was to throw it in the oven and wait an hour. It was mind-blowing. And if you think about it enough, it still is mind-blowing. Using non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation similar to a radio wave to nearly instantly provide you with plastic garbage to eat. And in the 80s, the microwave was new and even more exciting, and it was touted as like the final frontier of home cooking. The microwave was the oven of the future. In this book, A Guide to Microwave Cooking, on the second page, they have an entire ham in there. This book is full of recipes for microwave cooking that are absolutely unhinged. I will give you some examples. Page 34 is titled Shellfish and has 5 recipes involving lobster, oysters, escargot, and clams. A recipe for seafood Newburg, green peppers stuffed with salmon, meatloaf, Swedish meatballs, stuffed flank steak, beef short ribs, shrimp oriental. I don't even think I'm supposed to say that one anymore. 217
Shrimp Oriental. Why do we demonize words like Oriental? Doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. I think that we need to start bringing back the word Occidental to start helping that,
There you go. There you go.
because that's
Go ahead.
that's helpful.
Yeah. I'm seeing somewhat of where he's going, and yeah, the obviously we're getting there, but like the the schlock that comes out when anyone starts thinking about it in mass is,
Yeah.
you know, cash grabs and stuff. That's pretty standard. But yeah, the microwave cooking book, hilarious stuff.
Isn't
this
it?
This is what happened with gelatin previously.
This is why there's tuna salad jello.
Right. I thought it was really funny though. I saw one recently that was like an eggnog pie, and they did like eggnog with jello and stuff.
Ooh.
Gelatin, but like
Doesn't sound terrible.
Right, that's the thing. I was looking at that and it had like a graham cracker crust and some other stuff, and everyone was going just because people like to bash on 70s stuff, and it was definitely like an old 60s 70s image. Like everyone wanted to gross, wanted to bash on it. I'm like, that actually sounds good. Stop.
That sounds pretty decent. It sounds like a poor man's cheesecake. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, pretty much. So
pages of recipes to cook in the microwave. About 800 total recipes, 750 or so of which no person in their right mind would ever use in 2025. New England corned beef. Like, imagine. I bought this book a few years ago at a thrift store because I thought it was funny, an interesting look at like what we used to think, a novelty to put on the coffee table when people come over. But throughout my like radicalization over the past year or so,
also, though, did anyone actually ever think this, or was this all part of the cash grab? Did anyone?
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
I can totally see people thinking that this was going to be the future, because I have like, if you watch not just advertisements but like newsreels from the 60s, 70s, 80s, like
I feel
they
like
legit thought that this was the future.
Right, but here's the thing. I feel like there's a big difference between the hype, which includes all of mainstream media back then, all of media in general now, you know, with social media and whatever else. Like this is kind of the point that I'm trying to make, is you get these promotional things like this book that were written by people who are trying to promote something, and you still always kind of have to look between the layers. Like you can't just take it at face value. And looking back on it with a proper lens, I don't think that you can take everything in this book seriously. Like there was absolutely everything in it someone thought was a good idea at some point. You see what I'm saying? I don't think that's true.
I think that somebody at some point thought that it was a good idea. All of those recipes.
I don't.
If that person was the person writing the book, that might be the only person who thought it was a good idea.
I don't think the people writing the book, because you get paid to write a book, you know, like, you see what I'm saying? Like you can be paid to believe a lie in the micro, but actually believing it in the macro. I don't think that's I don't think that's a thing for a lot of these, you know. I think everybody, the second they tried actually cooking raw meat of any sort in a microwave, immediately realized, oh, this not great.
Well, you say that, but I have cooked raw meat in a microwave.
Oh, you can. I'm not saying that.
My family regularly uses a little like plastic box to cook raw like a sausage, like ground sausage in a microwave. Like you can totally do that.
Oh, I'm not saying you can't. Right, like I can cook. I know how to cook, quote unquote, fried, not actually fried, but fried eggs. You know, your standard like flat eggs in the microwave with 2 paper plates and some butter or oil. Like you can do it. The question is this the good tool for it? Right, and
exactly.
I'm saying,
I think that's the point that he's actually getting to in the video.
Yeah. So we'll keep going
regarding social media, dopamine deficiency, artificial intelligence, all this stuff I'm constantly talking about on this channel. 1981's A Guide to Microwave Cooking has become a perfect encapsulation of my overall thoughts on technology and the future. In 1981, they really thought that the future included making an entire pot roast in the microwave. The innovation of modern technology made this possible. You could take a beef tenderloin, which would take 45 minutes to roast in the oven, and do it in the modern marvel that is the microwave in 12. It's way more convenient. It's faster, it's less messy, it's a far simpler process, and either way, when you sit down for dinner with your nuclear family after attending Catholic Mass, you will be eating an edible, perfectly American beef tenderloin. The difference between the two is that one will be good and the other will be made in a microwave. And despite the viability of making a beef tenderloin in the microwave, despite the convenience and the speed and the ease, in the 44 years since the publication of this book, people have all but entirely abandoned the idea that microwave cooking is the cooking of the future. Nowadays, we use the microwave for Hot Pockets, White Castle burgers, easy mac and cheese, and leftovers. We have found a use for the microwave. Everyone has one. We use them all the time. They're a handy tool. They've made our lives easier and more convenient. But they are unequivocally not the all-encompassing one-stop shop of the kitchen that people were promised in the 1970s and 80s. And thank God, right? My point is this, and then I'll stop talking about.
Yeah, and he's getting to it. The process of eliminating primary use cases involves a lot of stupid decisions.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's just the nature of the beast. Even if you're an intelligent individual, you're going to try all the stupid stuff too. Yeah. In order to eliminate the possibilities, right? Like this is part of any this is penicillin, this is any use case.
Yeah.
Like, this is a process.
This is literally just part of what technology. This is part of the technology life cycle.
When people are doing it in mass in public, that's when things get really crazy because they're not going to immediately realize because they're not intelligent enough to eliminate quickly enough. Or in some cases,
where you get the crazy.
Easy.
That's where you get the crazy stuff, like the microwave cookbook.
Right, and you might, but you have the other end of the spectrum too, where you have people who are too quick to dismiss and don't realize you change one small detail and then it's perfect, right? And so you have those two, depending on the situation. But yeah, we'll continue.
Microwaves. Innovation is cool. It's great. The lifespan 100 years ago was 47 years, but not all innovation is necessary. Not all innovation is worthwhile. Not all innovation is solving a problem. Many innovations are creating problems to solve and then doing a shitty job of solving them in the first place. We don't need to cook a pot roast in 12 minutes. It's so much better in the oven after 45. And sure, we're technically sacrificing 33 minutes, but if you've ever attempted to eat the rubber that comes out of the microwave if you try to cook beef in there, you'd give up far more than 33 minutes for the alternative.
Same time, if there is a way to actually get what you are shooting for in 12 minutes, it is worthwhile, right? But that is not an equation that we have solved. And it's possible that it can't be. I'm not saying that it should be attempted continually with like stupid, nonsensical, never throw it away, right? But obviously, it would be better to have a perfect pot roast in 12 minutes in this situation, if it's possible. Probably not possible. It might not even be worth chasing, right? But it would still be better. That's just a fact that
theoretically,
yes, a theoretical fact. Yeah.
But I like that Brandon Sanderson journey before destination. Like, the journey to get to somewhere is just as important as the place that you are getting. That's something that we've completely lost in our modern day. Like,
are you also side quoting one of our great modern philosophers, Miley Cyrus?
No.
There's gonna be another mountain.
I don't think I've ever listened to a Miley Cyrus song all the way through.
Okay, well that's
like
the climb.
I think
I've by Miley Cyrus.
I've heard "Party in the USA" being played over the loudspeakers at Walmart, and I think that should be a crime. I think that Walmart should be punished for it. But that's aside the point.
She's a perfectly serviceable pop musician, other than all the baggage. So just whatever.
So except for being a pop musician, she's a good pop musician.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like she does the job, you know. But yeah, we getting back to this, and I'll say this before we jump back on, but like jump back into the video. But my main point overall with saying like the theoretical possibility is still like I think that the journey on anything is, I mean, I'm a storyteller. I was talking about this earlier in the stream. I understand doing character development to get you to another point. I still think that the more economical you can make that, depending on if you have, okay, let me put it this way. you only have a certain number of pages for a book, right?
Uh-huh.
You only have a certain amount of words that you're going to do for whatever you're creating. You take away that, you take away the chronological constraint of any project, and efficiency doesn't matter. And you can take all the journey you want, right?
This is the stuff we were talking about with Michael Bush. That the only thing that puts quality at odds with efficiency is time, or is
Right.
the fact that we will die.
And so if you're always going to have time, you can totally leave, or having the best amount of quality and efficiency is always going to be optimal, right? In a theoretical sense.
In a theoretical sense, sure, but you also end up missing that's not the way that God made the world.
Okay, we'll come back to it. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back to it. We'll go a little further into the video.
So before I get into what will absolutely be by far the most impassioned and long-winded diatribe so far on this channel, I want to make clear for anyone watching this video in the metaverse on their Oculus Quest while you use AI to write you a song about the genius of Elon Musk or whatever, that I am not anti-technology. I am not anti-innovation. I am not interested in living off the grid in the woods. I am not anti-productivity or efficiency or technological advancement. In fact, the sponsor of this video is UPDF, which is a damn PDF editor with AI integration. And I convinced them to let me put the ad in this seemingly pretty counterintuitive space for a PDF editor with a more
good on you.
Okay, let's complain about technology. We are at a crossroads. There are several counter arguments that people make when I talk about my opinion on like generative AI regulation or teaching with technology in schools or things like CRISPR and Neuralink and the sort of potentially dystopian future I think is plausible if we don't have some hard conversations right now. And they are as follows. Number one, well, people have always said this. They said this about the printing press. What about professional scribes? What will they do for work? Video killed the radio star. Netflix was going to kill the movie theaters. The microwave was going to replace the oven, right? Well, yes, sort of. People have always made the argument that the younger generation is straying from the idealized, wholesome world of the past and replacing it with fast fashion and convenience and losing the magic and importance of a simpler life. Socrates famously warned against writing because it would, quote, create forgetfulness in the learner's souls because they will not use their memories. This argument is perpetual and has always existed. My counter argument to this argument is as follows. It's always right. Like it's always right. Like there is empirical proof that our brains have been physically changed because of books. Our long-term memories have been affected, and things like Beowulf being an oral story passed down by generations of storytellers who remembered the whole thing are impossible now because books.
Right. So then we come to the question, what is the goal?
Exactly.
So what would you say to that in this case, this particular argument? Obviously, we're going to hear the rest of it, but like,
what would I say to like what is the goal, or what would I say to the argument of
what is the goal?
It's always right.
What is the goal?
The goal is a society of free people.
Okay.
That is the goal. A goal. The goal is the same goal that the founders of America had. The goal is the same goal that I would argue most of the people who were talking about society in the Middle Ages had. A society of free people in every sense of the word. Free under God, free to pursue their work, free to free to form their family bonds and to mature in Christ. The goal is a society of free men and women.
Okay. So for individuals, that would be a glorify God and enjoy him forever, correct?
Yes. Like for individuals, individuals' goal is like the goal of individual people. Sorry, I'm walking.
You're good.
The goal of individual people should be to fulfill their purpose, and man's chief end is to glorify God and to enjoy him forever.
Right. So here's my question. Where I guess like in being free, and trying to exercise your ability as an individual to glorify God and enjoy him forever, there is some space in which we can theorize and talk about, you know, societies and how to order them and that sort of a thing, with something you're very fond of.
Very much so.
The thing that I have with folk who do that, which includes you, but you're one of the best at it, as far as
I
I'm
appreciate
concerned, is I don't like personally thinking about responsibilities that I don't have until I have them. Right? I am a very sphere sovereignty oriented person in the Kyperian sense, right? Like I'm very much about, this is what I have control over, this is what I've been given responsibility over, and I need to do that to my greatest achievement, greatest ability. And so I'm not saying we shouldn't have people, especially in our society, the way that our government's set up and all that sort of thing. But I think that in order to level up into higher spheres, especially where I'm at, being the best steward that I can in the spheres that I'm already in is actually the priority first and foremost. That might be a little bit too linear way of thinking in some sense.
Mhm.
But I think that that's where I keep getting hung up on a lot of this, is because I'm more interested in how individual responsibility can be copied and pasted and what's the term? How it can actually catch on as real true grassroots on an individual to family to church level than I am in any way thinking about it from the top down at all, because I'm in it and I can't escape it. Right?
Yeah.
So
I get that. I understand that.
Yeah.
I think that on a rhetorical level,
Mhm.
I think that can, not all the way, not always,
Yeah.
and it's never the intention, but that can amount to something along the lines of, "Am I my brother's keeper?"
Sure.
Like, if you're saying, I just want to focus on my responsibilities here and now and doing the best that I can right now.
Well, see, the problem is people hear that and they don't take diplomacy into account, right?
Well, yes, and that's what my point is.
Right.
Like, if it may help you in legitimately, it may help you or me in our personal responsibilities to do something fast and cheap and quick and get it done.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't look. I feel like that often misses that what we do affects other people as well. How does me, not cutting corners, but using, how does me doing something faster through the use of this tool injure somebody else?
Right. Right.
Does it? It might not. There are often times that it doesn't, but it can. And I think that that's what's being missed in a lot of this conversation. And not the conversation that you and I are having, but the broader conversation about all of this. Well, it helps me here. I'm able to do what I'm doing better because of this. I'm able to do it faster. I'm able to do it more efficiently. Yeah, but you're also cutting 5 people out of the process. And those 5 people might have helped you make not just a good product, but a better product.
Right. Which is why we're doing the musical thing, which we'll talk about soon, I'm sure. But let me get back to the video for a few.
Books took that from us. The printing press did make books less special and meaningful. Recorded video did make books less popular. Fewer people read books than ever. That's not an old person's conjecture. That's demonstrably true. Video did eventually kill the radio star. The internet did kill MTV. Netflix kind of sort of did kill the movie theater. These things are true. The actual argument should be that these things are a casualty of progress, not that they didn't happen. The argument is,
that's one of the weird things for me, because some of that is evolution of the medium or the process, right? Some of that is that I don't consider it a casualty. Like there's not a clear cutoff between every change in technology. Not in every change.
It's not always a clear cutoff, but it sometimes is.
Yeah, sometimes.
I would wager that there is not 10 people in the world right now who could fully commit the Iliad and the Odyssey to memory.
Like physically, they couldn't.
Yes. Like I do not believe that there are 10 people in the world. There are probably 10. But I do not believe that there are 10 people in the world who have the capability of committing both the Iliad and the Odyssey to memory.
Who have it. Not that they couldn't actually work to it.
Yes, but they're not going to work to it.
Oh, I'm not saying they are or not. I'm just saying, like, I'm asking if this is a physical impossibility, or is this a cultural mental impossibility?
It's not a physical impossibility because brains haven't changed.
Right.
The way that we wired the brains have changed, but like theoretically, you could like if you raised someone in a facsimile culture of ancient Greece, a perfect facsimile, then of course you could have people who could memorize that.
Right.
Because the neurochemistry hasn't changed.
Right.
The neurophysiology is
yeah,
more or less the same. I'm saying capable.
Right.
Currently capable.
You're once again talking more on a macro level, and I'm talking more on a micro level. So as far as like individuals and their abilities, and I'm not
on
saying
a micro level, not a single person that I know.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you in that sense. But the reason I'm thinking micro, I could do that if I really like spent the time. Like, is that an achievable goal? It absolutely is. Like that's the point that I'm trying to make. I'm
not sure it's an achievable goal in this culture.
Oh, I could do it.
I would love to see. I would love to see you commit perfectly to memory both the Iliad and the Odyssey by Homer.
See, I don't know that I would do those though. If I was doing that the case, I would probably do scripture just to make it more worthwhile for myself. But yeah. I could probably do the equivalent using scripture.
I would love to see that happen. I would love to see that happen. I don't think so, though.
I might take the challenge anyway. But yeah, the point that I was making was there's not always a clear break, as technology changes. This is the church thing where a lot of people end up still praising God, even when they're using tracked music or tracked music over a live piano, or a live piano over live guitar. Let's go guitar, then piano, then on back to organ, to hurdy-gurdy, to whatever, right? I need to tell Daniel to get on if he wants to talk. He's calling me. Give me just a second. Let's see here. 1 second. In the green.
In the Green Dragon would be a fantastic title for a memoir.
Yeah. Yeah, it would. Why don't we get back to this for a second?
That video may have killed the radio star, but having video is worth killing the radio star. And if you can agree to that subtle difference in the argument, then I have a counter argument, which...
That's why I don't agree to that one, though, because it's not always killing. Sometimes it's placing it as an antique process, which I think people just like... There is value in antique processes, just for the experience of doing the thing, right? Like there's value in knowing how an Edison record player, the cylinder record player works, and even carving something into it and using it. There is value in knowing the history and experiencing it physically, and this is why we have people who love swords. Right? Like this, there's value in doing those things, both as a backup potentially, and as an educational experience in where we were so that we can better describe where we're going. There's nothing wrong with an antique process, and just because it's not the primary, this is a problem of modern culture in general. We believe that the primary way of doing something is and the mainstream way of doing something means that all other alternatives are somehow relegated to the past and relegated
that's
to
capitalism.
right. It's that, and it's also the idea that this is efficiency taken into navel gazing, essentially. People, and this is one of the reasons I push back against folks who think that they need to replace their smartphone with a different, the people who basically break out their smartphones functions back into other different devices. They carry around an iPod and a Game Boy and all this other stuff. I'm like, that's great. You should do that. Carry around the iPod and the Game Boy and whatever else. You don't need to get rid of your smartphone. Some people do. But my point is, like, having more possibilities and choices is not always bad. And this is one of the reasons you like Apple, is they do a good job of optimizing that. I'm all for optimizing your choices if that's what you need. I'm also all for giving you as many choices as you want if that's what you need. And it's better to have more options in some situations or less in another, right? And this is it's almost the autistic part of our culture, and I don't mean autistic people. I mean like the autistic part of our culture is obsessed with having the primary way of doing something. And that tends to bother me as a dyslexic. Anyway.
Because generative AI is not the same as a printing press. This really is the first time that a technology innovation is so potentially disruptive that we must take the Socrates argument seriously. After this video, go look up what ChatGPT 5 can do. It released August 7th. I'm not even going to entertain an argument to the contrary until you see what is happening. Generative AI, as in prompting an LLM to create something from nothing, and it's not from nothing, it's from a nearly infinite database of human works that have been used to train the LLM without the human creator's consent, which is a whole other conversation. Prompting an LLM to make something for you. This is not the same thing as the ability to take a written book and print it at scale, or the new ability to make a music video. We can't treat generative AI, and I keep specifying generative AI because I do believe that there's a place for AI, and I don't believe in some fairy tale blanket ban of AI, or that it doesn't have use cases that are awesome, like in medicine or in data analysis or in a PDF editor, for example. We can't treat generative AI like we've treated other technological innovations, because it, for the first time, is something categorically different than anything previously imaginable by humankind. ChatGPT 5 can create a functioning planet simulation for you with a 2-sentence prompt. So my response to counter-argument number 1 is that, sure, people have always said,
Oh, these kids are ruining the world with their participation trophies in their video games.
but this is a different thing. Number 2, well, AI is a tool that will democratize the creative process. Not everyone has the ability to become a painter or a writer or a movie director. AI is a tool that allows access to everyone. This is a really common argument as well, which sounds really good. My response to this is very simple. Yes, they do. Like, yes, you do. That's the entire purpose of art. Everyone does have the ability and access to become a painter, a writer, a music producer, a movie director. If you want to do that, you can absolutely do that. Nothing has a lower bar to entry than art.
There's a few things that have lower bar of entry to art, but as far as such as enjoy becoming a connoisseur of food.
Okay, fair enough. Becoming a connoisseur, yes.
Yeah. Someone who actually really knows what they're talking about how things taste and can verbally express it and all the rest.
Yeah,
and it is something you do have to learn.
That's the same thing as, like, it's easier to be a critic than a creator.
Yes, exactly. So there, I'm not saying there are a lot of things, but there are a few. It's people tend to rag on artists. You know my thing. Like, art is not underneath the craftsman, is what I'm trying to say. Like, no. It's something that you can do on a lower level very quickly and easily. But so I think that, well, first of all, he's absolutely right on the level of what it is. Like, it is absolutely amazing what it can do. Still
Yeah.
overhyped, as Chalk Knox says.
Absolutely.
The we've already
Like that,
touched.
that's
Go ahead.
that's the thing that we've talked about that I've become very, very aware of recently is like AI cannot do everything that you think it can do.
No,
It really
No.
can't. It is profoundly limited in very, very
Oh, yeah.
obvious ways if you have spent time with it.
right.
At
Right.
the same time,
Mhm.
the capabilities that it does have are significantly greater than it is profoundly limited. I believe by its nature. I
Right.
I could be wrong on that. Like we haven't fully exhausted the nature of AI yet.
1 second.
And
Did you need something, Casey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure. Are you going somewhere?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Check the mail.
Okay. I love you. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, continue.
we haven't fully exhausted the nature of AI yet, I'm sure, but based off of what I have seen, I think that it is fundamentally limited in its nature
Mhm.
as to what it can do.
Yes.
Yes. Whereas humans are, for all intents and purposes, not.
Correct.
Like,
yes.
humans do not have those limits. Humans are capable of, for all intents and purposes, anything
yeah.
to our detriment.
Right.
But we are virtually capable of anything except for becoming God.
Right.
Anything below that, we're probably capable of hitting.
Right.
However, limit in the nature does not equal limit in the capability in the here and now. And
Mhm.
AI is probably above 80% of people in its capability here and now, even though its nature is nowhere near as high. Is nowhere near as expansive as far as how high it can get. The loftiest goals that it could possibly achieve, way lower than humanity. 80% of humans, at least in Western culture, America kind of sucks right now, are below the average capability of ChatGPT 5.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what I would say.
So I think that well, I was just going to briefly say we've talked on the piracy thing, forever. The copyright, the intellectual property thing. We've talked on that a whole lot, I think.
Yeah.
But just briefly touching on that, I think our concept of intellectual property is messed up entirely, not just in the West, but in the whole world, on one level or another. And I think that we need to have a more biblical understanding, and we need to study the Bible more when it comes to what intellectual property really is, if it's
Absolutely.
a thing. What the limits of intellectual property are. We don't have to go into all of that. He didn't go into all of that, but I think that beyond the overhype thing, I place it basically on the same place as the internet when it comes to how impactful it's probably going to be over time. If we did not have the internet, we wouldn't be having AI the way we are, and we're not having honestly, I think internet is one of the biggest, craziest things. Obviously, printing press was insane too, but I think it's just below internet and AI are like on par at this point. It's just that, once again, people are just in that process, like he talked about in the microwave thing. But and we're stupid. Like, I agree. So, like, I don't have issue with any of that kind of stuff. So we'll continue. The it democratizes art thing. He's just kind of started that. And I'll hear him out a little bit more before we get going. But Let me go ahead and hit
Especially
play.
now with actual tools that can actually facilitate creative endeavor. GarageBand is free on your MacBook. You have a camera on your phone that shoots in 4K, an iMovie on your computer for free. Blender is a 3D animation software that is completely free. You can make an entire video game within Roblox, a free video game on your Xbox. The argument for drawing or painting is even dumber. There is nothing more widely accessible in a modern first world country than a piece of paper. To claim that the barrier to entry is too high for art is just disingenuous at best. It's just not true. You can be an artist if you want to, you just don't want to. And importantly, generative AI isn't a tool to make you an artist anyway. Prompting AI to paint a picture for which you have an idea in your head is not the same thing as painting the picture. Prompting it to make a song about blank in the style of this artist with elements of this other artist isn't writing a song. It's not a tool for any.
So, I'm gonna need to pause here and be right back because Casey's calling me on the phone.
Yep.
All right, hold on one sec. Okay, now I'm back. Yeah, I heard you saying stuff, but like I did mute it on Discord after a minute, but
Yeah, I could just still hear you. So
that's weird because I definitely muted it on Discord after a second. I was talking briefly, but let's see here. Pull this back up. All right. So yes, it is a completely different thing. I think that for the sake, and this is where what is the purpose versus what is the process of the thing you're doing. I
like that distinction. I think purpose versus process, or purpose and process, is a really good distinction.
Right, because if I'm wanting to illustrate a point or a story or whatever, process doesn't necessarily matter. It can, depending on like what your purpose is and are you accomplishing it, right? Are you actually accomplishing it? Is there a better way to accomplish it, right? Like this goes to your like how you build a house kind of a thing, right? But a shed does not need the same things as a house. It needs some of the same things, but not all of the same things, right? Because it's just got a different purpose. This is why I still and I'm debating back and forth, but I've had it generally, minus the couple negative comments that I have received. Generally speaking, I've had far more positive than negative in regard to the Logo Sophia images that I've done.
Interesting.
Yeah, but there's been a few negative, and they get very outspoken, and they do some comments. But the fact is, plain text on a plain background or whatever, even especially stock images, don't even show up in people's feeds, and that's partly an algorithm thing, but it's also people scroll past those. If they're getting pricked by the negative, they're still seeing what's being said. You know what I mean?
It's almost any publicity is good publicity.
Right, which I don't completely agree with. But when it comes to what is the purpose, I want people to follow on social media. What is the best choice? I don't know yet. I'm still working through that. But this is the difference, and I can still use I feel like me using generative AI to create the images and not having any illustration in it whatsoever, just some kind of very plain gradienty background, no one's gonna bat an eye. Yet I did the exact same thing process wise. I think that's messed up. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do see what you're saying.
Yeah.
The argument from the other side, because I happen to be kind of close to the editor in chief of
Well, yeah.
Logosophia.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The argument from the other side is that she doesn't want Logosophia associated with AI.
Yeah, I totally get that. And
Like,
that's something that
her
I'm
her
happy
thing
to
is
say.
a brand image thing.
Right,
This
and
is
I'm-
against the image of the brand.
Yeah, and that's why I've been looking for other alternatives and haven't been just like, okay, steamroll forward.
I know.
Yeah, I'm playing with things, trying to figure it out. I understand brand authenticity and whatever. They have a specific vision, and if I was told no right now, I would drop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so for me, I'm experimenting. I'm figuring things out. You know, and this is the microwave process and whatnot. So like, I don't know the answers, but I do know that there's hypocrisy on both sides entirely. And I'm not talking about me and Debbie. I'm talking like there's major hypocrisy for people who make a gradient image with properly spelled text and font to make a quote for social media, and people who would be upset with that versus the other with an illustration on it. And then there's, on the other side of things, people who are like, well, now I don't have my job making something for social media. And I'm like, did you really want to do that in the first place? If you did, cool, you should do that. And you should do that premium thing. Like, this goes back to the antique, sort of thing. Like I was talking about, different ways to do stuff. Great. But like, I don't think there's really anyone out there who specifically wants to be an illustrator for social media posts. Right? Like that's their dream.
I think that there are people out there who want to be illustrators.
Yes, I agree with that.
But there are people out there who want to be illustrators, and you're cutting the bottom rung off of the ladder.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Whenever you do that, I think that that's a legitimate argument. I think that people who are like, if anybody's saying you're taking jobs away from people by using an AI image on social media, I think that that's significantly less important. The taking jobs away from people,
right?
It's less that you're not letting people. It's an entry level job thing, not a jobs thing in general. It's the same thing as minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
You're raising the minimum wage because you have to meet a certain threshold of quality to make your art better than the AI art. Like,
which
for
you don't,
a social
still don't
media
necessarily get the full guarantee one way or the other. But yeah, I am of the opinion of social, and this is my thing. I believe social media is completely worthless for an artist's time. And this is being in social media, working in social media for the majority of 5-6 years. I am more and more convinced that we have our priorities so backwards with social media from a promotional standpoint, where everyone thinks that they need to have a social media following by doing social media posting. Like, they're posting something. They're consistently getting something out.
You're getting an echo on the stream, by the way.
Interesting. On the stream itself?
Like, whenever I jumped into...
it's because of you. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Yeah. We may not be able to finish it if I do that, though. Give me a sec. I stopped screen share. I'm going to have to route you some other way. That's lame. Let me think of how to do that. You should be fine now, by the way, to talk.
Yeah.
Basically it was just, it's outputting through the same thing as the, not sure how I'm going to fix that.
I mean, we've got time.
Yeah, we do. Well, while I think about it, let me just finish my thought and then we can take a look at it. But basically, like, I'm convinced that the biggest reason people are failing promoting online, whatever it is they're promoting, is that they're not doing the big backbone things that they know they want to do. They're not taking the time to plot out making their actual movie. They're making promotional material for the thing.
Yeah.
This is why I think Poets at War, even though I have not been as strong on it lately, if I don't make Poets at War, I don't have social media posts.
Yeah.
And this is the thing people don't get. They've got it completely backwards. And I want artists who are illustrators to make the thing so that they can then make social media posts. Social media posting, you know, if someone wants premium social media posts, that should be an addition to what they're already doing.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't think that that's, I think we're incentivizing people chasing the nonsense over doing the backbone thing. Right.
Yes.
And so in that case, Ian, whom I'm still paying monthly right now, which I did not this month, I need to pay him. I had forgotten about it because of Christmas and all the rest.
Yeah.
But I pay him more at this point, even though he does do a few things for me here or there, and he's still working on some stuff. Like, I pay him more to do his own art at this point. Like, I really do, and I'm okay with that.
You're effectively acting as a patron.
Exactly.
Which is fantastic and exactly what we need.
Right, exactly. And this is my main point. Like, I am an artist of a different kind. Mine is mainly Sonic. I make Sonic art, not literally Sonic art, deviant art, weird people. Not Sonic the Hedgehog. But I make Sonic art. That's what I do. And that is mainly through my voice, and I'm a good editor of sound. That's what I do. I make other building blocks other ways. I can do it digitally. I can do it with my mouth. I can do it with instruments. I can do all those different things.
Yeah.
And so the question is, what is the purpose of the piece? Right. So that's kind of the main thing that I'm trying to get at overall. But let me see here. What is the best way for me to do this? Probably go. You can keep talking while I'm doing this. I'll listen as much as I can and respond.
I don't have a giant amount to say about that. Like, I think you're right. I think that I think that the reason artists are trying to do the social media thing is because for about a decade, since, I don't know, 2010, that was a legit way that artists could make money.
Right.
Like, they made their money. They were able to get legitimate business by posting, by attracting people on social media. And then the people that they attracted on social media would pay them to do their art.
Right.
And this is one of those things, like, I don't think social media has been a net good or been a net positive for society. I think it's been objectively a net negative. In spite of the good things it's done, I think the harm it's done has been far exceeds the positive. And I know that you, I'm pretty sure that you would disagree with that.
No,
but
how do I put this? Basically, I believe there was a period where it was net positive, and I think that by saying overall, you are correct. When you look at the entire whole, you are correct.
Yeah.
However, most of the bad, here's the two positives. The initial positive up until probably 2010, 2011 was there was a lot of absolutely horrible things that happened as a result of that period. However, the good that that it did to connect the world and to allow people to promote themselves and their businesses and whatever else. There's literally bands and people today in the music industry and other places that like would not be where they're at without that. But
Absolutely, 100%.
But then
that era was far more evenly mixed.
Yes. Even with how absolutely terrible, like the Channel Awesome stuff that ended up happening, kind of killing Channel Awesome in a lot of ways that we've talked about before, like that was horrible, but it also launched careers, and it was so volatile. Then everyone went, go ahead.
As far as I can tell, Channel Awesome is almost. As far as I can tell, Channel Awesome is virtually responsible for Nebula being a thing.
Yeah.
Because Lindsay Ellis was one of the founders of Nebula. And Nebula's awesome. Nebula's super cool. Full of communists, but like it's a really cool idea. I love the idea.
Right.
And so you have stuff like that. Out of the ashes come the roses of success.
Right.
To quote a great movie.
Great movie, great song that I'm very fond of quoting, as you know. But the issue that, okay, so there's that, and then the other thing is, I think that for the people, even today, for the people who actually use it to promote, and they're already at a professional level. I'm not talking about people who are just starting out.
Yeah.
But for the people who are already at a professional level, and I'm not talking like just corporations even, I'm talking the small business owner.
Yeah.
I still think that's a net positive. Does not mean that every single interaction is a net positive, does not mean that there aren't downsides to doing so. But for the person who is promoting as a small business owner and above, it is a net positive. It is not for the end user a net positive, the person who's actually like dealing with it on the consuming end, and it is not for the person who is starting out their business anymore. And so there is both a sector of social media where it is still a net positive and a period where it was more a net positive entirely. So I agree with you. When you look at the whole thing, the negative is outweighing the bad. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But I want to make those caveats because the system being broken is a result of top-down thinking from people who should not be doing top-down thinking. That's the thing that I'm trying to state overall. I think you should punish evil when evil appears. Putting the amount of guardrails, the ridiculous amount of guardrails, especially in the algorithm itself, that people have done for the sake of advertising dollars and the rest, has been the thing that ultimately kills social media and makes it old media.
Yeah.
You know? So, go ahead.
Out of the social media stuff, because of how poorly, like so absolutely poorly it has been managed, we actually have a renaissance, at least in rhetoric. I'm not saying it in action, but we have a renaissance of people trying to get actual interpersonal connection again. CJ the X, one of my favorite YouTubers. He's wrong about a lot, but my word, is he fun to watch. Like his Kill the Internet speaking events, where people come in and they surrender their phone at the gate and they do swing dancing and they listen to some dude on a stage talk. Like that fills me with an unimaginable amount of hope.
Yeah. I'm going to have a lot more hope when people I'm great with that. More than you know, actually. I'm going to be more excited when people are able to, without social worry, find a way to, and I'm not saying broadcast to the entire world, because the Brood is very insular that way. And it's something that I'm actually appreciating more and more about the Brood and about the castle and about these other places is, you know, and even having issues with like some of the people who've come in, you know, to the Brood and whatever from more like general, like, come on in, you know, sort of advertising. Not that I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing entirely, because you get some numbers up, it makes you look more legitimate. There's some good there too. But the point is, that's not ultimately what we're targeting at all. The main thing that we're targeting is people who love Lewis and Tolkien, who are Christians, et cetera, and basically, like, I want to be able to have a place where you've built your own platform, you curate the people who have access to it yourself, and you can, without social worry for the people that you are with or the people who might show up online, live stream a family dinner. Not all your family dinners, but say you have a special one or someone's birthday, you know, and you're family vlogging to this group of people.
Yeah.
When people are doing that socially, and I'm not saying with a phone even necessarily, I'm talking like maybe we have something better in the future, right? Like, I'm not talking like the way smartphones are. That's a great idea. I'm saying in the future, being able to open a portal to more people where they not just coming through immediately necessarily, but they can look through and appreciate what's happening on the other end. When we can do that and the other and be totally present, then I'm going to be full of hope. Because
I see that, and I think that is a fantastic vision.
Yeah.
It also just sounds like a medieval town.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like we had all of that, except it was in
worldwide
person.
medieval town.
Well, that's the thing. Like I'm not sure that that's possible. I'm not sure that it is possible to have a worldwide medieval town, because I think I want to think conservatively here. Liberals think in ideals, conservatives think in trade-offs. I want to think conservatively here. I think the trade-off for having that level of intimacy is range. I don't think that God created us to have that level of intimacy with a wide group. I think that is something that is something that we have with a very small group of people. And I think that like the internet is fantastic. Discord, like you said, the castle and the Brood, like, yeah, absolutely. That is fantastic because it has allowed Alex in Germany right now, to maintain some level of communication and friendship and intimacy.
Yeah.
Even though he's on the other side of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But it helps to maintain that. It is a tool for the maintenance of something that already exists, rather than a tool for creating something that hasn't existed yet. And I think that's where you and I diverge in our views of the future here. I agree with you on a whole lot as far as it goes. I think your vision is beautiful.
Yeah.
But I think it has to begin and end in person. It has to.
So
begin
as far as
end in person.
Yeah. So as far as the scaling, I agree with you actually. more than you might think.
I figured that you would.
As far as the scaling, I agree with you. I feel
Because
like
you were talking about how insular the brood and the castle are.
Right. So I just wanted to be sure that you understood that. Like,
Yeah.
I agree with you in that regard. As far as the beginning and ending thing, this is definitely a disagreement right now, but I don't think it's. I think we're both mischaracterizing each other slightly. And I'm not 100% sure how I'm mischaracterizing you yet, obviously, because that's a blind spot. But I just have an intuition that I am.
How am I mischaracterizing you?
So I believe that pen pals in the broadest sense have existed since the mail, right? Since messengers.
Totally. And since messengers, yeah, absolutely. Even before the mail system, yeah.
Yes. And so in regard to that, I think that starting something is more likely to happen in a situation where you're not just sending something out into the ether, but are more directly, trying to accomplish something, right? You sending out cold calls is in any situation is not optimal.
Ideal.
But there are places where cold calls do work. And not only that, the internet being the way it exists as a messenger, thinking of it as a messenger in the platonic ideal sense, it is a pathway, it is a road, and can be used to create messengers like websites, right? I'm not saying a messenger program or app. I'm saying like this is a place for this kind of people to gather.
The internet, I wouldn't say is a messenger. The internet is a highway.
Right. And on that highway and along that highway, you can create places for people with signs that point to it saying boiled peanuts. Right.
Yep.
And so while it is still unlikely that you're able to find a lifelong friend running a store on the side of a highway, and then maintain, access to them later on, you can still do that, right? When they're passing through or whatever.
Absolutely.
Right. And so for me, that's the way I view it, because I have had friends that have been exclusively online friends and I still haven't met in person. I realize that not everyone has, and I realize that that's not normal, quote unquote. That's not like that's not normative, I'd rather say. But
not normative, I think would be a fantastic term.
Right. But it isn't less legitimate when it happens, is my point. Right.
I wouldn't say it's less legitimate. I would say it's less sustainable.
Yes, I wholeheartedly
that's
agree
my
with
point.
that. Yes, it is strained. There is strain there, but all relationships have some amount of strain. And so generally speaking, on a scale of strain, you're going to have your more strained relationships with people that you're not in person with constantly. Generally speaking. However, obviously some people just going to rub each other the wrong way, and they're going to stubbornly deal with each other and your work relationships, right? Like there's that end of things too. But generally speaking, you choose the people that you want to be around and you be around them. This is why I'm trying to move to Oklahoma.
Yes.
Right. So my
for some reason you enjoy being around me.
Well, there's many other reasons too, but that seems to be one of the biggest, obviously. So, but yeah, this is the thing that I'm trying to say overall is like, I think that as strained as everything is due to overregulation and all these other sorts of things, me being in the place that I am, this is what I have access to. Yeah. And obviously I'm trying to figure out ways to do more stuff locally. I really was happy that Gene, our neighbor, invited us for dinner. Southern dinner. See, this is the thing. I actually still have some of the Old South words in my head, the way the Old South intended them. Do you know the difference between dinner, supper, lunch in the South?
Lunch is the meal that takes place, as I understand it. Lunch is the meal that takes place around noon. Supper is the last meal of the day. Dinner is the largest meal of the day.
That is an example. In my neck of the woods, that's not the case. Generally, what it was lunch is when you have a midday meal that is cold or basic in nature. It's a meal to get through the day. Supper is the last meal of the day, and dinner is when you actually have a supper midday.
Interesting.
Yes. So when I use the phrase dinner that way, which, like I said, slips out sometimes, not because that was what I was raised with, but just because that's the culture I was raised in, because we didn't call it that.
Yeah.
But like, that's what I'm referring to. So we had dinner yesterday in that sense of the word, with Gene and them, and that was really special, honestly, because Gene was very, very happy, and everyone was saying it's great to have you all as part of the family because we've been taking care of Gene and all that stuff, and it really does feel good for that. And you know, I have other big connections. There's a friend I haven't told you a lot about that's one of Casey's friends who's she was here for a while, and then she's up in North Carolina now. She actually was one of Peter's technical wet nurses, not literally, but she had a lot of frozen milk because Peter had a hard time nursing. I don't know if you remember that, but
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and so she was one of the ones. And Casey became friends with her. She ended up having a nasty divorce, all kinds of other stuff. She's still kind of going through a little bit. She went and moved up with her father in about two hours away in North Carolina, and they have an Airbnb and have been like, if y'all ever find yourself completely out, just come stay for free till you get it figured out, you know. So like those sorts of relationships are just really special, and like we try and maintain as many of them all over as we possibly can. And being a more nomadic people in just the way that we've been, there's Marvin Gaye. For some reason my alarm was Marvin Gaye. All of these are super valuable to me, and maintaining them and choosing which ones I maintain and how I maintain them is something that is not, because of my current circumstances, something that I can immediately just say, okay, closest people are most important. That's exactly. That's literally not true for my mother. You know, like, and so, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is the thing, like, I don't want to be dogmatic about this.
Right.
I'm not trying to be dogmatic. I'm trying to be idealistic. I'm trying to, you were asking the question, what's the goal? And obviously, I don't think that having a friendship that exists mostly or entirely online is necessarily a bad thing, because I'm friends with you. And that started online and has been, with the exception of 2 cases, exclusively online.
Yeah.
And so I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing, but I do think that it is, I do think that it has specific areas of specific ways that it is substantially worse than a normal in-person friendship. And one of those ways is that I don't get to see you as much, and I like seeing you. I like hanging out with you. Like that's the type of thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to push our goal. What's the goal here? Is the goal just online? No, that can't be our goal. If the goal is just online, then it's going to fail.
Right.
And I think that that's where.
And you don't have as much of a vested interest in pushing the online part of things, because the thing that's lacking for your end of stuff is the people who aren't there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. With me, the problem is I'm not where the people are, and I've been working on that. You know, I want to be where the people are. That's always been the thing with my life. But the sidetrack, I have to tell you about this. There was a video that I saw on TikTok that was a it was a parody of Part of Your World, but it wasn't a direct parody. They changed the melody a lot, but it was a shark singing it, animated shark singing it, and he was singing about all the stuff that he wanted to eat. And at first it was like, I want to eat what the people eat, and it was like, you know, all these various things, but then it just kept going, and he was like, I want to eat the cop cars, I want to eat the buildings, I want to eat the tires, and it just kept going, getting more and more ridiculous. And then he like dreamt up having legs just so that he could go and eat those things. And it was just getting more and more ridiculous, like I said. Eventually he gets caught by a fisherman and pulled up on deck. They cut off his fins, and then the guy who did this and dropped the shark back in the water goes, I want to eat what the Chinese eat.
Okay, you need to send that to me. I need to send that to Debbie.
Yeah, totally. It has a lot of like cartoon gore and stuff, but I will send you that video. But yeah, it was really funny. Let's see. So,
Did we figure out the stream stuff?
I think I just fixed it. I'm going to mute this and try to change this. Hold on. All right, go ahead and talk. Okay, you're coming through. It seems to be working fine. Let me pull up Safari, and I'm going to pull it back a little bit and hit play. Y'all watch the stream too when you get a chance, and we'll see if we worked it all out. Check 1, 2, and then of course you talk when you get a chance to do that. Oh,
in
I didn't
4K
unmute
and
Safari. There
iMovie
we
on your
go.
computer for free. Blender is a 3D animation software that is completely free.
Really?
You can make an entire video game within Roblox, a free video game on your Xbox.
It says
the
it is on my
argument for
end.
drawing or painting is even dumber. There is nothing more widely accessible in a modern first world country than a piece of paper.
Oh, I see what you're
To
saying.
claim
You're
that
saying
the barrier to entry is too
Okay.
high for art is
Share
just
screen.
disingenuous
I didn't do
at
that.
best. It's just not true.
Yeah.
You can be an artist
there we
if
go.
you want to.
Share
You just
screen.
don't want to. And importantly,
And
generative
then-
AI isn't a tool to make you an artist.
Can you hear your
anyway.
end of things?
Prompting AI to paint a picture for which you have an idea in your head is not the same
Okay, good. So you should be able to.
thing as
The
painting
question
the
is
picture.
the
Prompting
YouTube
it to
stream
make a
hearing
song about blank in the style
both
of
or
this
what?
artist with elements of this other artist isn't writing a song. It's not a tool for anything.
Yeah,
It's
I
just an-
basically separated the Discord and Safari audio to two different things, and I think I'm sending it properly now to where it's not all coming into YouTube through one into OBS and then to YouTube through one thing. What's up, sweetie? You want to say hi? You can come say hi to Mr. Alex. She's really excited about coming and seeing you guys this summer if we can swing it. So next thing's the van, and then after that is Jane. Speaking of which, yours is coming very soon, right? Next week. Sweet. Are you all just waiting for labor? What are we doing? Sweet. Say hi.
Hi.
He said hi. Did you hear him?
Mm-hmm.
She's been listening to Guardian. She's pretty much finished it. Right?
The last part.
Yeah, she said she really liked that part. She said she really likes Bobby, actually. Yep, yeah, he loves Freak Show. So she said that part was pretty scary, but she liked it, so. Is there anything else you need right now, baby? You sure? Okay. You're allowed to sit and watch, that's fine. You can also watch it on YouTube if you want to. That's up to you. So,
Wait, this is in.
she doesn't have an account. So yeah. But yeah. So and you can hear the audio. Things should be good because Discord does the mix minus thing and cancels you out like to you. That's not a problem, but on the stream was the issue, and I think I got that figured out. So anyway,
it's not even a means to an end. It's just
let me get to where we were.
Not
we were right
realistic.
About here.
If we were in pursuit of more time for art, one of the primary focuses of AI investment and research wouldn't be how to get it to make better art. Number 4, I have a really good friend who's
well, like I said about that, that's just like, what is the purpose of it? There are some things that it's worthwhile doing, like actual art, not one of them, but social media posts are not art. I'm sorry, they're not.
far more AI positive than I am, who I love and who I respect very much. And he presented this to me, which I do think might be the best argument I've heard. He said, there will always be a place and a market for human-made art in the same way that there right now is still a market for like handmade pottery or crocheted blankets on Etsy. The market may be more like niche and specific, but the AI-ification of art would create a world that actually places a higher value on human-made art because it would become like a artisan, boutique sort of thing.
That is that is a question of where are the people's hearts. I'm not saying that that's what will happen. I am saying that is what should happen. Right? I don't believe that people are trained enough to figure this out en masse. I don't. But I do think that stupid doesn't work. And we may have another 30, 40 years before we figure this out entirely. But maybe not, because everyone has such a visceral reaction against AI, which I'm actually thankful for. Overall, like I really am. I think that there's a log in your own eye issue. That's like I've talked about that. There's hypocrisy on both sides. But the beyond that, I'm actually glad that there's pushback. It's making me think harder about what I'm doing, like I'm actually very thankful for my friends talking about all this stuff. And I think I've expressed that, maybe not all the time, but to y'all as much as I can. Like, I really want to figure out what this is for, So. Right. Yep. Right. Yes, absolutely. And like I said, I'm the guy who sees a cliff and goes, man, it would be really cool if we could parachute off of that. I'm that friend. I'm aware. You gonna die. You gonna die. But then you remember, oh yeah, he's actually pretty good at building parachutes. Careful. Right. Yep. So anyway,
and I've thought about this a lot because at first it really did kind of stump me, but I think my response is this. I think that is a really nice silver lining, right? Like, I think that I agree that worst case scenario, human-made things, even like human-made video games compared to a video game generated by an artificial intelligence, human-made things will always have a place because, like I talked about in my first video about AI, we can feel the difference, and there is humanity and importance in that difference, and people will always want to feel that difference. However, is this the future that we want? Like, accepting this as a positive feels a lot more like looking on the bright side than an actual advocacy for the existence of this future. I mean, I get it. Like, my family owns an Italian restaurant. We didn't go out of business when Olive Garden came around, right? Walmart didn't kill the designer clothing brand, but do we need Olive Garden? Do we need a McDonald's to the mom and pop burger shop of art and music? Is that a thing that anybody really wants? Our food, our clothes, our cars, our consumer products are all already the cheapest, shittiest, quickest possible slop options, and we have the expensive alternatives to all of these. Do we need that to be applicable to the art we consume also? Or can this not be the only industry that we keep that philosophy away from? Because
we didn't keep it away with Hollywood. Why would we do that now? I'm not saying we should. You see what I'm saying? Like, that seems like an idealized version of an industry. Like, there's always going to be people that are doing the sin of making a quick buck by taking advantage of your sucker neighbor. Right. But yeah, go ahead. We're good Calvinists here. We know about the total depravity ain't going away anytime soon. Right. Right, exactly. This was a thing that I heard recently on a TikTok. Really fantastic TikTok. It was like, 4 or 5 minute one, but the guy was explaining the thing that people don't get about Christmas Carol, that they kind of zoom past all the time, is the coal scene when he's adding coal to the fire. Did I tell you about this or no? Yeah. Somebody else. But this is the point. His Ebenezer Scrooge's sin is not just basic greed. It's the idea that everyone else should be acting like him. It's that kind of avarice, just like people who are not like me, like, and that goes all the way back to like what we're talking about with Calvinism. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, he's lying about reality. He's lying about reality because he's saying that good isn't good. He's saying bad is. He's saying this alone is good. Not all the other stuff. All these other things are not good, and that's not what God says about the world. And so we have a very similar situation here, where we're going to have your terrible people making a buck off of folks, but the point of that is the only thing that's good about reality is giving someone the bottom line of what they paid for, instead of going above and beyond and surprising people and all these other sorts of things. Like, there's so much you can do as a business person. And when you cut all of the fat, when you don't leave some grain in the field for the widow's threshing, right? And that goes all the way down to your labor and the quality of your labor. Like, we're not going to get anywhere with that. So I hear you whispering you're probably going to have to get off soon, is what I'm guessing. No? Okay, cool. Just making sure. I never want to keep you more than you need to, because you do good stuff. So, we can continue.
Even that's not entirely true already. The #1 song of 2024 was "I Had Some Help" by Post Malone and Morgan Wallen. An Avengers ass amalgamation of a song by a white rapper turned indie artist and a racist castaway turned country pop star. It's not like we need AI to make our music simpler and dumber and more one size fits all. We're already
Thank you for making my entire point.
there on our own. And before I get to my final point, I want to make one more observation. This doesn't really fit into any like counter argument kind of framework, so just on its own, this is a thought I had in a conversation with a friend of mine yesterday, actually. I think one of the main differences with AI is that generative AI feels truly like valueless if you think about it for more than 10 seconds, with the only meaningful application of it being the replacement of human endeavor.
Once again, going back to purpose. Right? Am I giving you... Okay. Let me see if I can phrase this properly. People who are writing a book, let's go to book, because that's the easiest way to do this. Writing a book using AI. They are generating a book, and they do edits on it, and they put it out. You know, the kinds of ones I've talked about that I've worked on myself, as far as voice acting and whatever else. That is not valueless, but it is of lower value because it is not a book, it is an idea. So there can be good ones. I'm not saying that there aren't. They're not the average, because not all ideas are good. Most ideas are not. Also, you can have a great idea that's badly executed, and it's still not going to be great, right? Because the execution is so bad I know what you're saying. Being kind to each other and all the ideals of communism are fine. The idea that you no hold on. I'm aware. I'm talking about all the surface level stuff people talk about, the word itself. The etymology of the word itself. Communityism. Fine. Whatever. Right. So, but point being that when you are selling ideas and you're just selling the idea, it has to be really, really good. Especially when you're actually competing against artists who can execute the work, who have good prose. And so my point is that you can't say it is valueless. You can say it's cheap. You can say it is utterly so cheap that it is not of value. Right? That's different than saying that it is inherently without value. Because in my opinion, saying that any idea that a human legitimately comes up with, as long as it is generally unique, not I'm saying the original because nothing new under the sun, but if a person comes up with a generally unique idea using their own brain power, that is not, because of the nature of the value of human worth and dignity under the image of God and everything else, that is not without value. But actually taking an idea and executing it, you know, if I make something like a really, really funny joke with an AI, and I use that joke, not the writing of it, but the actual, like, you know, a little video, goofy little video, comic, whatever. If I am communicating that idea well using the tool that I have, then I did what I set out to do. I accomplished my goal. I did the thing. Now, is there a better way to do it? Possibly. Is that worth the amount of time that it takes? That's a calculation. That's a wisdom call, right? And so I'm tired of hearing that ideas, and I have been for a long time before AI. This is something that has bothered me. Before I had Guardians written, that's worthless. Yeah, it's incomplete, right? Any of my stuff right now, ITR is not worthless. It's incomplete. No, ideas are cheap. The ideas are not worthless. Right. Well, it's a seed. Right. But you can water the ground, right? You can water the ground until it's a mud puddle. But the fact is, like, if there's no seed there, it's not going to do anything. You have to have an idea. And in a sense, I don't like the phrase the execution is everything. I don't like that. But I do agree that ideas are cheap, just like seeds are cheap. Seeds are cheap. That's just a true thing. You know, you can get seed out of anything. There's more seeds than there is fruit. Right? Like, this is so in a fruit itself, there's almost always more seeds than there is fruit. Obviously, you know, you have your pits and stuff, your pitted fruits, stone fruits and stuff. They're different, but generally speaking, God made the world in such a way that seeds are more abundant than fruit. Right? Like, that's just, and so, but a seed is not worthless. It's worth way less than a fruit because you actually have to put work into it. But, you know, if I have a way to go ahead, quick, quote unquote, microwave a seed, sometimes I just need to eat so that I can actually make the nice thing. Right? This isn't just means to an end either. It's like we're making multiple steps, and this is the thing. Humans don't do this. We're short-term thought. We do short-term thinking about how am I going to fill my needs right at this second. Nobody plans ahead of time. Nobody plans for the future. Like, I'm there. That's the problem. People see AI as, oh, I'm going to type something in and it's going to solve all my problems. No, it's not. It's inherently not, and it never was going to. And I'm 100% with this guy and you on that. But it is a seed, and it's not worthless. If you plant it and love it and water it properly, you're going to get it. And we don't know how to do it yet. This is a new seed. We don't know what to do with it. We're figuring that out. And that's scary.
It's not a tool that's aiding in advancing creative industry, because we can already do, with our current tools and processes, literally anything that we want to do creatively or consumer product wise. Innovation in technology created huge leaps, for example, in what was possible on like the Nintendo 64 compared to the Super Nintendo, or the PS3 compared to the PS2, or in movies like the advancements in CGI and special effects compared to like Jaws or E.T. and Avengers Endgame, right? Like, these are massive jumps in capability. But when you compare the PS5 to the PS4, the biggest difference, the $300 difference, is frame rate and loading times. What I mean is this: we are already at the most impressive, amazing, cutting-edge boundary technology's potential assistance in facilitating the imagination of the human brain could possibly ever get to. There is genuinely, already, not exaggerating, nothing that is impossible in terms of video, visual art, music, movies, video games. There is nothing that is impossible. There is no idea that is prohibitive. There is no technological innovation, be it AI or otherwise, that could feasibly be a jump in possibility comparable to the advent of Technicolor in 1914 or the 8-bit processor in 1972. All that is left is the pursuit of convenience, of like quickening the process. And in practice,
Not 100% true. Because there are style variations. There are style variations not thought of yet. But that's... Yeah. Yes. 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 There are no technological advancements for the future, but there are uses of technology that will aid stylistic choices that have not yet been connected. So I'm there as far as yeah. So it's not like that's a mine that we can't further mine. It's just that we've mined all of the gold out of it, and there's still silver. Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Correct. Not until well, technically that's open, but that's not though. Other senses, I don't think that we've gotten true smells, touches, etc. Like, you can do that, but that's not really like a media yet. Mm-hmm. Well, that it's almost a secondary thing though, because the imagination station is something entirely different than the I'm aware of that. But point that I'm trying to say is the experience, that's the key word, experience of something like the imagination station is entirely different than I just downloaded all of Wikipedia into my random access memory and I actually have it memorized in the long term as well for quick access. That's completely different because it's experientially based, right? Humans will always crave experience because we are actually made to experience God. So in that way, I do agree, like, we don't need direct neural interface. I also have issues with direct neural interface in the sense that we are trying to create a reality outside of ourselves. right? And claim it as reality. Like, mostly against that. I think that there could be some very, very minor and very, very narrow specific ways that could be helpful, particularly in training, like physically training a surgeon and things like that. But generally speaking, don't make alternate realities. However, experientially, I think that it will be neural connection is actually not going to help, because we're going to lose authenticity the closer we get to the brain, because we're not using our body. Right. So that's, I think that's a clear, evident thing, but we can go ahead and continue.
That means the removal of steps, the removal of the process, and effectively the removal of the person. Why do we need an LLM you can prompt, make me a 2D Frogger style video game with dogs instead of frogs, and the logs and the bogs are cogs, and the cogs are clogged, but they slog, and when dogs get soggy in the bog, they can't jump. You can already make that if you wanted to, or you could just play Frogger. If you don't have the passion and interest to pursue the learning and honing of skills necessary to make that game, that's fine. You can collaborate with someone who can, or you can pay someone to make it at your direction, or you can just not make it. Not everyone has to be able to do every single thing. That's okay. If you're
And some people want to do it with AI because you get different artifacts and different stylistic choices. This is the other factor, I'm not saying I am never for replacing the old ways. Like I said, this is the antique thing again, right? There's going to be antique ways of doing things. Mm-hmm. No, you don't. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 So here's my question. Do you believe using regulation to keep pneumatic tires on the road, as opposed to the far superior, in many cases, many applications, not all, but many applications, especially for regular driving cars, that they've created non-poppable tires that go just as long, but they are, holding up that industry? Is that a good thing? I don't think it is. Right. And so I right. Right. And so in this case, I believe that the killing off of other ways is more of an issue of okay, so a lot of people who are in physical crafting fields are dealing with this right now. And I would say crafting, I don't just mean art, and I don't just mean practical. Like, I'm talking all crafting industries where you're physically with your hands either manufacturing or modifying something, right? There's other industries that have dealt with this. Horses are a big one that come to mind, and the for transportation purposes, horses for transportation purposes. The issue with that really comes down to framing and refusal to, in a lot of cases, reframe what it is you do and why you do it. A lot of people really want to hold to, this is still valuable because the trade-offs are different, and I think that this value proposition is better than that value proposition, which it might be. It might legitimately be better. And educating people about that has become your new job. But people don't want to change to education. They don't want to change to historicity and story stuff, even if it's not a dying industry or you think you're competing. People don't want to switch to, this is why this is better. They don't want to become an educator. And somewhat I can understand why. They want things to keep going on the way that they always have. That's not how business works, not even in your ideal G.K. Chesterton utopia, like that's not the way it's going to work. If you are suddenly not getting business, it's your responsibility to figure out why and adjust accordingly. Right? So that's my thing with the you know, the cottage industries and things, is they only become cottage industries if they do their job right. If they realize the problem and make the pivot. Right. And that's sad. There's a lot of industries like rental video stores that I think died for no good reason. Toy stores, no good reason. Although I will say abortion clientele, like that is a really hard thing to get past. You know, they're up against some really crappy stuff with that, you know, but like for me, if you don't make the transition, and that's not a Darwinistic idea. That's like, are you stewarding the thing God gave you or not? 2D animation, same thing. And it might be coming back soon. They've been floating the idea at Disney for about a year now of returning to 2D. So we will see, but here we go.
Not a video game developer, and you don't want to be a video game developer. You don't need a tool that allows you to be a shittier version of a video game developer. I don't know what the purpose is. There isn't potential for advancement in these fields. The advancement is just replacing human effort. And I just fundamentally disagree with the value of replacing that. It just is a waste of time and effort, and it's literally only a harmful, negative pursuit. Now, using AI as a research tool, using it in medical diagnostic data synthesis, or to simplify the process of cataloging sources and research, or to create a quiz you take to help you study for something, that's really cool and valid and great. The pursuit of using it for generation or execution of your ideas without having to hone the skills necessary to make those ideas happen.
And that's another thing. Generative AI, a lot of people who either have a short, what's the term I want to use for this? I don't want to use the term assembly line, but that's really what it kind of comes down to. I wish there were a better process, but like that's a little bit too vague. Workflow, that's not bad. People who have a shorter workflow and have only ever worked with short workflows, especially for digital, because it's all theoretical, it's all, you know, imaginative, it's all visual, all audio. When you have a short workflow and you're used to short workflows, you start to believe that generative AI, generative by its very nature, when you hear the word generative, it is the beginning of a process. Nothing that is generated, period. I'm sorry. There's nothing that is generated that is complete. There is still execution beyond that point. And not only is there execution, there is often cataloging beyond that point. Cataloging assets for a final execution. Right? This is why films have a more realistic, filmmaking has a more realistic process and workflow and all that, in that shooting a film, you shoot something over and over and over and over again, and you get all your footage and you catalog it for the editor. Right? This is very similar to the process for animation, but animators actually, like, they throw away when they mess up, or they erase and they change it, depending on, you know, what their process is, right? So even in 2D animation, that's the case. When you are creating something, you're constantly messing up, fixing until you get your final draft of the thing that you're making. And we have not taught people how to iterate in schools. We have not taught people how to mine the generative ore, which either can come from your brain, can come from a prompt, can come from, you know, whatever. Because the fact is, it didn't come from the generative AI, it came from your prompt plus the generative AI. What's up, Abby? How are you doing? Pretty good on the screen share thing I'm doing. I'm watching a video with Alex at the moment, and we're talking back and forth about AI stuff. He had this video that he wanted me to react to for a while, so we've been going through that. But happy to take a break and talk. Happy to continue on this. How are you? How was your Christmas? Also, we're live on stream. Just so you know, we are live on a stream on YouTube. Yep. Wonderful. Good to hear. Tell me about it. Mm-hmm. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. We had a funny thing with that too. I got Hazel a boombox that plays all kinds of different things, and my mother-in-law actually got me the exact same one. So I was like getting jealous of Hazel's a little bit. I'm like, man, you got a cool gift, kid, whatever. But then like it turned out my mother-in-law got me one. So it was funny. Yeah. So yeah, well, that's awesome. You want us to continue going with this or talk about whatever? Okay. You want to keep going, Alex? All right.
Is not. And that brings me to the final question. So, what? I work in education. I'm a middle school teacher, and every year, every single year, we are bombarded with new EDGA apps, new programs that the county has purchased and wants us to use with students. And we go to these professional development camps, and we learn about the new program that is going to help our students learn. For example, in the 7 years that I've been teaching, instead of paying teachers a fair wage, the county in which I work has purchased licenses to No Red Ink, Newsella, IXL, iReady, Discovery Ed, Star Renaissance, Brain Pop, Edgenuity, StudySync, Progress Learning, Ed Puzzle, Flocabulary, Canva, Kami, Quizzes, Kahoot, Blookit, Vocabulary.com, Magic School, Explore Learning, Gizmos, Mystery Science, My Journey, Diffit, Sora. I literally could keep going. And every year, I happily bring up the following concern to the chagrin of every wide-eyed higher-up in the county who didn't want to be a teacher anymore and instead went into the business of telling teachers what to do in the county office. Why do we have to do this? Why are we trying to replace human interaction and developing relationships with our students with sitting them in front of another computer screen and having it do it for us? And every time I ask this question, everyone, almost unanimously without exception in the room, agrees with me. And the answer is always the same. Look, I get your concern, but this is just the way the world is going. Like, they're gonna need to know how to use this stuff because it's not going anywhere. And we just have to try to prepare them for a digital world. Something like that.
Yeah, as opposed to, you know, humans actually getting good at a tool and then teaching other humans how to use the tool. This is the thing that the top-down governmental bureaucracy, which you already know that I have issue with, Alex. You know, I'm already mostly on his side with this. Is just the problem is forcing people to do it a certain way as opposed to being like, oh yeah, look at what this tool can actually do. You know, it's like a totally different, this is homeschool versus public school mindset, you know, so. Yep. It's not manifesting, but it's kind of manifesting. Yeah. Yep. Right. 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 Which is why I pay Ian to do his art more than I do to do stuff for me, even though he occasionally does stuff for me. The patron model, right? Patrons actually taking charge and, you know, putting their money by the things that they actually want to see. See, this is the same thing. They're doing patronage, but they're doing patronage to more bureaucracies because that's what they want to see. Mm-hmm. Yep. By the way, Abby, you're fully allowed to jump in at any point you want to. Just wanted to make sure you're feeling welcome and everything. We're not just running a show with you here. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, totally. Not a problem to just listen. I just wanted to make sure you feel welcome to jump in, even if you just have a quick thing. Yeah. Yep. All right.
And my response is this to the State Department of Education.
I'll pause. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But that's right. But you can make a living out of sideshow attractions. Otherwise, we wouldn't have pumpkin farms. Right. No, but this is my point, right? Like pumpkin farms make their money by having a specific season. They have some other, random things at their farm. They give tours, they do the whole 9 yards, and they sell pumpkins. You see my point? Because we're not in a famine where the only thing we can eat is pumpkins, or a climate where we can only eat pumpkins. Like that can happen. Like sure enough, you see what I'm saying? But like, right, theoretically could happen. And we're going from a society that subsists only on pumpkins to, oh my goodness, there's also spaghetti squash now. Oh my gosh, spaghetti squash is so much better because XYZ and blah, blah, blah. And look at all these other things you can do. People go, oh, but you can't make a pumpkin pie. You can't have it. And I just want to say, it's all squash. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. And so, right. Well, in that case, I was not specifically talking about that. I was talking about antique industries, right? As far as extending the antique industry to the AI sort of a thing, I'm not talking about AI replacing and creating. This is the asset generative thing, right? There's a difference between assets, whether you generate them or not, and a finished product and or industry. I'm arguing that the generative AI process is for creating assets, period. Right? And so in regard to that, anyone who takes the assets and tries to just peddle assets is not actually being a novelist or a social media marketer. Not entirely, because there's so much more you have to do than that. They're not being so everyone's thinking, oh, I can just do this instead of that, right? But the fact is, you cannot be a generative squash person if you don't have a stall to sell your squash at. If you're just selling it out of the back of your truck and it's totally not good, and you're not making sure that you're actually getting the best squash that you can possibly get through your generative process, you're not doing it. There's so much more. You're not doing the sideshow attractions. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. And the fact is, people are not even treating it as squash anymore. They're not treating it as an asset. They're not treating it as what it is. Therefore, when you start hawking it, of course you're lying about it. Right? So I'm saying this is like, imagine if Hollywood actually sold movies by the hard drive of the hours and hours and hours of raw footage that they took. That's right. That's what's happening with AI. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah. Yeah. They're going there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. They're pouring out their wine in the street. Right. They're pouring out the wine in the street. Yeah. Right. Right. Unless they're right. Okay, let's take stupid doesn't work into account. Everyone, including you and a lot of other folk, are taking into account stupid doesn't work. This is all AI slop, moving into, that category. And I'm starting to see that opinion far more than any others. So it is self-regulating. It is actually moving in a direction where things are changing. Doesn't mean that it can't be pushed down the road into more stupid by people with tons of money. Obviously, we saw that, in the past 10 years for sure. But and of course, we're both against the monopolizations and all those other sorts of things, like 100% there. I'm not in any way saying that everyone should use it, that it's this big democratization thing, even though it does democratize. I'm not discounting that. I'm not saying that, like, any of these sorts of things. This is one of those things that Knox talked about at Fight Laugh Feast, right? This kind of thinking is the thinking of kings. This is Ecclesiastes. This is the mysteries that kings go to look into. There aren't that many kings, right? Like, but you have to have paradigms for kings too. Right? And so I'm not saying that this is a universal paradigm for everybody without question, but this is a paradigm for free people that more people need to take up, because we need more kings, in the sense that we need people who are kings of their individual realms and taking personal responsibility. This once again goes back to personal responsibility, right? Right. Right. Yeah. So, mm-hmm. By teaching holistically and teaching that the only way to teach is holistically, this is like the classical Christian school argument. Even though, like I've said, I'm more homeschool, but like we're in sync. Like, that's true homeschoolers. TM are 100% on the same page as all the proper classical Christian schoolers who are also on the same page. Like, we're all moving in the same direction. We're trying to train people to not only take personal responsibility, but to think as kings and queens, like ruling their realm rightly. Yes. Correct. Absolutely. 110%. Amen. Praise the Lord. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Of course, no one was ready for the internet. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. So in this case, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. So it so in that case, my question is, let me be careful how I phrase this because it could be taken the wrong way really quickly. So the when God gives a good gift out of season, what do we do? That's the big question that I have overall, but I'm gonna pinpoint a few things scripturally. So also we're dealing with a famine. We're dealing with a famine of not education in the Western sense of the word, but in the paideia, whatever you want to call it. Right, exactly. We're discipleship, right? We have a we can only hear my side. That's odd because Discord says it's going through. Let me check here. Um I'm just checking something. Hold on. Discord says it's going through. Alex, start talking. Okay, let me see if I can fix this real quick. I'm going to mute my mic. Ian said he was watching. So give me just a second. I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm going to grab my earbud so that I can listen to the stream on my phone and see what's up. I'm gonna be right back, y'all.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Actually, I always liked Tennyson. One of my favorites is actually it's a pretty simple one. Lady Claire. I just think it's really as a I used to have the lullaby from Midsummer Night's Dream memorized because I wanted to use it to play, but we never did the play, so I've forgotten it since.
I'm having a really hard time figuring this out because it says that Discord is going out to the stream, like the audio from Discord is going out to the stream, and I'm seeing the levels bounce, but I am not hearing anything on the stream in that regard. So I am really not sure what's going on. Would resetting the stream help? I doubt it. Just having a really hard time figuring this out. Yeah, I can hear myself, but not you guys. And I'm like, what is the deal here? Because like I said, it's bouncing. It's just not. Let me see here. Properties. Let me do this. Let me do that and then that. Let me close Discord real quick and then see what I can do. Okay. Nope, you're good. I'm back. I'm just okay. We'll see if that worked. I'm listening to the stream on my earbud to check. So give me just a minute. Once it catches up. Yeah, it's not. It's still not. That is so annoying. I'm going to switch back. We can finish the video another time. I think we got most of his main points. I'm going to switch back to the other setup. All right. They should be able to hear you now.
Hello?
I will
Can
make
the
absolutely
people
sure.
hear me?
Let me see. Keep talking.
Hello? I speak to the people from beyond the void. Do you hear me? I don't know why I'm speaking deeply.
Yep, that fixed it for whatever
Cool.
reason.
Yay.
It just doesn't want to do audio capture from the individual applications. So
Interesting.
yeah. Yeah, it's odd. So
Oh.
whatever. But you guys are back, so that's good.
Yep.
Where did we leave off?
Wash and something or other.
Where was it?
Oh, I heard like there was, squash and
Yeah, we
something.
were talking squash and
yeah.
stuff, yeah.
You were using metaphors.
Okay. I was saying, okay, going back to how do we create a paradigm for
Yes, paradigm for kings.
right.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say anytime God gives a gift out of season, how should we approach it? And I was about to give some biblical examples. I also said we do have a famine in this case, in the case of education and discipleship, really in the main sense, the paideia.
Yeah.
So basically my question is, what it really comes to is, what is something biblically that people really, really, really needed in the Bible and was completely and totally scarce? And what did we do with it when we found it? I think a really good example, and obviously not in any way equate, and this is where it could be taken the wrong way, absolutely, totally not equating it with AI. What did Josiah do when they found the book of the scriptures? He went and read it and gave it to everybody.
Yeah.
Right. Now, he didn't make copies for everybody. I'm aware of that. Right. So there's something to be taken from that. But that's one example. What can we think of some other examples? God gives
Jesus.
people the manna, right? You could think of well, I was thinking the manna in the wilderness. He gives people the manna in the wilderness every morning.
So also
and gives them
Jesus.
specific. Yes. And so obviously Jesus. But he gives them
Well,
to.
I'm more joking about Paul saying that like the manna in the wilderness was Jesus.
Yeah, totally. I got the joke. But he gives them specific instructions and gives it to them at specific levels so that they can deal with it because of their sin, right? And then when they complain, he says, "Okay, here's what it looks like if I actually gave you everything you want," and he dumps a ton of birds on them. Right? So, like, there is, I think, all throughout Scripture, both. There is real both stuff in this case. I think that I think both ways of dealing with it have relevance, and I do think it comes to wisdom. You can start reading Ecclesiastes and start looking at ways that we can apply all this. But the question is, where's our jurisdiction once again? What do we actually have control over? How should we be dealing with it on a practical level? On a societal level, I'm with you. I'm with regulations that punish evil doing.
Yeah, of course.
Especially because we've been a more free than not free people. And the more you clamp down on something like this, the more it's going to end badly. Right?
Yes.
And generally that's not just what's the ideal of how free we should be. That's also we've been a free people, so in a real sense, we need to think about what a more free than less free people are going to do if you start clamping down. Like, that's just a practical decision, you know. So the ideal, the practical, they both apply in that regard. So now, how do we deal with king making? Which is the real question. It's a very canon way of putting things, right? How do we deal with king and queen making in the real sense? What's up?
Yeah.
And king making, you have to have a paradigm for what a king is. That's already built into what we're doing while doing king making. So what is a kingly way to use something that, like AI, that has these open-ended possibilities? I would argue experimentation with the backbone of Scripture. You know what you can and cannot do. In all these other cases, you have to be principled in the way you experiment. So principled experimentation. I think that not everyone has the principles not everyone has the applicability of the principles that they've learned to technology, and they have not practiced applying the gospel in a real sense to technology. And that is why everyone is terrified of doing so, because they haven't, right? That's been in the realm of science and technology and all these progress things.
Absolutely.
And therefore we have to like shove that aside and shove it down deep and suppress all these, you know, wanton lusts, right? And that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
And I want to say no. I want to say, how are we going to actually apply this? And I'm trying to live that out in my regular life. Totally not perfectly. You know a lot of my shortcomings in that regard, but trying to figure out what is the actual righteous application of said technology. And I have not been able to find a single technology that does not have some righteous application. Same with language, same with, you know, this is the whole like the argument that I've talked about with the Second Commandment violations. I don't believe that the visual medium as a communicative language, whatever phrasing you want, some people, oh, it's not a language. Yes, it is. It communicates, right? Like I don't believe there's a single language, body language included, and all these other sorts of things where you cannot communicate the gospel. And if there was something that you could not communicate the gospel with, that language should be damned.
You see, you said body language, and the first thing that I thought of was Ursula from The Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, you got sign language. You can talk with your body. Right?
Yeah,
And so
I know what you're saying, and you're completely right.
yeah,
I just thought that was really funny.
it is really funny. But yeah, so like this is my point entirely. If there's a technology that cannot be used for the furtherance of the kingdom, let it be damned.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
And
with you on that.
The point that I'm making is not that AI can't be used for that. It's that I don't think that we have an Aragorn.
Right. But I can't
I don't think
control
that
what
there are
other
any
people do.
Aragorns.
But also, I can't control what other people do outside my jurisdiction. So,
Absolutely.
how do we?
What are once again? What is the goal though?
Right. How do we promote righteousness? That's really how I want to say it. How do we promote righteousness?
Yes, and I would personally argue that promoting righteousness means right now we got to discourage the use of AI.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Like, see, that's what I'm saying. That's the goal right now.
Well, the question is, how much time do you have with the individual to talk to?
Yeah.
Right. If you're talking about generally speaking, I don't think even you are going to discourage someone whom you talk with a lot entirely away from AI.
No. Honestly, the person who I think is the most like well suited to use AI, the person who I would just give a blanket, you know what? Use AI, man.
Right.
You will. I trust that you will not do anything harmful with this technology that is very powerful. Is probably Ian.
Yeah.
Because Ian hates it. He hates it so much. He hates it down in his bones. He hates it. If he decided to use AI, he would use it in the best way possible. He would use it very sparingly. He would use it where it actually helps him and doesn't hinder him. And he would get done with it as soon as he could so that he could go do other things that he wants to do more. I trust Ian to use AI. That's the type of person I want to encourage. Okay, yeah, you should use AI. Does that make sense?
Yes. You know, he wouldn't agree because he hates it.
I know he hates it. That's why he's the person who should be using it. well, I'm not saying should, today? I'm not saying should be. I'm saying like he's the type of person that I want to use it.
No, I didn't see his
I want people
today.
to have
what was his
that.
Reel?
It was artwork, and it was against AI.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've seen his other posts like that.
He would be a trustworthy person to use it.
Exactly. Yes.
So
he would. He's the hobbits. He's trusted. He's able to be trusted with the ring because he doesn't care about the ring, and in fact, actively hates the ring.
At the same time, there is something about people who, and I'm not talking about Ian in this case, but just Ian's general archetype. So Brendan fits in the category, other folk, whatever. There is something to the impulsiveness of their hatred that could very quickly be judo thrown.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Not quite.
How do I say this? I have to be really careful about this. Someone who is vehement that they hate coffee is more likely to suddenly start liking coffee if they have an experience that completely changes them.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's like you eat Kraft singles all your life, so you say you hate cheese.
Uh-huh.
Then you have some
and then you find really good cheese.
Right. And then all of a sudden you're going to be totally fine with slightly above average American cheese that's not Kraft singles.
Uh-huh.
Do you see what I'm saying? Because you
I
thought all
see what
cheese
you're
was Kraft
saying.
singles. Yeah. So I'm not saying that like that's what would happen or anything like that, but
Yeah.
I'm saying that like that's the one thing you got to be careful with in that regard. The
That's fair.
the other factor, this is the two feathered hobbits really, because the two feathered hobbits they tasted power and were like, whoa, hold on a second, this is great, right?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, the I don't know, the how are we going to promote it? How are we going to promote righteousness? I am a person, as you know, who wants to have and tries to have the deeper conversation with everyone.
Yeah.
And as a result, there are a lot of things that I say that end up being clickbaity, even before clickbait was a thing. Clickbaity titles of like, this is what I think in the short, that requires further mining to get to what I'm actually saying. Right?
Yeah.
And so that's an artistic thing, that's a poetic thing, that's part of the way my brain works. So I think in the immediate righteousness category, yes, I'm 100% with you. In the poetic wisdom side of this, I want to have the deep conversation. I want to go full bore. I want to challenge and say, what are your bad preconceptions that are causing AI to suck?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the main reason why AI sucks is because of humans, not computers.
Obviously.
Right. So why do humans suck? Let's break that down. Let's figure out where we suck and fix it. Like, AI is a mirror and it's showing us exactly who we are. How do we fix who we are? We don't need to fix AI. We don't need to fix how we're using it.
God.
Right, exactly.
That's the answer.
Always. And so I want to show how AI points back to the gospel by showing the slop that we're doing, not necessarily as like I'm promoting the slop as its own thing, like enjoy it, but like saying, look, do we really need social media? Well, I'm making money off of it and helping my family. I'm doing the best that I can with it. I'm figuring out ways to game the system. I'm figuring out ways to play these things. And at the same time, I am trying to subvert the system in order to make it value what I value. I can't always do that. I won't always succeed because I'm one little guy against a big machine. But I am being faithful in Babylon in that regard, as far as like,
yeah.
I hate Instagram.
Yeah.
I understand why people like it. It's visually pretty because they put the content very forward in the mix of the interface. There's lots of good to be had there as far as like the way it's designed, but I hate Instagram. I hate the way the algorithms work. I hate all that kind of stuff. Like, but I also am thoroughly fine with using Instagram for its purposes. That being said, is there a platonic ideal of Instagram that I think is worthwhile exploring for a completely separate platform that isn't run by Mark Zuckerberg? Absolutely. I remember original Instagram. I remember what was cool about it. I remember, various things about it. I don't think that its value is as high as AI or, all kinds of other things that I push that people are like, what? Why are you into that? But like there is a platonic ideal of that of an Instagram that would fit within like the various options you would have in a truly free internet. Like there's something there. I feel like there's not with the concept of well, let's put it this way. There's not with the original concept of Snapchat. However, Marco Polo is the closest thing to that platonic ideal. If you've ever used Marco Polo.
I'm familiar with it. I haven't ever used it.
Yeah. So but like this is trying to show people how to find the platonic ideal of bad ideas is actually that's teaching a kingly skill, right? What people can even take that kingly skill and use it to create horrible, all kinds of things. I guess I'm so over total depravity as far as a concept constantly being pushed as the negative. We should be clamping down on it. We should be punishing sin. Yes, 100% properly according to scripture. We've got that. We've got a society that does that imperfectly, but tries to clamp down on every little thing, right? We don't let things slide, generally speaking, in this society unless it's actually under the radar and we can ignore it, right? Not saying that we can't see it. We can see it, Epstein, right? But we let those things slide.
Epstein.
We let those things slide because we don't have quote unquote empirical proof, even though we do. That's my point, right? We feel like, oh, there's some criteria that has to be met in order for us to address the situation. But when there's criteria are met, we do something about it. Especially when it's poor people, unfortunately, when it's people who are expendable, right? When the cost benefit analysis of punishing this person actually supersedes, we don't hesitate. We clamp down. And I want to say, what does the gospel say about things like, oh, there's so many things in this category, it's hard for me to pick one. What does God say about, oh, how do I phrase this? What does God say about small businesses who throw signs on public property in order to promote their business? And it's actually public property. I'm not talking about like in front of I'm not talking about what we think of as public property in the East, especially east of the United States. I'm like public parks, right?
Yeah.
If there's not a rule, you shouldn't suddenly make a rule and apply it retroactively. They're just playing the game.
Yeah. Laws shouldn't be able to be retroactive.
Right. And someone doing that is just trying to take care of their family. But we want to clamp down on those kind of people who are wanting to take advantage of this, that, or the other. And so I want someone who's, immediately they jump to the total depravity of what can happen because of the amplification and the mirror of AI. And I want to say, okay, but that's public land that some people are going to gain stuff from. We can't just retroactively close it off because someone hasn't, like, of course people have sinned with AI, but those people should be punished and then safeguards put in place. That's the order, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to, let's just throw a bunch of guardrails at it and start trying to eliminate the amount of discrepancies and issues and sins that we have, right? That's thinking that we have created the system in which AI exists, and we haven't. Like, the system in which AI exists is in God's world. And we don't take God's world for a given. We don't think of ourselves as sub-creators. We've got this overarching Dark Lord mentality, and we have to start thinking as stewards. We have to start thinking as people who are, how am I going to steward this? And you, rightly so, have said that a lot of people who you would immediately talk to don't go into AI. I don't tell people to go into AI unless they're folks that would greatly benefit from it. And I'd say, here's the narrow way that you can get into it. And here's the way that you would benefit from it. And here's where you should experiment. And here's where you should push on it and see what happens and see what passageways open up for you.
I guess that,
yeah.
And I guess the thing that I'm talking about isn't that. I'm talking about narrative control. I'm saying, what is our narrative? Is the narrative that AI is a generally good thing that can be misused? Or is the narrative that we're pushing AI is is AI the One Ring?
Right.
And I think it is.
Right. I mean, it's not as powerful. That's the one.
Not as powerful,
but,
and it's not purely evil. Like
right.
It's not. It's the One Ring down 3 half steps.
It's the temptation to build the One Ring.
Us-
So what?
You don't think it was created with cruelty, malice, and the will to dominate all other life?
It is. Sauron didn't give a One Ring to everybody. It was right. Sauron didn't give the One Ring to everybody. He gave the other rings to everybody. This is more like the other rings, as far as our end of dealing with it. Right.
That's fair.
Yeah. So this is the dwarven rings and the rings of men. I'm arguing for breaking the enchantment on the elven rings.
I mean, the elven rings weren't created by Sauron, though.
Right. That's my point. So we build some stuff based on the principles.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So as far as the narrative outside of that, but the narrative that I want to push overall, I mean, that's a good analogy. But as far as the narrative like that I want to push is that God has given us a gift, his people a gift, because all gifts are ultimately Christians. They're ultimately always for the Christians, right?
Yeah,
and
plunder the Egyptians.
Well, not just plunder the Egyptians, because that gets taken in all kinds of stupid ways. Obviously, like God had them plunder the Egyptians, but a lot of people just take that and think that we can just immediately grab anything and everything and whatever. We don't want them to bring the gods with us. We don't want them to bring the false idols with us. Like that's clear. The point that I'm making, I don't think this is a plunder the Egyptian moment because we're still in captivity. I believe that this is a, as far as the geopolitical impact of the kingdom, I believe that this is an opportunity to seize the reins of narrative and imagination and innovation entirely. Because there is no holding AI in entirely. They try, but this is the whole thing with what happened with So what happened with and we could talk about the piracy thing another time, but what happened with the training of the data that took all of media and sought to feed it all into the machine so that the machine can learn, right? Everything that happened with that is what they're trying to do with all information entirely. They have effectively gathered and are continuing to effectively gather all these things, and they have the presupposition that power, okay, this is Sauron, that power is the thing that is going to make everyone submit, and therefore they can be omniscient and omnipotent. Right? However, the truth is that imagination and narrative and beauty and goodness cannot be corrupted in the same way. And therefore, Christians have the opportunity to take this very finely gathered weapon that they're using for direct power, direct blunt power, and turn it into a poetic weapon that not only disarms the enemy, but changes the minds of all the orcs to turn back on Sauron. But the only way that's going to happen is if we actually start thinking of the stories that we write as more than just the ink on the page. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
You have a gut reaction against it, but you're not sure how you could disprove it. Is that what I'm gathering from your tone?
not even a gut reaction against it. I'm just, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that kind of transcendence includes the grand purpose for all of physicality. Like the good meals that you sit down to, you know, that's the stuff that C.S. Lewis is drawing on in Narnia, right? The witch didn't attack the dinner party in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe because they were feasting. She attacked them because of what their frivolity in her mind actually meant in the transcendent.
Yeah.
Right? It meant that Aslan's come. So if we have this continual mirror that's continually, like, you know, shining back what we want based on a prompt, and we use it to praise God, that's amplifying not worship in the sense of like a Sunday Sabbath. I'm not talking about using it in the Sunday Sabbath. That's stupid. I'm saying in the sense of our regular everyday worship, using it to come up with an idea when you're tired to make a better meal for your family. Using it to illustrate a story that would have taken you years and years and years to complete for your children. Yes, I'm not talking about an illustrator, someone who's great at it. I'm talking about the random blue-collar father who has this vague idea, who can, over time, actually accomplish it to tell their children, right? All these various things, if used properly and kingly, I'm not saying outside of that. And we're so far from learning that. I agree. But stupid doesn't work. And it's regulating slowly over time. The thing that's going to be the biggest hindrance is the monopolies, is the corporate overstructure, is the corporate greed and deceit and all the other stuff. 100% there. That's why I'm so interested in the open source community, and I'm just waiting for the hardware to catch up, because it will. Just because
it's just really difficult to open source hardware.
Yeah, but it's not impossible. We have 3D printed pew-pews.
We have 3D printed pew-pews. There's a completely there's a difference, but there's a difference between printing something that has a margin of error of 0.5 millimeter and printing something that has a margin of error of 1/2 of a nanometer.
Yeah, I agree.
We can't. I'm not sure that it's possible to democratize the creation of. I don't think that fabs can be democratized.
Maybe in 500 years they can.
At least I don't see how that could happen.
I could see it in 500 years.
Do you know? Do you know how much a single fab machine costs?
Yes.
What number?
I know the vague number, but I don't know the exact number. I will also say that I have seen people create their own basic microboards with probably about $5,000 worth of equipment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. They're basic microboards.
Intel's new, or the guys who create the machine that Intel and TSMC use to create their chips.
Yeah.
One of those machines costs $200 billion with a B dollars.
Yes.
I can't think of anything else that costs that much proportional money.
Right. But the question is, can we create...
The country of England didn't cost that
you're
in the Middle Ages.
You're not taking into account clustering.
Please elaborate.
So clustering is the concept of using multiple chips as opposed to a single chip.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
So in that regard, somebody who actually had the amount of copper and silicon and other things needed could technically over time, and I'm not saying right now because the fact is it's still prohibitive now, but in 500 years, if heating and cooling becomes efficient enough, we probably won't have these single chips that generate this ridiculous amount of heat to begin with. We will begin clustering in much more efficient systems that are spread out over a larger scale. I think computers are actually going back processing wise to larger models. We just haven't reached the turning point yet, which I think the turning point is probably going to be another 80 to 100 years. But people realize already with like solar, you have to be spread out in order to receive all the energy and make it efficient. And even if you could focus light, which you can't with sunlight, but say you could, you wouldn't do that because you'd have to have ridiculously heavy duty material in order to receive that much heat and that much energy all at once, right? So the general concept of, and this goes with an army, you can have one great champion or you can have a great army with much less immediately numbers still win out eventually, is my point, right? So I think clustering is going to be the next big thing when it comes to this stuff, and we're already seeing it with clusters of M1s, or not M1s, M4s. People are building supercomputers with clusters of M4s, and they're Apple M4s, and they're clustering framework PCs, and they're clustering all these different things, clustering GPUs, but they're doing it on like, this is like a bunch of really big, crazy, hardcore GPUs, and we have to do ridiculous cooling and all the rest. But the reason Google is winning right now, and the way that they are, I'm not saying they're completely winning, but in the things that they're winning because they've spread out their systems and duplicated on mid-level and then upgraded it.
Okay.
And integrated and clustered, right? There's more than one way to skin a cat. You don't need these nanometer processors, but the nanometer processing, the process of creating nanometer processors will enable better clusters too over time.
I mean,
development.
Yes, but all of the things that you can cluster to do the stuff that we're doing are made with that process. M4 is built on the 2 nanometer process.
But that will not always be the case. This is where the Linux end of the system of, when you think of the entirety of computing in the industrial sense, there's been pushes in the promotional aspect, such as Apple. I think Apple's probably the leader in the promotional aspect of things. And when I say that, I'm not just talking marketing. I'm talking like, you know, your integration of user interface and all the other sorts of things, right? Trying to make things easy and compact and simple and all the rest. Then you have your power end of things. This is largely Windows machines, but just the hardware end of it most of the time, right? Because they're trying to create a standard system for like overall what things are supposed to be, and then like push the limits of that. They're trying to more push power than user interface. Then you have the Linux end of things. The Linux end of things says I should be able to do this on almost no hardware whatsoever. I should be able to do this on a potato. Right? This is actual the actual efficiency side of things. A lot of people look at Mac and go, oh, they're so great at efficiency. You can get so much more running on Linux if you really want to. It's just not user friendly. Right?
Yeah, you can do almost anything on Linux. You just have to be willing to not have a life for about 6 months.
Right, exactly. And so my point is the Linux end of innovation, because there's still innovation there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will take not only the current nanometer processor stuff, but even future stuff, and still back it down into clusters of various varieties. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying there will be innovations and discoveries. That's the real phrase I'm trying to use, discoveries, in regard to how we are able to cluster things that aren't as powerful or hard to make in order to have a more powerful overall computer.
I know how. I can read the name of it. You want me to?
And I'm talking 500 years in the macro here.
Thing to most funny among us
Okay.
Yeah.
animation.
I see what you're saying, and I
Mhm.
don't disagree with you on the level that you're talking about.
Yes.
But 500 years in the future,
Mm-hmm.
It's not like
how do you democratize the actual creation of the chips? That's what I'm saying.
How is that going to happen in history over that 500 years?
I'm saying, like, I don't see how that's feasible to do, because like we've had analog computers going back to like 1300 BC or something like
Sure.
that. Whenever the Antikythera is dated to, like
Mhm.
we've had computers for a long time that you could make, that like
Mhm.
anybody could make legitimately.
Mhm.
Um, my question is, how do you foresee democratization of a process that requires a $200 billion machine? How do you, actually, I think it may be $50 billion. How do you democratize that process?
So, couple
Because
things.
I don't see that.
Couple things here. One, not directly through manufacturing in the case of salvage. That's the first thing, right? We have all these
It's real tough to salvage something that gets screwed up by a bead of dust.
Not really. Like, people salvage CPUs all the time.
Yeah, but not a CPU. Not a CPU that can be like. There's a difference between salvaging an old Pentium and salvaging
my point,
M1 that's soldered to the board.
But this is part of my point. You can have, mathematically, it would take a lot, but you could have a farm of old Pentiums that run the exact same amount even now as a current supercomputer if you can cluster them efficiently.
I don't think that's true.
Why?
I'm pretty sure that there's not enough copper or gold in the world to create enough Pentiums to match the performance of like an M1. I'm pretty sure Moore's law means that that's not true.
Remind me of the actual statement of Moore's law. I know what you're talking about, but
Moore's law states that every 2 years, computing power on a single chip will double, purely based off of improvements in efficiency due to die shrinkage. Now, Moore's law died last year, but it held true for like 3 decades. Actually, I think it was 4 decades. So simply because of shrinking the die, the process on which the computer was being run,
and that is for efficiency's
processing
sake.
power doubled and doubled and doubled and doubled and doubled every 2 years for 40 years.
So here's the
I don't think you could take a 40-year-old CPU. I don't think that you could make enough of them to match an exponential growth like that.
So when I'm saying salvage in that regard, I understand where you're coming from. The other factor that needs to be taken into account, though, is that this stuff is currently being given
Peter, come here.
mass manufacturing, but controlled by a very small amount of people.
Being given what?
Peter.
it was being mass manufactured but controlled by a very small amount of people.
Did you find a show you wanted?
Correct?
Yeah. The show that was on with fine.
Are you there?
Come here for a second.
Are you there, Alex? Is he having issues or me? That's the question.
Hello, it was me.
There you
It's
are.
100% me. My phone decided it wanted to connect to a Wi-Fi network.
Got it. Okay.
What did you say again?
I was saying that. So what you're saying ultimately in this situation is there's a lot of people who get these nanoprocessors because of mass manufacturing, but the mass manufacturing is being controlled by a top layer of people.
Yes.
But you're saying you're claiming it is simply due to the expense of the creation process being difficult. I'm not sure that that's entirely true. Simply because
if you reduce the skill and the tools needed to expense, then yes. But I'm not just talking about the expense simplicitor. I'm talking about the skill and the amount of tools and the precision which is needed to manufacture these.
Right. And so they're literally I'm trying to think of another example. There are examples, one of which that immediately comes to mind is so cathode ray tubes were extremely prohibitively expensive to manufacture compared to LCDs.
Yep.
I'm saying your
compared to
situation
LCDs?
Yeah, the LCD
I think
TVs.
you have I think you have
LED
those
TVs
mixed up. LCDs came after CRTs.
Right. This is my point. So CRTs were more expensive and more complicated to manufacture, and thus LEDs, LCDs, et cetera, the newer forms of TVs after plasma. Plasma was a whole other thing. But the point being, we did actually lose some of the desirable qualities of CRT in order to move to an easier manufacturing process of LEDs/LCDs. They are easier to manufacture and cheaper overall. They give a better picture if the picture is optimized for that, which they weren't back then, and therefore they were able to sell them as a better picture, even though they weren't technically. So there's a lot of stuff in just display technology that shows people will make technologies that are parallel, that are more efficient over time. And I'm saying the nanometer thing is a CRT. That was the other side, is the innovation. We're going to have innovation that doesn't need that. I'm almost convinced of that. Simply because I don't think that...
So there's one technology that might do that. That we currently have on the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And that's quantum.
Correct.
If you think that quantum computing is going to be more democratized than traditional computing, then I'd go buy a bridge in Brooklyn. Because you're talking about the difference between extremely finely, ridiculously, nanometer precision, sub-nanometer precision. Hello. You're talking about the difference between extremely precisely using a laser to etch a piece of sand, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
And literally tapping into a different plane of existence.
I'm aware.
I don't see how quantum is going to be more democratized.
So what do you mean by more democratized? What were we speaking of originally?
Cheaper, more accessible to more people because of reduced manufacture costs.
So
what I'm helping Peter do.
This is really a question of
Get a vegetable. Carrot, pickle.
you're talking about what is possible within the physical realm and in which God made things. I would not
Yes.
have ever thought that even creating any nanometer processors were possible even
of course not.
100 years ago.
Yeah. That's an incredible new technology.
So even if it's not quantum, this is a matter of imagination. And I'm not saying imagination conquers everything, but I am saying, like, seeing what could happen. The point is that it is possible now with this set of circumstances. People are always going to try and make their circumstances better. Will they be able to? Question mark, TBD. Like, obviously the question is, what's the path? If I knew the path, then we would have figured it out and I would be a billionaire.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right. So there is that, but I don't want to just completely deflect either, because I think that computing in its very nature is a language of interaction
Or an apple.
between humans, because all programs, apps, etc. are
We're not there yet, Peter.
fundamentally someone taking an experience that they want another person to have and crafting it to scale. Right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Yes.
So in regard to that, people have, and that was the same with books before, that was the same with all these other sorts of things. I'm saying we might not even need computers at some point in the way that we think of computers. We might not need processors in the way that we're thinking of processors. We might be able to do more with, you know, with our own brains, because we figured out how to actually educate people properly.
All right, then go get the ham and bring it to me.
You're obviously not wrong. Like,
right.
You're obviously not wrong. People generally don't see paradigm shifts coming.
Right. And I'm saying
I have a hard time basing our vision of the future on we don't know, something might come up.
Right. Well, I'm not saying base it on that. I'm saying base it on the transcendentals. And when I say transcendentals, I don't mean the ethereals. Transcendentals are things like good beats
Truth,
evil.
goodness, and beauty.
Truth, goodness, and beauty. Narrative. The hero's journey baked into the fabric of existence, which I constantly go on rants about. There's a guy, I've shown you before some of his videos, but Reformed Mythologist. He's from Australia. Have you seen him on YouTube?
Yeah.
You have?
Yes, I have.
So he's doing a thing where he's teaching a class about the hero's journey based on the Apostles' Creed.
Interesting.
And I absolutely love the framework that he's working with. Because he's essentially using the creed as this is the hero's journey with Christ as the main character. You know, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, dead, and buried. You get to the bottom of the hero's cycle. You get back up, right? And it's really, really fascinating because he's putting it in that way, like the creed is a systematized version about what we believe of the gospel. And in fact, humanity narratively is unable to conceive of a different format because this is the way God made the world, right? And so if we bank on the transcendentals, the way God made the world, we're always going to have an answer for how to apply it through wisdom, through the scripture, right? This is where my worldview in regard to Van Tillian, whatever, really does have kind of weight to it, right? Like this is...
Yeah, I need to jump off. I just got home.
Yep, I will probably be breaking it shortly for dinner as well.
Okay.
And I'll be back after that, but I'm going to keep the stream just running with some music.
Okay.
But yeah, anyone can still jump in and talk. Abby, I'll be back in a few minutes too. But yeah, I'm gonna hang out tonight, and we're gonna do broadcast and stuff as things move on. But
Cool. Okay.
all right,
Love you.
That's cool.
Talk to you later.
all right, see you all
Bye.
in a bit.
Deus, ad quem pertinet ultio. O Deus, ad quem pertinet ultio splendens. Surge, o iudex terre, rede retributionem superbis. Domine, quosque impi triumphant. Eructant locuntur insolentia, omnes operari iniquitatis gloriantur in se ipsis. Populum tuum domine conterunt et hereditatem tuam affligunt viduam et peregrinum occidunt et pupillos trucidant et dicunt non videt Dominus neque intellugit Deus iactio. Intellotite insensati in populo et stulti quando sapietis, qui plantavit aurem non audiet, qui finxit oculum non videbit, qui erudit gentes non corripiet, qui docet hominem scientiam. Dominus novit cogitationes hominum, quoniam vanae sunt. Beatus homo quem tu erudis, Domine, et de lege tua doces eum. Ut des requiem adiebus adversitatis, donec fodiatum impio fovea, non enim repellet Dominus populum suum, neque hereditatem suam derelinquet, sed iudicium ad justitiam convertetur, et omnes et recti corde secantur illud, quis consurget mihi adversus malignantes, qui stabit mecum adversus operantes iniquitatem. Nisi Dominus adiuvisset me, Paulo minus habitasset in inferno anima mea. Si dicebam, motus espes meus, misericordia tua, Domine, adiuvabat me. In multitudine dolorum meorum in corde meo, consolationes tue letificaverunt anima meam. Num cuidat heritibi sedes iniquitatis, qui fingis laborem in precepto. Congregantur adversus animam justi, et sanguinem innocentem damnant. Factus Deus est autem mihi Dominus in refugium, et Deus meus in adiutorium spei me. Et redet illis iniquitatem ipsorum, et in malitia eorum disperdet eos, disperdet illos Dominus Deus noster.
take that music down. Somewhere in that category. Seems about good. And we're on for the evening. I'm going to reload this. We are moving right along in search of good friends and good times. All right. So let's see. Take a look at the tap room real quick. Okay. Let's text Daniel, because I didn't do that yet. And invite the rest of the brood. Okay, we've notified some folk. And now we're going to move on to some more gaming. I think I would be reading more or doing more specific stuff if I did this more often, because I'd get bored. Oh, Casey. Ridiculous. I'll show y'all. She said, hold on. There we go. I announced it on here and she acted boo with Patrick. Hilarious. All right. So I think like what I was going to say was I would read more stuff and do more, you know, like directly interactive stuff, I think, if I do this more often, just because I'd get used to the process of live streaming. And this is really just going to be a matter of taking the time to do it and figuring out ways to integrate it into what I already do. But for now, I'm enjoying the simplicity of playing some video games, some old school cozy games, talking with those who show up. And for now, I think that's good. I think we're just going to continue that, at least for a little bit, and reassess as the night goes on. You know what, though? I do know how to get the sound working on this. So I am going to do that. Yeah. Turn it down a little bit. Let's see. That's better. Okay. So we'll have the actual sounds from the game this time. Wait, what? Why am I way back at this level? Let's, okay, that should be... Yeah, that's where I was. Ah! Slippery ice. Alright. If you never played Yoshi's Island, absolutely worth it. Just fun, simple game to pick up. Very, very rewarding the more you play it. Whoop. All the puzzles and things. Just an absolutely splendid game. Oh, look who it is. It's Carrie. How's it going, man? I cannot hear you.
Hello?
There you are.
Oh.
Now I can hear you.
It's not working.
Is it just a super lag? Because I can't hear you now.
Wait, what the heck? Hold on. What in darnation?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you.
What the heck?
Let's see if Carrie figures it out. All right, how about now? Check 1, 2. Oh. Check 1, 2. Can you hear me? That part was my bad. How's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, good. I was like, what the heck?
So what's going on?
Oh, no, I was hunting, but now I'm not.
Gotcha.
I heard coyotes up on my in-law property while I was hunting deer, and they hear what sounds like one of their ducks nearby where the coyotes were, which is odd because it's like a third of a mile back to where the duck is supposed to be. But
yeah, interesting. So you're back around.
I'm looking for the duck. Yeah, I'm at the in-laws' house in Oklahoma.
Gotcha. Good times. I'm just hanging out. I usually do a birthday stream every year, or something similar to it. Today I decided to do it on Boxing Day because I have I'm going to see my mom on my birthday, which is Tuesday. I'm going Monday and spending the night with the family up in Alpharetta, which is about 3.5 hours from here near Atlanta. But basically, like I said, I do this every year. Just try to do at least one good long marathon stream show. This is the longest I've done. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, so that's been good. Taking breaks and stuff, just having fun, seeing who comes in and whatever else, playing some video games when there's no one in. And it's just been a nice, fun, cozy time. It's kind of a middle Christmas, because the second Christmas is with my mom and my birthday and all that. So,
okay.
Yeah.
What the heck?
So yeah, it's been good. Had a good long conversation with Alex not that long ago. He was the first one on, and then Abby was with us for a little bit. But yeah, I figure most of the people are going to be in the evening if they come around, so we'll see what happens. Yep. Did you hunted anything good lately?
I've been hunting deer for the past few days, but no luck.
Yeah, I hear that.
I haven't even shot my first deer, and I've been hunting deer for 12 years.
Yeah.
I think it's the Lord's will that I don't shoot one, because I've been over here to Oklahoma for a year and a half now. I get this, year and a half. Okay. I've seen deer every single time I've gone walking. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, let me finally get my license and let me hunt there. Because granny, my wife, living on the property. After not letting anyone hunt it for 15 years, I was like, sweet, that's a free year there. No, haven't seen one.
That's crazy.
So, pretty fun. Yep.
Mm.
And there's dudes everywhere, like everywhere.
Yeah. What do you think is?
But
Do you think? Have you talked to other people? Are they having the same kind of rotten luck or what?
nope. I went deer hunting. They got
Yeah, you're coming in
Actually,
really choppy. I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
How about now?
That
Still?
sounded good when you said, "How about now?"
Okay.
That
Yeah,
was
I'm
weird.
inside the middle of a. I guess a small ravine, a creek.
Gotcha. Yeah, that'll do
But
it.
I'm trying to get out of it. Yeah. I'm a wee bit stuck. I've got my right with me.
Yep. Oh boy.
So, nothing dead or anything. Oh, not that. Not that. I don't know how choppy it is.
I can see it. That's a den,
Yep.
right, of some kind.
Probably. About to test it out. I got a gun on me. I ain't scared.
I hear you.
I've got my AR on me.
Well, you've been real warm down there too.
Oh yeah, dude, it's been like ridiculously warm. It was actually cooler in Louisiana than it was in Oklahoma.
Yep. I can believe
Which is
that.
insane.
Over here it was close to 80 on Christmas Day. It's like 72 most of the day today.
Oh. Yeah. I leave. Finding almost vertical smoke right now. A second.
Sure.
Ugh.
While you talk, I will pull up my game and keep playing.
What are you playing?
Yoshi's Island, old Super Nintendo game. Yeah, I like a lot of old. Yeah, I like old school games a lot. There's a few. Honestly, the newest thing that I play most of the time, if I play anything even semi-new, is Skyrim, which isn't new at all. So I'm very much a older media kind of guy in general.
Understandable.
Well, I'm 36, so like, and I mostly stopped playing a lot of new games and stuff because my what's it called? My siblings. I was the oldest of 5, and my siblings, you know, we would take turns on Nintendo or whatever it was, and you know but the ones who made the biggest noise about it all the time were the younger siblings, and I eventually decided, I'm gonna buy my own computer. I'm gonna do my own computer stuff. I'm not gonna fight for time. I'm not gonna, try and, and I always wanted a computer because you can do more with a computer than you can with with any other kind of system.
Anything
and stuff.
else?
So exactly. So I kind of grew out of a lot of gaming because of that, but I really do enjoy just some like cozy gaming like this every now and then,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? But yeah, Yoshi's Island is a treat.
Yeah.
We
I went to
had,
work today.
yeah, what'd you do at work?
Ripped the floor out. Not flooring, a floor.
Yeah.
Everything except the joists. Did that all day. Came home and immediately went hunting. Or home, I say. Came back to Granny's house and immediately went hunting. But it was rough, dude. That fiberglass. It's an old house from the 70s.
Oh yeah.
And dude, that fiberglass is absolutely brutal on the body.
Yep.
I'm
Fiberglass is
convinced.
just generally no fun to work with.
Well, I mean, the newer one ain't bad. Like, really and truly, when the first time I put new fiberglass in, I was like hugging it and stuff, and it didn't bother me at all.
Right.
Like, it wasn't anything. Well, that old stuff, man, you look
Yep.
at that stuff the wrong way, and you're like, ooh, I'm itchy.
Yeah.
Debating on getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning how to go out and hunt. I still have work tomorrow with my wife's uncle, but
How far are your
yeah,
in-laws from Alex?
hour-ish, about an hour.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yep, I saw him Tuesday. Came hang out for just about the whole day. What the heck? Who did this? My
What you got?
brother-in-law call? Oh, I just realized my brother-in-law was outside. He got an axe for Christmas. So I was like, watch. So I'm walking around, rambling in the property, and I see this. And I was like, what happened here?
We have a very
And then
tall beaver.
yeah, for real. But I was like, I'm looking around. I'm like, now I know who knocked over my deer blind that me and Alex built the other day.
Yeah.
I was like, man, it didn't like this is not didn't just fall. I was like, what the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody or something had to waltz in and knocked everything over.
Right. Yeah. I hear that.
Ah, frick! I bet that bobcat's out. I got a bobcat on the property. I feel like I'm being watched right now.
That sucks. You ever done cat? Roast cat?
Huh?
Have you ever done roast cat?
Not yet.
Not
If I
yet.
see that bobcat, I will be eating some tonight. I'm not even joking.
Uh-huh.
I will eat a bobcat so fast.
Mm-hmm.
When I come back up here, I'm
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go and set some traps and catch that bobcat.
Good call. Whoop.
Shoot. It'd be nice. God dang. My brother-in-law started hacking up all these trees.
Stress
I'm
relief.
looking around. There's so much bark and everything just stripped from them.
Mm-hmm.
Take a picture of it, show it to him. Be like, I see what you did. I got him a little Jerome for Christmas. It's really funny.
Nice.
It like if it's windy at all, the drone just won't go.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I didn't see those coyotes. I found a fresh pile of poop though from 'em. I found a big old there was this giant pile of poop, and we all think it's not a bear pile, like not a pile of bear poop.
Yeah.
But we think it's a wolf. We think there's wolves on the property. But if you look it up, there's no wolves in this part of Oklahoma.
Oh, of course
But
not.
they
Just
literally
like
have
there are,
pictures of them.
just like there are no cougars in Tennessee, except all the ones that I've actually seen with my own eyes.
Yeah, there's no cougars in Pennsylvania, but my buddy's got a video. Almost every time his dad goes hunting, his brother goes hunting, there's a cougar that stalks him.
Yep. This is the thing.
Oh.
Like people act like you don't see cougars. I'm like, really? Come on, man.
Hey, I found the other top to that tree. It's right here.
Yeah, let me see. Hold on. There you go.
I was like, man, it's a pretty thick tree. Yep. Be like, bro, I found your tree.
Oh man.
No deer again today. That's only because the coyotes I got up from my hunting spot. But still. I got one more day left tomorrow.
Yep.
If I don't get one tomorrow, then I go back to Louisiana and
I
wonder if there's any more deer hunting next week. No, I don't have time to hunt next week. Never mind. I'm going to get my truck fixed. I'm leaving my wife here in Oklahoma while I go back down because the house we live in is much too unsafe, as you probably know. I've mentioned a few times things that have happened. There's a couple shootings, like maybe 40, 50 yards from the house. There was one. And I was like, yeah. So I'm leaving her up for a couple weeks till I can prepare another place for her. And then once I get it all set up, then she can come back down. But I'm gonna go kind of just take everything out the house we live in now slowly and move it into a storage bin once I get my truck fixed, because I still have to replace the engine on that. I don't know if I talked to you about that or not.
No, I didn't hear about that.
Oh yeah, my truck got stolen.
Oh man.
Somebody stole my truck, took $200, my 45, and then blew my engine.
Good.
And my car's out of commission too, so I have no vehicle, no transportation, no money. Like, yeah. Lord.
So a deer would be really helpful.
Oh yeah, dude. If I got a deer, I'd be so happy. I'd put some meat in the freezer. I wouldn't have to buy meat.
Yep.
I got a little bit of sheep left from whenever I slaughtered that other one, but he's kind of running out of that. But he lasted us like a month and a half, so I'm not complaining. That's a lot of meat. But, yep. Ooh.
Crazy.
Technically, it's still shooting light, I think. I think the sunset got a little longer. Hold on.
Yeah, I think we've had our shortest day.
No, actually, since the first time I got here, the beginning of this weekend, now the daylight is actually increased to 3 extra minutes.
Crazy.
The sunset was at 5:28 when I first came, or not 5:28, 5:18 on Monday, and now it's 5:21. But it increased like by a minute, and then for like 2 days it stayed there, and then increased by another minute. So those extra minutes count when hunting.
Oh yeah.
Because you can only shoot 30 minutes past sunset, official sunset. So if you shoot a minute after that, technically you could
get in trouble
fined
if they
for
saw you do
poaching.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of stupid.
Yeah, all them regulations. I understand, like, overhunting, but, like, good gracious, all the other rules. Gets kind of crazy.
If I had no family living here in Oklahoma, I'd have to pay $600 just to hunt deer here. Which is insane.
Yep.
But yeah.
How much
Are you
would you
able
buy?
to get a,
How Go ahead. What was your question?
are you able to get 2 driver's license for 2 different states?
That's a good question. I'm sure it's probably a state by state thing. But it also depends on residence too. That's the other thing. I would think you have to be a resident like in order to do it. So the question is, are there 2 states that you would be able to, be a resident in part-time? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, because obviously there are transient
Yep. Nope.
people
You can only get one.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what about military families? It's kind of hard because
Yeah.
dad. Let's say dad's moving around a lot, and he moves 3 states within. He moves 1 state per month. You know how hard that
Yeah.
is to get the change and everything like
Oh, I
that.
do. But military handles a lot of ID stuff too. I think they can issue a driver's
Yep.
license, but like my father-in-law was a recruiter for the Army for years and also did other stuff. He was in Desert Storm and some of those other ones, and he I think he was in Iraqi Freedom too. But
Okay.
he
Hi, Axel.
I,
Well,
I've
I heard
seen
you coming about shot you.
What was that?
The dog.
Oh.
My dog. Or not my dog. You see my dog. Hi, Bubba. Hello, Bubba. You can continue. I'm sorry.
That's okay. But I've seen firsthand because they lived on post here at Fort Gordon for a little while. And I've seen the regularly stupid inefficiencies amongst all of the insane efficiencies that they have, and it's just funny it's really funny what they prioritize and what they don't.
Yeah. Is my camera on? I turned it on, but then it shows that it's not on.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Hold on, let me try this. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Axel. Oh, there he
we
is.
go. Now I see. Yep.
That used to be my dog when he was a puppy. And that's Leo. He's a cranky old German Shepherd. Oh. Oh. Come here, Bubba. He wasn't supposed to be this big. Like he's actually like super big. Like look at if he calms down, you can see the size of his paw compared to my hand.
Oh yeah.
And he's not full grown either. Because that's a 90-pound German Shepherd over there. And he's like 70, 75 pounds.
That's a pretty big dog.
Whatever the heck he is. He's a mutt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Axel. Leave the cat alone. What is that? Axel, what the heck do you have? Oh, my goat head. Me and Alex found a goat head.
Nice.
It was really creepy. It was in a black bag. We were laughing. We were like, oh, shoot, we found a goat from a sacrifice.
There you go.
Leave my goat head alone, boy. Oh. Yeah. But it was literally in a random black bag. Just the head, nothing else.
Plastic bag or like a cloth bag?
Cloth bag.
That's weird.
If
it was a plastic bag, I probably wouldn't. If it was a plastic bag, I probably wouldn't have batted an eye. Like someone just bagged a goat head. Okay.
Dude, yeah, be a good boy. You stink. Tell Brody to give you a bath, bro. Yeah, they let the dogs out and they just run around for a little while. But I heard him coming. I grabbed my gun. I was like, I don't know what the heck that is. And then he come out of nowhere. Because I could tell by the way he runs. He runs kind of like he's stupid. Like I don't know how to describe it. He's got that like golden retriever run.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I do.
Like kind of slow gallop-ish.
Yeah, the loping.
But it's not coordinated at all.
Yeah.
Like kind of like this. It's like kind of sideways. Huh? Leo, he's with me. You want him back? I got Axel too. Hey, go home. Axel, go home. Bruh. He knows I'm his old owner, so he every time he sees me, he gets so excited.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Oh, you smell good. Hold on. Come on, Axel. Let's go. Come on. I'll race you home."
As a way to get him moving.
He's way faster than me.
Yep.
Come on, Leo. He's pooping. Axel. Come on, Leo. Woof woof. He went around the house. Your mom there or at Granny's? Okay. I need to let her know there were some coyotes on the property. There were some coyotes on the property earlier. Yep. Axel. Please don't be killing anything. Axel. What the heck did... Come here. All right. Good boy. Go inside. No, Leo. I got him. All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
My sister-in-law was unable to get the dogs in the house because they were playing with me. Ugh. Phew. All right.
Well, I'm glad you're figuring stuff out best as you can. Been praying for you and everything.
Yeah, I just gotta wait like 2 weeks to see my wife whenever I leave on Sunday.
Yep.
Quite sad.
Yeah. Indeed.
We've only spent 2 nights apart in the 10 months we've been married.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of sad. But at least I'll just be going to smoke pipes with Jesse every night. Be like, I'm free. I'm just kidding. But I won't have anything to do. I'll be so bored.
I know that feeling. I'm hoping that come summertime, once Jane is born and Casey's recovered and everything's good, that Hazel and I can and Lord willing, we have our next car, which we're supposed to be getting sooner rather than later, sometime in the first quarter this year. But Hazel and I are hoping to make our way to Oklahoma. Might have Peter with me too, but at least get me and Hazel out there visiting everybody and everything. So but yep. So eventually Casey will come too, but obviously, like, we're doing what we can do while we can do it. So
Oh yeah. They took away that $200 tax stamp on suppressors. So whenever I get me some money, there was a $200 tax stamp. It's zero now. So basically, you can get a suppressor approved by the ATF for free as long as you're not a felon.
Gotcha. Is that Louisiana or Oklahoma?
That's federal.
That's federal. Okay. Gotcha.
You already know what I'm gonna do when I get me some money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Technically, you do it for free, but you know.
Oh boy.
Yep.
I need to get mine properly cleaned and set up and all that other kind of stuff. And
you would.
I only have a handgun, but it's
what
my
kind?
dad's. It's a Charter Arms Bulldog. It's a 44 special, 5-shot revolver.
44 special, huh? That's not common.
No, it's not. And bullets are literally like almost $1 a piece. So
that's not bad.
Well, it's maybe more than that. I don't remember exactly what the round cost is, but it's not like a common round cost at all. So
is it a snub nose or a longer barrel?
It's a snub nose. So it's got a lot of kick. I haven't shot it yet, but I've read up on everything. I know how to shoot the basics and stuff, and so probably need to get to a range and practice with it or whatever, or even out on someone's property or whatnot. But like I just it's not been a high priority because of a lot of reasons. But our living situation, we're literally in a grandma's cottage in a backyard of the hood, but the hood that honestly we don't have a lot of gun violence here. There's some, but it's not like
You're more likely to get robbed.
Yeah, you're more likely to get robbed, and you're more likely to actually no, you're not really likely to get robbed either. It's mostly just like domestic personal drama that most people have.
Yeah.
It's that kind of a neighborhood. Like most people are actually pretty good about like minding their own business. You're going to get some people who steal stuff, but it's the really like what's the term? They're very, very like just shady. Like I'm just going to sneak in, you can grab your loose change. I'm not going to like try and no one's going to try and like actually steal your identity or, anything like high level. They're not going to try and rob you at gunpoint. There's not going to be any of that. Like people go along to get along, but they're going to try and sneak what they can. Right.
Yeah.
So while it is
It looks
hood,
like,
yeah.
Sorry, I was looking up your 44 special because I'm intrigued.
Yeah. The Charter Arms Bulldog. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're kind of popular company, I guess.
They were. I think they're out of business now, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. They look just like a little baby gun.
Yeah, it's a little tiny thing, but like I said, it's got a kick. It's got stopping power, So like that was what my dad got it 4 years ago.
Apparently, they're the only manufacturer that makes a 5-shot double action 44 special, and they have adjustable sights on it. Nice.
Yeah. They made some interesting stuff.
Rifle round.
Yeah.
Well, I say they're rifle, quote unquote rifle round. They're a handgun round, but they make rifles for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Hickok 45 does one about it on the Charter Arms 44 Special Bulldog.
Well, there you go.
He does multiple. He does 4 different videos on it. I'll have to check it out later.
But yeah, it's my dad got it. Did I ever tell you the story about him getting shot or no?
Your dad?
Yeah, years ago.
No.
So I'll tell the full story. This is in 1987. My dad's working at a paper company in Cobb County, I believe it was, which is Atlanta, but suburbs, especially back then. Basically, it's a paper supply company, so it was more like a warehouse. You come and get your reams, reams of paper or whatever. And he came in early to open up. Supposed to be someone else with him, but of course they're late. So he comes, he starts opening up, he starts getting things ready. And we has the temp that was working there who came in, who my dad knew, and everything. And he said, I think I left some stuff back there in the warehouse. He actually did, and my dad had seen him leave some stuff back in the warehouse. So he's like, yeah, I'll be back with you in a second. You can go ahead back and look for your stuff. So he goes back there to the warehouse. My dad's, finishing opening up and everything. And he heads back with the guy, and he's like, hey, did you also see this? And my dad's like, yeah, I think I saw it over there. Let me go check. And he says, okay, let me grab my other thing here. Whatever. And as my dad's opening a drawer to get the thing that I think it was a cassette tape that the guy left. He opens the drawer, and there's a gun put by the back of his head. And guy tells him to go get the money out of the register. My dad complies. The guy takes him back to the warehouse, says, get down on the ground. And my dad's like, he's going to kill me, because I know him. I know his name. I know all the information. Like, he's going to kill me. So my dad starts to slowly get down, and then he moves and a bullet whizzes right past his ear. Powder burns, all kinds of stuff, whatever. And they struggle.
Yeah, he must have been close when he fired then. If he got powder burns.
Well, yeah. I mean, he had him point blank to the back of the head.
So he
Right.
pulled the trigger, like, so your dad. Okay, so your dad was getting down, but the gun was still back
Yeah.
to the back of his head. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And
Wow.
so basically, they fought further. My dad actually did get hit in the back of the head with a 22 round, and it did not pierce his skull. It hit the bone where the bone goes into the skull, and it either ricocheted or broke the bullet. We don't know which, because ballistics never found that. Following that fight, they fought. There were like a couple misses. The guy put the gun inside his mouth at one point and shot. He had shrapnel in his teeth to the end of his days. My dad died in 2020, and but the bad shot was actually in his artery in his, I think, left arm. It was either left or right, but obviously, but like I don't remember which. And so stands up, powder burns on his face, bleeding out, and he's instinctively holding his arm up where he's got his hand on the back of his head and he's got his elbow up in the air. He's not doing this in anything but instinct at this point. And doesn't even know like his arteries hit, just like that's just what his body's doing. And he goes, "You're dead." This guy's probably, he's 6'2", 6'3", $120 soaking wet, super skinny guy, right? My dad is probably he was about 5'6" and probably about 180. So he goes, "You're dead." Chases this guy around the back, around the dumpsters, chases him out to the sidewalk. The guy ends up getting away, of course. I mean, he's taller, lankier, faster. My dad's, shot, whatever. But my dad's on the sidewalk, bleeding out, basically. And a runner starts, jogger comes up and helps him tie off his arm and then get him life flighted to what happened was it was rush hour traffic in Atlanta.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're never getting past that.
And so they life flighted him. They got the helicopter and everything and life flighted him to the hospital. And he was in an on again, off again relationship with my mom. Some various infidelities and other stuff going on his part and whatever else, and just all kinds of drama. And then he basically during that time, was realizing all the stuff that's really important. The only people who visited him in the hospital were his dad eventually, like a day later or something like that, and my mom.
Wow.
Not even his stepmom came. Nobody came. He was a guy who continually he burned bridges. And it was because, he had an insane upbringing. His mom died when he was a teenager. She was an alcoholic. They had a physically abusive relationship back and forth. And just like, he was just a guy who, he did love God, and he became a Christian in college for sure. He thinks he was before, but it's one of those things he's not really sure, he was raised Baptist Costal, whatever, but yeah. So, but he became serious about his faith in college and, all that stuff. And so he knew that wasn't going to leave anything behind if he had died. And he was like, I got to start actually put my money where my mouth is and get married. And he proposed to my mom probably like a week later. And she was like, are you on any drugs? Are you on any drugs right now? Yep.
So, all right, Josh, I hate to cut you off, but everybody's letting them eat. So it was very enjoyable hearing your story about your dad getting shot.
Yeah, exactly. Right. All right, man. You have a great night.
All right, later.
Yep. All right, back to it. We'll see who shows up. Let's get our sound back on here. Maybe not that loud. There we go. Woohoo! Another level down. Ooh. Root beer. That's a funny thing that I've always used to think as a little kid was like that Yoshi was saying root beer when he makes that little Yoshi sound. Root beer. Got it. Okay. Nope. It's a tough spot. Root beer. Nope. That's all I got is eggs. Okay. Still, eggs will help. No! I'm not going to even do that this time. Shouldn't have done that. Well, maybe I should have. Ooh. Thorns and thistles. I think I'm done with that for now. Save state. Boom. So, let's see. What else is on, so to speak? had that to watch later. Oh. Yeah, why not? This seems like something that we would watch anyway and talk about.
The liberal.
Joffrey Swait, been on Poets at War before. Would love to get Lennox Cowafungwa on at some point. This is his new podcast, well, semi-new, of Flames and Crowns. I've enjoyed what I've heard so far on most of the episodes. Not always my kind of thing, because Lennox is not as much in the art field, but he's kind of in Alex's field a little bit, sort of the architect, social architect sort of a thing. Though he wouldn't put it exactly that way. So yeah, let's listen and I'll comment as we
arts, go. As opposed to anything, I suppose, more technical or job training related, or they actually help place us in the world. So you asked where where they belong. The liberal arts themselves do that because they put you in, as Christians, they put us in the context of the church, not only laterally, geographically in space now, but in time.
Joffrey, thank you so much for being on Flames and Crowns today. It's such an honor to have you. You're one of my favorite people to have conversations with, so I'm just so excited to...
So this better be good, is what you're saying.
This better be good.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks.
Amazing. Just the way, just for people to get to know you, just tell us a bit about who you are and what you do.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm known as The Giant. I think probably even on camera, you're seeing a little bit of a size disparity, though I'm seated.
Yeah.
I'm a big dude.
I'm going to get this edited just so I look a little...
Perfect. And I have, I guess, a big, loud voice. In fact, I was recently giving a presentation down south where Yuri Brito had recently been, also a large Brazilian. And someone in the group actually asked, like, are all Brazilians? No, we're not all big and loud. But and I'm a teacher, a poet, a coach, a lover of making things and talking about it.
Yeah. And you're good at all that too. Yeah.
Thanks. I try to be, although I am a big believer in the spirit of amateurism, like just doing it for the love of it and because it's worth doing. So I'm glad you see the things I'm good at, but I've done a lot of things I'm not good at too.
Yeah, sure. As you ought, by the way.
I think so.
But I kind of like that thought, though, the idea of just people trying things. I think maybe we live in a world that's overly professionalized, everything.
Yeah.
And that inhibits many people from actually trying things. So what's your theology of that? Or like, just how do you make sense of this? How do you encourage people who could be doing more but don't?
Well, one of the words I pound on all the time is generosity. I talk about a hermeneutic of generosity when it comes to interpreting people in the best possible light, all under Scripture, of course. But I also think we ought to have a praxis of generosity, focusing on overflowing. So the life in God is abundant. And so I think so often we fall in the trap of trying to do the right thing instead of just trying to do true, good, and beautiful things all the time, right? So like hospitality is a good example of that. And a lot of homes, you see hospitality that follows the rules, and it's and everyone is in fear of breaking those rules. But then, when you have a good time at someone's house, you realize it's because they were just letting it all overflow. They were laying it all out. They didn't care about the mess afterwards, or even like how much of their resources everyone ended up. Oh, we had to pull everything out of the back to keep the party going.
And that's the thing. Hospitality, in its truest sense, is about doing the work so others don't have to, and facilitating the joy of enjoying.
I think we should try to live that way creatively, live that way in church. So that's what I've tried to encourage.
Yeah. Do you think that there's this aversion to risk taking, even as Christians, where you kind of talked about basically playing it safe?
Yeah.
Like we're so afraid to get something wrong that we never try anything at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we bind up our own personal honor and reputation in that, right? And we're more fearful for ourselves. So laying down our life, it's easy for us to visualize that looking like, well, I'm going to be sacrificial, right? And so it's going to hurt to do this good thing, whether people know or not. That's sacrificial. That is. But what's also sacrificial is doing the good thing, even if people think you're ridiculous.
Yes.
Right. And I think actually that fear of being laughed at or of being judged wrongly stops us from doing what we are convicted is in fact awesome in the name of the Lord. Right. And so, you have to learn to navigate that submissively within life of the church. Right. So I know that I've given some of my previous pastors fits as far as like, what's Joffrey going to do next? But I hope I've always conveyed to them that I would be obedient and that I was obedient. Right. But there are, it's just, I think it's very easy for us to fall into patterns of life of fearfulness. So instead, generosity.
So is this something that you've just always grown up with the ability to do, to not really care what people think? Or was it something you had to cultivate over time?
It was a little bit of both. So I grew up between two countries. My dad moved a lot. When I was older, when I became an adult, I realized that we moved a lot because my dad didn't get along with people. He was a highly qualified person, so he could get a new job. But so I didn't realize that until later. People always ask if I was a missionary kid or if we were military. I think I was 16 the first time I'd actually been in one place for 2 years.
Wow. Yeah.
So I think I picked up from my dad a bit of that. I was also, always very isolated in the States. I was a Brazilian kid. In Brazil, I was the American kid. And then moving a lot and always changing schools or whatever it was. I was raised on books, like C.S. Lewis's passage about his, being in his parents' library and reading whatever he wanted. I feel like I grew up that way. So there's also a sense in which I was raised by Tolkien and Lewis because of my mother.
That's a pretty good upbringing.
Yeah. Well, I think that actually gave me this feasting generosity attitude.
Yeah.
Now, so it was actually very easy for me not to care what people thought. And onlookers might put in the comments section, people who know me, that it's still that way. But I actually scandalized my father the first time I came to Moscow. So I lived in Moscow about 20 years ago. My eldest was born here. And at some point during that stay, which was life-changing for us, I was just talking to my dad on the phone. And in the context of my family, this was a conversation worth having, although it may sound silly to a lot of ears. I told my dad, hey, I'm going to start caring what people think. So I actually had that like an epiphany. Like, I really don't care.
Yeah.
So part of my sanctification is I'm convicted.
Yeah.
Right? So, I actually, that has actually become a part of my makeup. I think that's, that is the process of sanctification. I do actually legitimately care what people think, but it's not my instinct. My instinct is to just roll ahead, for it not even to occur to me that this may scandalize somebody. And then sometimes I rein it back as I realize, a little too much shock factor.
I get that. One of the things that you and I have in common, and we've spoken about this before, is just we know what it's like to grow up between different cultures.
Yes.
And that question of where's home is always an interesting one. So I was born in Zambia, raised in my formative years in South Africa, which on its own was its own cultural experience with so many layers to it. Went back to Zambia in my teen years, and now I guess I'm in the U.S. There's a sense in which I felt like a foreigner everywhere I've lived.
Yes, precisely.
And yet, though being a foreigner everywhere I've lived, there's also a sense in which I have the ability to engage with different people from different cultures, without like full assimilation to what they're like, but there's an understanding of just a wide variety of people, So one of the most interesting questions that people ask me is just, where are you from? Where's home?
Right.
I
have various versions.
I was going to say, how do you respond to this? What's the Joffrey answer to this question?
It really depends on the context. If I know that I'm never going to see the person again, I say I'm from Florida. My last 2 years of high school were there, and I do actually love Florida. So I say I'm from Florida. But if they ask any more questions, then it gets complicated. And even, why did you lie to me? Most often I say I'm Brazilian, or I'm from Brazil. And regardless of how the conversation pans out, I was born in Brazil, so that's sort of an easy, what I meant was I was born in Brazil. Because people are often trying to find out why you're doing what you're doing, or why you think that way exactly. Usually I say I'm Brazilian. In Brazil though, I have to tell people I'm American to explain my oddity.
Sure. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I can't say I have one simple answer. I think since I've been here, Zambia has been an easy one. Yeah. Although because of this accent, people are like, oh, does everyone in Africa talk that way?
Yeah.
Kind of sounds a little British, but not really though.
Yeah.
And it's why are you so interested in classical Christian UK? Where does that even come from?
Right.
Does it even exist in Africa? Why do you think the way you think? Why can we understand you in a way that's different from the way we understand other African people? So it's always a fascinating thing. And I think third culture kids are like us can experience a pretty significant restlessness.
Yes.
Relating to culture. One of the things that really anchored me was just my identity to Christ, honestly.
Right, that's right.
And recognizing, I don't exist to be a consumer of culture. I'm here to be a builder of culture.
Right.
And that thought, that truth has really anchored me. I'm just interested to know, what's anchored you? Did you experience any of that sort of cultural restlessness and angst? And if so, just how have you dealt with it all these years?
I absolutely have. And with the way my family, so we're actually multi-generationally unanchored. So both of my parents, my dad grew up in Brazil, but he was educated in American school, had an American father who wasn't very present. His, when his college and his doctorate was all done in the States. My mom was raised in Peru, going to a British school as an American expat. And so then even their parents, right, were also, no one lived where they were from. And it's gone on long enough that there is not really anywhere where we're from. So now, shortly after we left South Carolina, my sister, or right around that time, my sister moved there. So my sister and my father are in South Carolina now, which is where we had lived for many years. And it's where I buried my mother. So maybe that'll end up being the place my grandkids are from, my great-grandkids. But I don't feel I really like that area. Like I really like Moscow, but it doesn't feel like home. But that does generate a sort of angst, which is why I buried my mother in Greer. We had been there for a few years, and I actually had decided, you know what, I'm going to make myself from here. I'm going to artificially,
I'm just going to own this place, and
exactly.
that's it. Right.
And there's not. I mean, when I say artificially, I don't mean that badly. I mean, things have to be made sometimes. So actually, my mother was cremated according to instructions, but I sort of insisted, okay, we're going to bury these ashes. Yeah. So and actually it was great for my sister. She actually lived right next to the cemetery a little while after my mother had died. But it didn't take, like creating those roots didn't take. I still particularly longed for Brazil. But even that longing, and I really like, I always go back to Lewis, because when Lewis talks about joy, and there's a word in Portuguese that a lot of people say is untranslatable. As a language teacher, I sort of rankle against that, because in a sense, everything is untranslatable.
Sure.
So everything is translatable. Like we can make this work. It's not going to be the same, but it's never the same. Sure. Anyway, the word is saudade. And it's, to me, that's exactly, people usually translate it as just missing a place or missing someone. But to me, it connects most closely with how Lewis talks about joy, right? And joy being that painful longing for the thing, you want to get a glimpse of that thing beyond again.
Right.
And so my longing for, my saudade for Brazil is really, I know that my childhood in Brazil and I lived there for a short time as an adult, but even as I travel there for ministry, Brazil is not the way I imagine that. I know that.
Sure.
But I long for the Church of Jesus Christ to prosper there.
Yeah.
And so that the longing I have for Brazil is through the church, and I have great hope for Brazil.
Yeah.
It's also the same way I connect to the United States. And so earlier you said, you talked about the church. And I think sometimes, especially in conversations about Christian nationalism roiling around, the church being our true nation is something any Orthodox Christian will affirm.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think it's probably easier for you and I to affirm that.
Right.
And I've seen people resent that and even accuse, you're not as patriotic as you might be because of how you were brought up, or of course you would say that. But I prefer to think of it actually as having a special window into one particular aspect.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'd actually say that I get to appreciate specific cultures and nations that much more because I have the perspective or the privilege of contrast, of being able to contrast different things.
And not only contrast, but honestly, I think, and if I'm not describing your experience, then let me know, but always feeling like an outsider.
Yeah.
It's not simply a thing that creates isolation, although it does do that. It also creates objectivity.
Sure.
Right. And you can learn to, and in most of my career, I actually worked with foreigners. I have that gift. So I spent the first 20 years of my working life working with foreigners. That was what I did. And being able to connect with each one of them, whether Japanese or German or whatever. And so when I love the United States, I do it objectively.
Right.
Which is, it is not the same thing. In some ways it's poorer, but in some ways it's richer.
Sure.
And so I think that's, so being able to have conversations about that is cool and can enrich the church.
So a couple years ago, I had Ben Merkel come out for a conference in Zambia where he did talks on classical Christian education. And one of the things that he actually underscored is how classical Christian education, sometimes it's framed as purely Western,
right?
But it actually is good for humanity as a whole. And he actually underscored the fact that, all this wealth of knowledge is your Christian heritage. It may have been realized and discovered in other places, but even in Africa, this is your Christian heritage.
Right.
Like you can own that. And that certainly gave me a lot to think about, and I really valued and appreciated him saying that. And it's one of the things I try to explain. Like, coming out here, one of the questions I often get is, did you experience culture shock? Surprisingly, I'm like, not really.
Yeah.
Well, one, because I suppose differences don't shock me because I'm used to having to relate to people from different cultures all the time.
Right.
And there's a sense in which that hasn't fazed me at all. But I can still come here and feel like I completely belong because there is this commonality in Christ. There's this identity that roots all of us.
Right.
And that's certainly helped. And it's interesting that coming out here, I feel like I meet people like you as well, and it's like there's real common ground there too.
Yeah, I think it's likely that this conversation is moving in the direction of classical education. Yeah. But just to echo what you were saying about the church, I mean, that is the bigger uniting thing. Yeah. And it is, I think one of the things that the Reformed can sometimes be a little slow, we Reformed can be a little slow to embrace, is the power of the Holy Spirit in our own lives. And one of the things that the Holy Spirit gives us is true communion, so that I truly believe that it's not just intellectual, there is a mystical union with a Chinese saint that you can feel and swim around in when you meet that guy. And in a way, and you feel closer to him than you do to your atheist neighbor.
Yes.
And it's not just an intellectual exercise. It is actually, that is the Holy Spirit bringing you together, so you can recognize the way you can tell an American from the way he walks, right? Like you're in another country, you can see that guy's American.
Oh yeah,
and it's not just because he's tall. Like there's a walk, there's a way of holding your face,
which might shock people, but it's a thing.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
Exactly. And if you're familiar enough with any culture, you can recognize that.
Absolutely.
But Christians are that way. Like they give off that vibe that we're picking up somehow. I think it's the Holy Spirit, but there is that sweet communion across the world, and so then that moves into education. There actually an NSA professor has written a book on Chinese classical Christian
Redeeming
education.
the Six Arts.
That's right,
Brent Pinkle. Yeah,
and it's wonderful.
Yeah.
And I got excited reading it. I'm never going to go to China. I just got excited reading it because it's not Western classical Christian education, but it's going to be classical and Christian, and it's going to be Chinese. So for me, as a Brazilian, one of the things I have to remind people of, and sometimes I don't think they're convinced, just because of the way Latin America is often portrayed in the media, but Brazilian classical education is also Western. Brazil is part of the West. In a way that Southern Africa would not be.
Sure.
So when you go to a public library, the busts are of Virgil and Dante, and so a lot of this, of course, it's going to be different. You would expect a Swedish classical education to be different from an English, and an English different from a Spanish, but it is part of that same stream and part of that same story. So it's been interesting to watch classical Christian education grow in Brazil, and to have that when Brazilians are studying Quixote or Dante or whatever it is, they're studying the same things that Americans who are being classically educated are studying, and I think that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But there's also you wouldn't want to do that in other contexts.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That doesn't always fit that way in exactly the same way. So you've got a couple of kids who are at NSA now.
Yeah.
And I'm just interested to know what their experiences have been like generally coming into New St. Andrews College as they think of themselves culturally.
Yeah. Well, we're actually in Moscow again because of NSA. So I was only at NSA for a short time. I'm not a graduate, but it was very impactful for us. Really glad we did. But we ended up going back to Florida. But the way I would talk about New St. Andrews, my daughter, who's a senior now, this coming year, she was dead set on coming to New St. Andrews.
She's brilliant, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I once led a recitation that she was in, and she was just very sharp. So,
she's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. But she was dead set on coming to New St. Andrews. But, you know, Moscow and NSA are points of reference for people all over the country and really all over the world. And it's easy enough to create a sort of fantasy or idealized version of what that might be. So we came up as a family to Moscow because I wanted nothing more than for her to go to New St. Andrews. This is the best college a Christian could go to in the United States. I want you to come to NSA. I'm glad this is the only thing you want to do. But let's go check it out, because it's a real place with real people. People are sinners. Sometimes things can kind of suck. It's not a dream world, right? Let's just look at it so we can see, oh, look, people have warts, and it's still the best option.
Right.
So we came up here for that. She checked out NSA. While I was here, I got a job offer, and we ended up moving back. That was just before COVID. But so that was our family's attitude about the school anyway.
Right.
And I think it could even be helpful for viewers to hear that, you know, like, oh, yes, there are warts.
Right.
It's still the awesomest option.
What, Peter?
So what NSA does is fantastic. I know Renata has been able to dive into the things that she's really interested in, while still being stretched and expanded into, you know, into other areas. So for me, the point of education is human formation, even at the college level.
Right.
Right. So, you know, you might not say anymore that you're raising a man or raising a woman, but you're certainly continuing to form them. That's what education is.
Right.
And so I think that my kids feel like, this is shaping them to be conformed to Christ in their knowledge and in how they work things out. So one of the things I appreciate about New St. Andrews, I hope this continues to grow and develop, but activity in the arts, right? So, I mean, none of us are drama kids, drama people, theater people, but we love seeing what the theater people do, right? You know, all the writing that goes on, and so there's a very robust artistic culture. One of my sons is part of a private poetry group that's got a couple of NSA profs in it, you know, and it's just fun that, you know, he's 19, he gets to hang out and talk poetry completely apart from NSA.
Sure.
But hang out and talk poetry with a couple of profs who are into it. You know, this is they have this private group for a reason.
How does one get admission into that?
Yeah. If you don't know the secret code, man. Anyway, so that's I guess that's not very nutshelly, but in a nutshell, that's the answer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite brilliant. One of the things that you and I have in common as well is this. I think we've got this desire for building culture.
Yes.
Shaping culture. I think that's something that the Lord has just placed on my heart, and I've had many different opportunities to do this in various contexts. Getting into institutions and trying to build a workplace culture, trying to help different, like churches, for example, think about culture in a biblical fashion, and I'm sold out to this. But one of the things that, you know, when I met you and we just kind of got to know each other, that I really appreciated about you is your ability to build what I'll refer to as micro cultures. Okay. Like the idea of trying to build a culture everywhere you are. And what I liked about the way you were doing it is it seemed like you were doing it basically by seeking to develop a distinct liturgy of sorts for different contexts. In the way I'd hear you speak about the kind of culture you're trying to build in your home, I could see that. The kind of culture you're trying to build just in the public, I could see that. You're also a coach of a rugby team, which we absolutely need to get into as well. And there's a distinct culture that you're building there.
Yeah.
Do you have an ethos that kind of ties this all together? Or how do you like to think about the building of culture in all the spaces that you inhabit?
I think the angle I'll approach that question from is through covenant. Of course, you know, the Reformed are covenantal, And we'll even go so far as to say that the world, creation, the cosmos, is covenantal. But I think we don't really flesh that out. I think we still get, at best, Aristotelian about it. I think, for example, that if we think about the arts, I'd like over the next couple of centuries for the Reformed tradition to really get into developing a philosophy of the arts that revolves around promise and oath and covenant. God made a people, and we covenanted with him, and we covenant with each other. And so, for, one of the ways that informs my art, as a poet, is, and I don't think it's the only way to do it, but the way it informs me is, I want to be understood by anyone who wants to understand me.
Right.
Right. I don't want to be obscure. I want to be heard. I want to talk to them, to speak to my audience. And so, my philosophy of microculture building is to be doing something and get people involved. So, for example, I admire people who are into individual arts, jujitsu, judo, piano. But those things have to be done, if you're a Christian, in a community setting. If you play piano, play at church, invite friends over, right? If you do jujitsu, be in a club and be about the club more than your personal performance. You can still be excellent.
Right.
So that has actually biased me towards like team sports. Like I wanted my kids to learn to sacrifice that way for the team. And so I always do things in groups. And so it ends up being culture building because I always invite people in.
Right.
And I can't think of any other way to do things. So if I'm writing poems, I'm inviting people in. If I'm playing sports, I'm inviting people in. My wife actually brought this up. She was driving back from Spokane by herself yesterday morning, and she was going through some tiny town, north of here. Maybe it was Palouse or Garfield, and she saw some burly high school kid from a distance. She was driving, and she thought, "Ooh, Joffrey would talk to that guy." Right, rugby, of course, right? But we were talking about that, about what she had said, and and she kind of fleshed it out like, you'll just go into a bar and invite the person you're talking to do whatever it is you're doing. Maybe that's personality, but I think if we all do that, there are going to be a whole lot of little cultures inside the church. Ultimately, that's what these all ought to be building up. Our rugby club here is a separate thing from the church, and anyone who's willing to follow our rules, or a Christian club, is welcome to join. But what it's doing at its root is helping Christian families, most of whom attend CREC churches here in town, raise their children. Right, it's helping them do that. It's helping shape their boys. I just love rugby.
Right.
But I also recognize this is good for your sons. Yeah. And it's not going to save your sons.
Right.
Right. Sometimes you kind of feel like that's what's being asked. You can't do that. But then if you surround the church with those sorts of things, and that's one of the outstanding things about Moscow, but Moscow's not alone. There are so many
Hazel, come here, please.
great things that people are doing in community. Well, ultimately, all I think it comes down to is being passionate about things and insisting on sharing them.
That's so good. Covenant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
This is something Rich Mullins did a lot. Just pull people into his band. Hey, sweetie. Do you, can you feed the cats if you haven't already?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Peter. I love you, buddy. Are you naked? If so, you're on camera. You shouldn't be. Go on out, buddy. Oh, boy.
That's
continue.
amazing.
And we have made oaths to participate in each other's lives. And every time there's a baptism in one of our churches, we make that promise again.
Right.
And it's not like a lot of these families, I hardly know their names, I'll be honest.
Right.
But I better not be lying when I make that oath.
Right.
So hopefully they'll put their kids in rugby.
That's your contribution to the
Yes.
fulfillment of the oath.
That's right.
I love it. Speaking of rugby, of course, I grew up in the greatest rugby nation on earth.
Yes, you did. I agree with that. You actually won't get any guff from me on
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. Record-making rugby champions, most successful rugby nation in the history of rugby.
Yes.
Am I really overdoing this?
You're
Yes.
not. Yeah.
But
and they play in the best way, the most beautiful way.
Absolutely. We're not afraid of a fight. We go straight in.
Yeah.
Credit to our other rivals as well.
Yes.
They're brilliant. I love rugby as a whole. But there's a sense in which I grew up with this sport and I loved it. And it's just, I think, a great way for men to come together and actually do something meaningful. It's a great way to exercise constructive aggression. But it's not this careless aggression. By aggression, I mean that it is physical. It's a contact sport for sure. Yeah. But that aggression actually involves skill. It involves discipline. It involves athleticism. Everything that you want in a man who hones his physical strength. So just what are some of the things that you like to underscore or communicate to your team as you're coaching them? How have you seen rugby as a great way to disciple men?
Yeah. Oh, I'll probably emphasize a few. One of them is that, rugby is 15-a-side. It's an enormous field. It's half again as wide as an American football field and a bit longer, like as long as a soccer pitch. So it's this big field, lots of guys on it, but the game is kind of continuous. So it's running for 80 minutes. So first of all, you have to be fit to play.
Right.
You have to be willing to make that sacrifice.
Right.
But it's also a game in which it's hard for one player to dominate. Basketball is a game where it is easy for one player to dominate,
Sure.
even the ones who play beautifully. So I'm a huge Nikola Jokic fan. What is he known for? He's known for passing the ball.
Right.
When I played basketball, I took pride in my passing, making other people better. But still, everything always came through me, right? I was the one who decided.
Right, so you're the superstar player on your
Yeah, I mean, 6'9", I guess it was inevitable.
So you see Nikola Jokic and you're thinking, that's my guy. He just reminds me of me. Yeah.
Well, so when I was on the playground, of course, part of it was me being white, but on the playground, earlier in the 90s, I was Arvydas. So Arvydas Sabonis was another guy known for passing. And then after that, I was Vlade, another guy known for passing. So that was what, people would watch me play, and that was what they would,
Nice.
Those were the nicknames that came out. But in rugby, there are definitely key positions. There are positions you could compare to an American football quarterback. And of course, there are stars. But it's more than any other sport I've been around. And I love sports. I love games.
I am going to take a break, people, and I will be back soon. But yeah, I think I need to take a break. Hopefully we'll have some people later tonight and go from there. But we're going to keep the stream going. I'm going to turn the music back up, and we're going to figure it out from there. So we'll be right back.
It goes. It goes.
I gotcha.
First,
we're just so you know, we're streaming on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
So just letting you know right ahead of time. So yeah, go ahead.
Right on. Appreciate that. Yeah. No, it was. It's oh goodness! About tripped, fell, and died right there.
That would have not been good.
No, I'm exaggerating a little bit. There's just a thing on the ground over there that I didn't see. It goes. Lots of board games were played over the last couple of days. It was always good. I didn't win a single one. Well, rather, I got second or third place, like every single time. We played that big old one, War of the Ring. It was just a massive, super long, super complicated game. Aaron slipped past me by a hair. I was so annoyed.
Yeah.
All that time. Yeah. That was the thing. But after that, we did some writing. We had a cool little backstory written out now for our main antagonist and his brother. And it's going to be interesting. It was like 400 years ago before the story takes place. Some unknown time. It's going to like anywhere between 200 and 400 years before the start of the story. It's just, we don't know. They were caught up in a civil war. They watched all their neighbors get killed and people drug out of their homes and all this political violence and whatnot. And then they find solace in each other. They live on the streets until they're taken in by an older maiden, an old maid. They don't quite place her, but it's very much going to have like a Hansel and Gretel kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
But like, what if Hansel and Gretel became villains?
Right.
Yeah. So she corrupts them, puts all these lies in their heads, takes them and shapes them into these young men who later become these warlords who try to tear down the tribes of Karatua. Well, we had this, and it was really cool just watching it all play out. We have the whole thing mapped out, but my mind is now on other things, and I can't write more, and it sucks. But
I hear you.
Yeah.
We had a good day. We did our normal morning thing. Went to the in-laws. Went and hung out with them for a while, and I got a wallet and a boombox, and Peter gave me I don't know if you can see it behind me. I know the stream can't, but I got a giant purple rubber ducky and a disco ball from Peter. So
nice. Yeah. Nice. My mom gave me well, it's funny. My mom, dad, my brother Aaron, we are so bad about keeping gifts secret. I called my dad and I was like, "Hey, did you get the money for mom's jewelry box?" I said that, and he's like, "You're on speaker." And I was like, "Why'd you put me on speaker?"
See, this is why I tell you I'm streaming right away.
Right. And then, yeah, exactly. That's all you had to do is like, "Hey, son, you're on speaker." Like, that's all you had to do to start off. It's Christmas. I'm coming. Gifts. Just sent you money for said gift.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then my mom, love her, didn't even try. Like a few weeks ago, she's like, because I had mentioned, "Oh man, that guitar book you have is really cool. I'd really love one. My guitar's just been collecting dust." Couple weeks after that, and before Christmas, she just calls me and goes, "Hey son, guess what I got you for Christmas?" And I was like, "Mom, come on." Didn't even try. But I have a guitar book now, and now I have no excuses, and I'm going to learn how to do all the finger picking and all the folky type stuff.
Yeah.
So
sweet.
That'll be fun. Sweet. That'll be really fun.
Indeed. Very cool.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. My beard needs some R&R.
It's not too bad. It's definitely got a shape to it, which is good. Like it's long enough to where it's starting to shape, and so you can, do what you need to do. But yeah,
Yep.
it takes time.
I can feel it, and it's just like I feel that it's like crusty and needs the oil. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh look,
Hey,
there's Jesse.
Jesse.
What's up, dude?
I gotta hop off, and I might come back here in a little bit. But
All right, sounds good.
Gotta kind of dance around and stuff. Like,
sure, sounds good. What up, dude?
Farewell. How's it going?
Good. You've got all that winter gear on. It can't be that cold.
It's not. It's like 70 degrees, but I got this for Christmas.
Very nice.
My
Someone
sister
make
crocheted it.
Yeah, it looks homemade. That's awesome. Was it Mady or another
Pattern.
sister?
Mady.
Nice. Do you have more sisters?
I have one other sister.
One other sister.
And a sister-in-law.
That's very nice. Yeah. Very cool.
I also
Very
got
nice.
this here bomber jacket.
I dig it. Very cool.
Got like inlining and everything.
Oh yeah, that'll be great. That's
I got a bunch of
fantastic.
other stuff, but yeah, I didn't bring it with me here to the office.
Yeah.
Also got some tools.
So how's Boxing Day at the office? What?
Huh?
Boxing Day. How's Boxing Day at the office? Do
Is
you
that
not know
what-
about Boxing Day?
Is that what the day after Christmas is called?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it was originally a British thing, but basically what it just means like you're boxing up the stuff you don't want and returning it to the store. That's basically what it means.
Oh, gotcha. I don't think I've got anything like that.
Or for people who don't do the whole church calendar thing, people who box up their decorations and stuff. So, that's the idea.
There's lame people who don't leave their stuff up.
I see at the bottom now it says Boxing Day special.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, so I've been streaming. I am streaming. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours now. Not all of that's been active, but I normally do a birthday stream every year anyway, and just kind of keep it on the down low just because everyone's always busy. I don't want to ever make it like it's kind of whatever, So like I've been streaming, and it's a chance for me to, enjoy. It's my little indulgent thing. I'm like, okay, I'm going to stream, and I'm going to actually try to do it well and figure out what I'm doing wrong, because I'm always moving slowly more towards more live streaming in general, but it's just a matter of getting good at it, and I don't want to practice all the time right now. And so it's fun to have one day where I'm like, okay, I'm going to live stream and I'm doing the thing. But some of it's been playing Yoshi's Island and Backyard Baseball. Some of it's been listening to podcasts. I was listening to Of Crowns and Flames with Lennox Kawafungwa, who we met at Fight Laugh Feast.
I still have this card.
Yeah, Joffrey Swaite, he's who he was interviewing. I love Joffrey Swaite, so cool guy. And so yeah, I've been kind of just doing whatever. Talked with Alex earlier. He had a video on AI he wanted me to react to. We had a really good conversation. I got probably 3/4 of it because I had to like reroute my audio and it got weird. But hopefully that'll turn out decent. And yeah, yesterday, just went to the in-laws after our morning and hung out and enjoyed, and it was good. And Monday I'm going to Alpharetta to see my mom. Whole family's coming, and we're gonna have my birthday and second Christmas and all that good stuff. So yeah.
Well, yes, we've had one Christmas, but what about
That's right.
second Christmas?
Oh, we always do second Christmas one way or the other because someone wants to celebrate my birthday and or New Year's. So it's just a matter of what ends up working out. So, but yeah.
Makes sense.
Oh no, I'm so scared. She said salmonella outbreak in oysters. I'm like, wonderful. No, I'm so scared. I don't eat oysters.
It's not a problem over there.
Yeah. Oh, now around where y'all are, yeah, that might be, but it depends on if you eat them. So I don't, but
I'm gonna grab myself some tea. Wait.
I love mussels though. Mussels are delicious.
I'm gonna go Bengal Spice. I'll be back in a
you go.
moment.
All right, sounds good. Do.
Drats. I forgot something. That's fine. I don't need it anyway.
So how has wait, headphones. There we go. So how has Boxing Day been at the office?
I've been the only one here. Actually,
Oh,
Marley is in Georgia right now, visiting the in-laws.
What part?
Atlanta area.
Yeah.
I told him like, hey, I could let Joshua know, and you guys could just hang out. And he
Yeah,
was
if I
like,
drove
no,
3.5
I won't be
hours.
able to do
It took
that.
3
Yeah,
hours.
exactly. Yeah, but no, they one of his in-laws offered to like help them get them to fly up there and everything. So
That's awesome.
that was nice. So they don't have a vehicle otherwise, but yeah, he was absolutely thrilled at the possibility of meeting you, considering the only interaction he had with you was seeing you.
Yeah. Oh boy.
So,
yeah. So we'll get together. We'll do some stuff at some point. But that actually, we could actually look at what's it called, the song, if you wanted to, at some point in a little bit, depending on how long you want to stay and what's prioritized for you.
If nobody else is showing up.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like I said, I'm streaming, so I don't really mind too much. But basically, like,
we're live.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. I've been live for like 7.5 hours.
Hello, everybody. Took me a moment to get there.
It took you a moment to get that. Yeah. So like I said, my audio's been a little bit funky, so you may be echoey during this portion if I do it. But that's not going to be your fault. It'll absolutely be my terrible routing and trying to figure that out, but I'm not going to worry about it right now if we're going to work on the song. But I am good doing that. Well, I guess you could play it from your end, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
about,
you're already on it.
It's about a minute behind.
That's okay.
Incredible. I'm on YouTube.
Yep.
I'm literally watching
technology.
I'm watching in like not in real time, but I can see that's what I look like whenever I'm looking up Broodcast on YouTube. Incredible. It looks so focused.
The technology.
Now it says it's about a minute behind. Anyway, I need to close this out. I'm going to get distracted.
Oh, boy.
All right. What were we saying before that?
I was saying you could play the song on your end and screen share or do something of that nature, or play it over speaker or something of that nature. You might even be able to route it so just Discord goes into your headphones and something else goes elsewhere, and you could download that MP3 and we could figure it out.
You mean the prophecy?
Yeah, the prophecy. And you could tell me what's what and I can make notes. How does that sound to you?
Trying to figure out if there's a way to easily do that.
Well, am I going through your computer or your phone or both right now? Your phone for camera, right?
Camera and audio is coming through phone here, and that my output audio. Sorry, I'm recovering from a cold that I got earlier this week.
Do you have GarageBand on your computer?
I do not.
Okay. What's up, Daniel? We back?
He's returned.
Cool.
I just in and out and whatnot.
Daniel, Tootsie Rolls, yes or no?
Depends. I like this flavored ones, like the fruit flavored ones.
You what?
You've never had those?
Yes, I have. That's why I'm confused.
Like the orange flavored ones are the best.
They're not.
I mean, if I want chocolate, I'll actually just go and get real chocolate. So
That's what the Tootsie Rolls are for.
no, not really. See, what I want to do is I want to take some Gushers and I want to get some citric acid and then put them together and make sour Gushers.
It's an interesting combination.
You could
You could just get some lemon pepper seasoning, because that's mostly citric acid.
Oh. Oh. No. Tasty.
Yum.
Jesse, with that, if you just do screen share, it will send the audio through, and you can play it from wherever, and I will hear it. I don't think Daniel will come through looping, but it's worth a shot. You know, I think that cancels out like a mix minus thing.
I can probably get it through.
Yeah, so you know how to screen share on Discord, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hold on, I have a way.
You remember the song, the musical stuff we're working on, Daniel?
Yeah, the stuff that was akin to epic musical.
Yeah. So we've been working on the song. Jesse's given me notes on the first song. I have like a version 2, which is really close to being done. Just needs some tweaks and stuff, and he was gonna listen through and see what's what. So when we get to it, oh, you hit screen share, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I gotta show non-video participants in order to see it. Hold on. There we go. View watch stream. There we go. Okay. So there it is. I'm gonna look at your face though and listen to the stream of it. Anyway. I just, the focus thing. Well, yeah, the focus thing on Discord. I was just changing that for the sake of the stream. So
gotcha.
Yes, I can hear it. Just barely, though. Pause and make notes when you want.
Reed Jones was a farmer just north of Atlanta. His wife laid sick in bed, just picture it, can't ya? A baby in her womb, a storm raging outside. The lightning locked them in, the storm poured from the skies. The wind and rain battered their tiny Georgia town. The hails and gales tore power lines down. The back window had been knocked out by flying debris, and there was no help that either of them.
So I'm no expert in hello Steven. I'm not exactly a full expert on EQing. It's something that I still need to increase my skills on, but
right, that's you and me both, yeah.
Yeah. But the sound effects need to be a little more clear. I can hear them in the background, but that's because I'm listening for them. They're not
particularly the rain.
Kind of reminds me of
the rain isn't.
What'd you say?
It kind of reminds me of Carmen.
How?
I might need to pick up a certain. There's a particular video just coming to mind. I'll have to go look it up real quick.
Okay. Anyway, go ahead. What you were saying, Jesse. I still don't know how I'm like Carmen, but okay. What's up, Steven?
He's so.
Jesse, can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Hi, Jesse.
Oh, is my video muted? No.
Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. Yes.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Why can't you hear me?
Hang on, I'm sure it's on my end.
Hold on, just unmute me.
There we go.
Okay.
Was
we
it
are-
an output source?
Yeah, of course.
Really briefly, Stephen, we are live on YouTube as well, just so you're aware. Not a big deal, but just letting you know.
And if you want help removing that camera icon from the bottom of your video there, I can.
I think you showed me.
Actually,
before.
your layout might be different.
I think you had showed me once. I don't remember how to.
Your output might be a little different on a.
Sorry, one sec. I have a rather strange setup. Okay. Just Google it.
Yeah, Windows setup is different from Mac.
Okay. So
anyway, all right, I'm just going to continue.
On the, EQ on the sound effects. Yeah. So you can't hear. You're saying you can't hear the rain at all, or what?
The rain just sounds like white noise in the background, which I mean that's what rain sounds like, but it should sound more like individual. There should be like some kinds of drops or something somehow.
It just might be getting a clearer sample too, like because the sample's not particularly high. So yeah.
The thunder, whenever the thunder claps, it should be purposeful, and it should be apparent, like it's part of the song, not just in the background behind the song. It should feel like it's present.
Yeah,
you feel the thunder. Now, that's in the beginning to set the atmosphere. Later on, it can be more in the background, and then
might even be worthwhile to start with the sound effects before we even get to music.
It could be.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, at the very least, the sound effects should appear with the beginning of the song. I can see that happening as well.
Yep.
Yeah, because it should be clear that there is music there.
Right.
Other than that, I don't have too much. Singing is good. I'm sure it's not a final recording. Otherwise, you'd only pick the best pitch control for that. So I already know you've got that handled. I think
If you have
about as far as I've got so far.
If you have specifics on vocals, that would really help though, because like I said, there's spots that I'm blind to, as far as my singing goes. So like I heard like maybe one spot that I noticed so far in how far you've gotten, but like that's all I've heard is like one little word, just kind of the note sort of caved out and it went almost to talk, right? But that was the one spot that I heard. So feel free to talk about my voice. I'm not going to take it personal.
I'll make sure to give it as personally as possible and really just try to attack your character as a person. That's
honestly, it'd be funnier that way.
Yeah.
Reed's wife, her complexion was shoddy. Nausea, pain, and cold racked all of her body.
Hello there, Michael Bush.
Hello there.
We've got a song playing that Jesse is trying to give me some feedback on, so that's what we're going on right now. And it's part of a musical that I'm working on. One of my epic poems. So yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
I
So
just got out of Avatar Fire and Ice.
Oh, okay.
Or Fire and Ash.
We'll definitely talk some about that when we finish up here. It's like I said, a short song. He's just kind of rolling through it. But did you have something, Jesse? Are you going to roll back on that a little bit, or what do you want to do?
I was just going to say the coughing fit's trying to stop me. The yell singing is good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm struggling here. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to talk consistently for.
Oh no.
Both getting over something.
Yeah. The yell singing is good. I think it needs more breath.
Okay.
I think you need more air going into it. But I mean, the emotion seems like it's there. Feels good rock and roll.
Yeah.
set a candle on the nightstand, tucked in his ailing wife, and slammed his knees down to the floor to beg God for her life.
Please, Lord, please, God, save my wife and child.
The wind started blowing, and there came something wild.
Happen again one second.
You're good. No rush.
I'm assuming you're going to be doing Reed Jones' voice for the
That's
future.
That's the idea. Yeah.
That's the idea. I think it works, but it doesn't feel real enough. It feels like I'm being taken out of this somewhat serious situation, somewhat serious narrative that's being told with a VeggieTales character. It feels like a VeggieTales character.
He sounds like
came to me.
I do his voice based on Tom Riley from Adventures in Odyssey, sort of, kind of as like a base, whatever. So like I understand that. I don't know how I would specifically go about that because he's freaked out. That's what I'm trying to get bring across. I'm willing to let someone else do Reed because Reed's not like a super integral character, but I've always kind of done Reed, and so
that's
I'm
I don't think it's because the voice itself is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the emotion that's not properly being conveyed.
Well, it's not the same as the narrator, like I feel like the narrator is somewhat detached from the situation, and that might not be good, but that's what I was going for. He's more detached, telling what happened years ago, and Reed's in the moment freaking out, right? Like,
yeah. I'm just thinking it could be more somehow more emotional, not in a comedic way. It feels more like a comedic way. That's it.
Okay.
I think the voice is right. It's fine if it's fine if he has like a higher voice. That's not necessarily that's not even the problem. It's just I'll just rewind a bit and let's hear what it's like.
Sure.
Please, Lord, please, God, save my wife and child.
It's so good. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, if we could just get a version where like all the characters talk like this as like a bonus track, that would be amazing. Narrator narrator not included. That way it's even more jarring. I would think there'd be a lot more turmoil in his voice. This feels. I don't know. I'm trying to.
There literally was just flying debris crashing through the window.
Yeah.
He's freaked out. Like, I understand
he should,
what you're saying.
Absolutely, he should be, yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what the difference is, because I was going for that, and obviously I didn't hit it. So I'm, like, just trying to figure out what to do. And it may just take many takes, But, yeah.
I think it should be melodic. Maybe more yelling. Like he's not just praying quietly. Like debris fell into the house. I'm assuming like a window was taken.
Yeah, it's like a flying log through the window kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, window was taken out. So it's like he's yelling, pleading. So I think the reason why it's restrained. His pleading here sounds restrained, just in the performance. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I think it's too restrained, and it just needs more. I don't know. It's direction on this kind of stuff is usually just trying to find it in the person who's acting it out.
Yep.
Rather than just telling it at their face.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So in the moment, a log goes through your house. I know Joshua would like start singing psalms, but Reed Jones would probably be pretty freaked out.
Right.
Try to be Reed Jones in that moment. Window goes through the window.
Sure.
Log goes through the window.
Yes, window through the window.
Sorry, my brain is still a little foggy from this cold.
It's all good.
Even Stephen can attest.
I've
It's
been a
like this
zombie.
whole. Yeah, it's been a really strange sickness.
Yeah.
So anyway, with that said, the VeggieTales rendition is pretty good, but I think it sounds too restrained.
Yeah.
Jesse, why does it have you twice? Is one of those the live stream?
Calm, the rain had stopped, but what came was a storm indeed, like crinkled at the edges of the walls, golden as ripening wheat, fading in as the room became light, was a figure about 8 feet tall. His stature not only dwarfed the Joneses, but seemed to stretch their walls. He wore a tan leather duster with black pants, shirt, and boots beneath. The duster looked dirty and worn, and tassels hung from the sleeves. On top of his
So how was Christmas for everyone? I got a Scout Trooper helmet.
We're dealing with this right now. We'll get to that soon. Audio ducking. This is just on the back end, but here I'm noticing this part that just played. Whenever the guitar is coming in, I can barely hear what's being said. I have to build the words around the guitar hit. Because it's too loud. It's going over the vocals. So a little bit of audio ducking that comes out with proper EQ and everything as well. But
yep.
I think the yelling there is good. Again, same note as before. More breath. Deeper breaths as you send it. Send it. It should be all throughout. You should be trying to hit the back wall.
Yeah.
In fact, don't sing at the back wall. Sing through it. Anyway,
I'm seriously considering singing some of this, particularly those moments when I'm really belting it, in our church sanctuary, and figuring out the distance that I need to be from a microphone for that. The other thing is I'm going to be changing my setup a little bit. I told you I was looking at 32-bit flow, but I'm changing something else. So yeah. Anyway, go ahead. I'm changing something else cheaper than that. So
I got you. So you're not going 32-bit.
Well, I'm giving myself some more headroom by introducing a cloud lifter into the situation and turning my game.
Yeah, I was about to ask if you were going to do a cloud lifter instead, because we have the same thing.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm going to be doing. Yep. So.
Okay. I think that was it. I think the music is progressing properly. It's
well. You also had
leading up to a good crescendo.
Yeah, you're meaning it on this part, right? Because you were very specific, you wanted to talk. Yeah, okay. So there's more stuff I know you're very specifically want to talking about further into the song. Anyway,
a smirk on his lips, surrounded by goat t-shirt, frozen in a right pose. Before the figure opened that mouth, Reed Jones stared blankly and knew he was in the presence of an angel, and there was nothing he could do. The voice was richer than honey and brighter than those flecks of gold light, deeper than the deepest part of the Chattahoochee, and it spoke a prophecy that night.
All good.
I didn't just pause it to cough, I swear. The meter here doesn't seem to be quite working. Doesn't seem to be quite right. It seems like it's lagging behind and rushing in some areas. It just needs to be played with a few times and listened over and trying to figure out what's the best way I can say this. I can sing this so that it's as rhythmic as possible.
specifically on Spoke a Prophecy That Night, or all of the sort of like pseudo rap leading up to it?
The whole pseudo rap.
A smirk on his lips, surrounded by goatee, stood frozen in a rap pose.
So it changes meter, but it's a thing where it's supposed to be like going from a like almost like a 2/4 thing into like this swing meter.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't mean the
swing
meter of the
meter?
music is fine. I mean like the way it's being spoken out.
Well, I know
doesn't
that. Yeah,
seem
yeah.
to be quite working. Yeah.
Well, right, but then I go from on beat, on point to like this swing thing in between, right? So I don't know, like I could either adjust the music around that or adjust the specifics of what I'm doing, but I don't know. Like Alex has always said that it throws off, but I've always thought of it as like there are rappers that literally and this isn't rap, this is a pseudo rap, but the point is like they will switch up flow completely, you know, and do this in between swing thing that I'm trying to do here. You're just saying it's not fitting with the style, or like
trying to place it.
Yeah.
On top of his hat was a black
That's where it starts, on top of his
hat,
or on top of his head.
On top of his head, a black cowboy hat.
Obscuring
I think
his eyes and nose.
as you're swinging, try to put more emphasis on the swing.
Okay.
You're already kind of doing that there, but it seems like you're trying to give each word equal spacing, and it doesn't work as much.
Okay, I can see that melodic swing. Maybe I could play with the melody a little bit to make it feel more, swingy.
Well, it's the timing. I'm forgetting the length of each note, but it should be like literally just a little more emphasis put on some notes rather than others. And it's something that you just have to practice over and over again to see what sounds the best.
A smirk on his lips, surrounded by goatees.
A smirk on his lips, surrounded by goatees.
Stood frozen in a rap pose. It's like da 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 da.
Try to over enunciate the swing, like whatever frozen on the right pose.
Okay,
like
gotcha.
Pose right there.
It's almost like a slip jig. It's almost like a slip jig, like Rocky Road to Dublin.
Yes,
in the merry
exactly.
month of June, from me home I started.
That's
the
exactly
girls of June. Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't the example that came to mind, but yeah, trying to put more emphasis that way, it does feel rhythmic. It's changing the meter of the song, and it's working as a rap, a pseudo rap.
Right.
Yeah, I that's a good slip jig. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. More emphasis.
Frozen in a rap pose. Before the figure opened that mouth, Reed Jones stared blankly and knew he was in the presence of an angel, and there was nothing he could.
That part, that phrase,
he was in the presence of
he
an
was
angel.
in the presence of an angel, doesn't quite work as well as he was in the presence of or he was in the.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get
I need to hear that again.
exactly right.
I do realize why that's hard. That's why I'm trying to pace it out.
That mouth, Reed Jones stared blankly and knew he was in the presence of an.
He was in the presence of an angel, and there was nothing he could do. Something like that.
Well, that. It's better and it's safer, but it does sound boring to what I feel like is hiding there.
Frozen in a rap pose. Before the figure opened that mouth, Reed Jones stared blankly and knew
He was in the presence of an angel. He was in the presence of. Oh man, that is difficult. That is a really difficult part to do.
in a rap pose. Before the figure opened that mouth, Reed Jones stared blankly and knew
He was in the presence of an angel. He was in the presence of an angel, and it does need to be played with, and I see why it's difficult.
Yeah.
He was in the presence of an angel. Seems way too fast, but if you try to.
The other thing that the reason I did it that way was because I feel like it's bringing everything, like we're doing this swing thing, but then it's like, I feel like it's almost like the song is doing this. It's going towards you. It's like, here comes the airplane, and then he was in and it's like right up in your face at the last second. That was what I was going for, right?
He
and
was
so
in
then
the presence. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, that was what I was going for. It doesn't really come through. I think you're right. I think it comes off as wooden-ish. But I was trying to make that to where it's like it's doing this swing, it's lulling you into false, and then it's like in your face, right? He was in the presence of an angel, and there was nothing he could do. But I think to do that, I would probably have to drop the music right at that second, or something of that nature.
So I'm not someone who has any experience with this, but it's, from what I'm hearing you guys say, it sounds like the problem might be just the word presence in the line. So you might consider simply rewriting it and to use something besides the word presence, because it sounds like that word is literally the difficulty, at least from what I can hear here.
See, it is like one too many syllables for what we've been doing at that point. I'm aware of that. It's like, I don't think that there's a one word syllable that means something close enough to presence for me to just change the one word. And then as soon as I start changing that entire line, you know, it's possible that I could come up with something that fits in there because it's not the rhyme, but I'm kind of wary of doing that for many reasons, but I can play with it. So we can come back to that at some point, but I think we could probably move forward on that if you're good with that. If you want to play with it in your mind too, that's fine.
I think just rushing it before presence, because presence of an angel works, but
yeah,
he was in the needs to be rushed. I think.
Are you playing
I think
again?
it disappeared. No, it disappeared. 1 second.
Okay. Okay, you're getting to it. Hey there, Brendan. We're working on the musical. Just 1 second. There we go. What's up?
Sunshine family!
Hello, Sunshines. What's up, Tristan? You're still up, buddy?
Can you say hi? Can you say hi?
Sitting there like...
He's still a little sick.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand, Tristan.
No, you don't, because last night at 10:30, he went to bed at 7:30. He went to bed at normal time last night.
Yeah, well, 8.
He went to bed at 8 o'clock. He woke up at 10:30 with a barking cough and croup, and so we had to go to the hospital to get him some medicine. But he didn't. He ended up like kind of falling asleep sometime between like 2 or 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Somewhere in that vicinity, and then he slept until 11. So his sleep schedule is all screwed up.
Poor guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've had a cough for the past few days, but it looks like he's been through the ringer.
Yeah,
you been hanging in there, Tristan?
He's trying.
Yeah, he is.
He did all the things to go to bed, and then he didn't stay. He started crying because he's like, "Wait, I'm not tired." It's like, I don't blame you. Your sleep schedule's all screwed up. So,
yeah.
But he's okay. I thought we would say hello.
Well, it's good to see you all. Merry Christmas. We love you.
Can you say Merry Christmas?
No? Okay.
How was y'all's Christmas Day?
I mean, except for the going to the hospital at like,
apart from that,
PM. It was fine. It was good. We
How'd
had a
they
great
like
food.
the gift?
Oh, that wasn't as wow a reaction as I was hoping for, but it's okay. Father is understated,
Yes,
and
he is.
I needed to borrow
yeah, it's okay. We did our best, and that's all we can ask for.
I got you.
More than most deserve.
I declare a fun more.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
He's
gonna
very confused.
You gonna play the song? Okay.
He could do the moves before the figure opened that mouth. Reed Jones stared blankly and knew he was in the.
All right, that line there.
Reed Jones stared
Wow,
blankly and knew.
Yeah, that's swinging correctly.
Yeah,
that's slip jigging correctly. It's this part.
Is in the presence of an angel.
Right.
That's the slip up. We'll just go through it one more time and then move on.
Frozen in a right pose before the figure opened that mouth. Reed Jones stared blankly and knew
he was in the presence of an angel. It's probably that'll probably just have to be it. You rush the first part and hit on presence of an angel, because the other ones are just smaller words.
I'll try that, and then I'll also try dropping the music, like drop out just the vocal there. Could potentially do it. And then back
and then have the lower. He was in the presence of an angel, and the lower voice, and there was nothing he could do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that leads straight into the thunder and roaring rain as slowly.
Okay. Yeah, we'll
the
play
next
with that.
part.
he could do. The voice was richer than honey and brighter than those lets it go, light deeper than the deepest part of the Chattahoochee, and it spoke a prophecy that now.
I forgot about that. Oh, come on. It keeps deleting it. That's so frustrating. You'd have to figure out how to match that with this next line where it's talking about what the voice is actually like. Because you don't want to get rid of that. It's a nice line.
Yeah.
And it helps to set the tone, like this is where this place is at.
I'll play around with it. I understand what you're saying. You want it to build more consistently up to the crescendo. What's up, Alex? We're working on the song.
Song.
The prophecy.
Oh, heck yeah. Cool.
So, yep, he's been giving me some feedback as we go. It's good to hear from y'all. Everything going okay?
Yeah, everything's going fine.
Good. So, all right. You can continue.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's too close. It just needs more build that way.
Your wife will be saved from death's dark current. Your daughter as well, but she'll be born with power. All weather before her eyes will cower, and with God's help she will withstand great adversity. She will lose everything, but she will learn this homily. If Christ is with us, who can be against us? Your daughter, Reed Jones, will stand for justice. And her will well, but she'll be born with power. All weather before her eyes will cower, and with God's help she will withstand great adversity. She will lose everything.
All right, that part, she will lose everything. That should be where the extra emphasis, all the chorus and the larger drum beats, it should be placed there, because that's the part that you're trying to give the most impact into. This is a prophecy to when her life is going to suck.
Got it. Yep.
Now, of course, there's a promise on the other side of that, but that should be the part where the emphasis is placed.
Right.
Other than that,
You like
I
where
think
the children's choir pops in?
Yeah, I think it should have more song elements to tie it in with the rest of the song, but it shouldn't be like wild guitar
Yes.
as it is with the other parts.
I'm thinking of taking that whole middle section after the first solo and basically almost slowly stripping away. Love you, baby. Slowly stripping away elements of the music as we keep rough tempo, maybe slow down a little bit, but keep rough tempo and keep the narrator doing his thing, right? And so it becomes less and less and less, and then by the time we get to the prophecy, we're completely primed and ready, and then it moves like so you kind of see what I'm saying, like we're stripping elements away piece by piece as we move after that solo. So maybe something like that.
And I think sound effects will help. Maybe the creaking of the rafters and the floorboards as the house is swaying with the storm.
Yeah.
So it really places you in the room as you're looking at this angel. You're staring. You can hear everything else is going on at the same time that this angel is speaking to you. This prophecy.
If Christ is with us, who can be against us? Your daughter Jones will stand for justice.
I'm gonna shorten that. I think I'm gonna shorten that violin, but yeah.
It might be better to remove it entirely.
Just like that, the angel was gone.
Because that right there, that transition is very jarring.
Oh yeah, for real. I know.
Which is, like I said, you're just trying to get the bone. Yeah, it's got good bones. That's what you're focusing on here.
And performance. But yeah, those two things.
If it'd be possible to keep the prophecy itself in the same key as the song, as the rest of the song, that would be ideal.
Yes.
That way, I mean, it clearly it takes a pause.
Right.
It could do to maybe even make it feel like it's a heartbeat that's going on.
Yeah,
even if it's not a boom boom, but like a boom, 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 boom. That's behind the drum.
Well, it fits too because people associate a heartbeat with pregnant woman, infant, that kind of a thing pretty quickly, pretty easily. So yeah.
Honestly, yeah, you could even add a little fast heartbeat like a baby.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's just a great decision. Yours, whatever. It should be a much more gradual transition back into it, rather than. And just like that, the angel was gone. It should be more like, and just like that, the angel was gone. And it slowly picks back up, and then it hits back into the meter for the last part, which is.
Before he could say a word, he jumped back up to his precious wife.
That's one performance area I'm not happy with. But I can't seem to get it right either. Because I want to strip it back, Because the story is changing. I want to strip it back. And I'm almost thinking it needs to be far more bombastic up at the top, really slow down to the slowest part during the prophecy itself, but then only slightly rise back up before the end, right? More of like a somber blues at that point.
Yeah, it's a somber, slow, getting back into the meter, and then it hits back into the regular meter. Of course, the music is a lot more restrained. It's not trying to knock your socks off. Right. It's trying to calm the situation down because he's consoling his wife,
right?
And then towards the end you start getting back into just having the background sound effects with the the guitar sound again.
Yeah, I think I'm going to
intro
break
guitar,
this down
but as an
into
outro.
acts and treat each of them in the same key and similar tempos, but slightly different, and work on them as basically like acts of the song on this next pass, and work on really making the transitions proper, because outside of Suno, I have the ability to do beat mixing, which is essentially taking two songs and, making the beats like slowly increase or decrease to match each other as they're transitioning. And also, I have Suno Studio now as well, which is a whole other thing, which is going to allow me to do
I've
more
heard
with,
it's great.
yeah, it's pretty interesting. So I will also be able to play with MIDI files and change individual instruments and all that other kind of stuff. And so I'm going to be doing a lot more with it this time around. But I think we've got it
now
for the most part.
could not be a better time to be practicing and playing with all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Because all the tools that are dropping, I mean, so many artists are like, oh, we hate AI, and it's like,
right,
this is going to send so many more projects out there at a rate that you wouldn't think before.
Yeah, as long as people are,
everybody's like worried about,
got to work on it and make it better. But yeah,
about the slop content. But the deal is, the iPad kids could find slop content on YouTube long before AI was formidable.
That's true. That's true.
You could find those 3D animations of unanimated characters rendered in a 3D space, and it looked terrible, and they would just watch it for hours. And now you have AI slop that does that in less time than the underpaid foreign.
Even before what you're talking about, Flash, everyone railed against Flash until it died. So, for animation and stuff. Oh, Casey, he's saying hi. Brendan, he's flooping at you.
Oh, can you see me?
Can you see her?
I can see her, yes.
He said
I see your hand. I can also see your hat.
Your hat.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hi.
Oh, you now have. There is now a Tristan.
There is a Tristan.
Tristan, can you floop? Floop.
Floop, floop, floop.
Nope, there it is.
That's Mr. Jesse and Mr. Joshua and Mr. Jesse's brother, whose name I forgot. And there's an Alex, but he doesn't have a picture, and Daniel, and he doesn't have a picture. So.
Oh, they have pictures.
Flipping. Okay.
It's definitely not a picture.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to.
No, you're good. You're good. Suno. Right now, Suno. This is the time to be using stuff like that, because this shows, hey, here's how to make beautiful stuff with these good tools that we've been given. Yeah. I'll finish out the recording here.
Okay.
And just like that, the angel was gone before he could say a word. He jumped back up to his precious wife. By love and worry he was spurred. But his wife lay there asleep and warm, her color now rosy red, and her breathing was as calm and relaxed. It's the baby that laid within her in that bed. Reed Jones cried with utter relief as the sky above turned red too, praising God Almighty in heaven, for there was nothing he could do. A few weeks after that, Emily birthed from brittle bones a daughter with brown hair, and they named her Cirrus Jones.
I think the way it ends is great. That's
right. The very ending,
great.
Yeah.
Like that epilogue. I honestly don't even think I have any notes. I mean, vocal performance could be enhanced a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's step control. When changing notes like that, there's a bit of a soulful swing as well. So that does exist, but that's not every note.
Yes.
Think most of them as steps on the ladder. As you're going up the stairs.
Finding where to put that has been difficult, because I don't usually sing that way. And so figuring out where to put it is hard. Yeah.
A lot of practice.
Yeah.
So finding more practice on that, finding what works, getting help, probably just doing some like vocal sessions with somebody to help. Find that part in your voice.
Once
a lot
I
of
get
it
it-
is just intuitive.
Yeah.
Having somebody who's intuitively just fixing the way you're singing. That's
Yeah.
what I did for a while. I'm not even the best singer at all by any means,
Yeah.
but
I'm thinking
I
of getting our
got a
choir
lot better
teacher
because
to.
somebody just told me to stop doing the bad stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna probably end up. I might work with you or Brendan if you get a chance, but I'm looking at particularly my choir director lady would probably be able to help me in person, which is more immediate and good for that sort of a thing anyway. So, but yeah, and
Who
she could probably
summons me?
Who summons you? I said I might get your help on some vocal stuff at some point. So.
Oh, okay.
But yep. So. Any which way, what is up, gentleman and gentle lady? What's going on? Does anyone want to share things since it's technically a broadcast day?
I'm gonna get more tea.
He's gonna get more tea.
Although I've been
what it tastes like.
I mean, the only thing I've been doing is working on rules.
How's that going, by the way?
I mean, let's see. What have we got here? I changed. I've gotten through section 2 of the rules for the rewrite up. 2 of 10, no, 2 of 11. And it's okay. You know what? I'm just gonna, since we're sharing screens.
Woohoo! Screen sharing.
Okay, we'll just do this because it's easier. So, basically, when I made the original core rules, everyone, I say everyone, a lot of the people who read it are like, oh yeah, I understand this. And so on one hand, rewriting it is not necessary because everyone looked at it and it made sense. But then I was looking at it and going, I feel like 1, I'm missing things, and 2, it could be, hi, bud. Hi. We have a vacuumer. Hi.
He loves to vacuum. I know that.
He absolutely loves vacuuming. I feel like I'm missing things, and also I feel like this could be laid out more intuitively. And so I went in and tried to remake it, and I tried a couple things, and this is the layout that I eventually I say settled on. This isn't finalized, but this is version 2. And so what I've been doing is I set up the entire what's the word I'm looking for? I set up the entire like I would call this a beat sheet, for lack of a better word, in like script writing.
Yeah.
And then as I've been going through and writing out sections, when I finish a section, I delete the subpoints of that particular section, right? So this introduction section, there's game overview, what you need to play, and core concepts. And so if I hop down there, we have general overview. I connect what you need to play, and then core concepts. And what I got to do, I mean, I might have to change how I do this. I might want to change what the title, what headings we're at, you know. And then you go to game setups, and it's each of the each of the sections, right? It's same thing. Yeah, so I'm using the table of contents as like a guide for what I need to write.
Yeah.
That's actually a really cool way to do that.
It's handy. It's useful.
Yeah, that's genius.
And then beyond that, it's just a matter of. I say beyond that, it's just a matter of. Beyond that, I've been working on the factions and the rules of said factions because this is the core rules. This is how the game plays. And then the factions, I tried to make it so that each faction has a yes and, but that the yes and is interactive in the sense that there are very clear things that both the player wants to do and that the opponent wants to do. Mama's in the living room, bud. I'm right here. You want Mama and Dada to be in the living room together? Okay. Yes, my sick overlord. I'm going to ask you not to be quiet, but okay. So yeah, so that's the core rule element, and then the faction. Like the faction, what I mean, like that they're interactive. I have the first two. Tristan, can you please? Thank you. The first two factions that I have are Trag and the Iconian Empire. The Iconian Empire, their whole shtick is that they're it's your. I don't want to call it your Roman soldier analog because that's not correct. This is what I imagine a Christian empire would actually look like if it was halfway decent. So
Impaled Ottomans included?
Sure. But except there are no Ottomans. I mean, also why they would what?
What?
No. This just anyway. Basically, the way that the empire like works is that you have these things called standard bearers, and a standard bearer can coordinate with another unit out of phase. So normally, you flip a card over. That card is a unit that you have determined what order they activate in. You flip over that card, and you can do two actions, or you can spend some points and activate a unit out of order, but it only gets one. What standard bearer units let you do is you can flip the card over to activate the standard bearer and use points to activate another unit to do the same action as the standard bearer. So if the standard bearer moves and it's an infantry unit, you can spend some points from a different resource and move another infantry unit because they're both doing the same action, right? That's their whole shtick.
I have a couple of things. One, I do like that as a system because, of course, the guy holding the banner, like it feels real. The guy holding the standard is the one who's rallying the troops, so they're going to be able to make a more coordinated effort. So I actually really like that. I don't know if that's used in other war games. It could be. I'm not super familiar with them, but I do like it. It immediately makes me think of The Patriot, where Mel Gibson grabs the flag. And so immediate cool points. Two, whenever you start talking about your rules, you become like a charismatic preacher. you're like, so you feel with so much passion.
Well,
it's great. With a standard, they will go together and they will.
I don't mean to sound like a charismatic preacher. I'm just trying to explain it in a way, and I get frustrated with my ability to explain, so it comes out as passion.
Well, it's coming across well. I'm understanding it. And I think it's because you're pouring so much passion into it. You have to say it like you're preaching it. It's great. I love it. Anyway, that was just something I noticed. It was funny.
So the interactivity of the Empire is like the least, like, it's the most basic of the factions. It's like the beginner faction kind of, and it's so like, but the interactivity is you've got these standard bearers, which you're going to have a dude with a flag. It's going to be obvious which one is the standard bearer, probably. And then, I mean, at least if these people do their jobs right. And then, so what can the opponent do to do this? Well, you just kill the unit with the flag. Because when the unit with the flag is gone, they lose their rule, basically. Except, like, commander units can do it regardless. But still, right? It's like, hey, if we take out, if you have a army that has a lot of infantry and there's one flag bearer, kill the flag bearer. And they can't coordinate. And then the other faction that's like the begin, that's like that I'm using as sort of like the introduction, is the necromancy faction. Basically, as their rule is, as units die, they leave behind what are called soul tokens, and then the casters of the necromancy faction can consume soul tokens to resurrect new undead. But you have to be within a certain distance of them. So if you spread out, it becomes much harder for the necromancers to get enough tokens together to raise raise dead and re-raise the dead, right?
Yeah.
They're sort of like, they're going to end up playing in a way very similar to, like, all right, you killed us, but you didn't kill us good enough, so now we're going to keep coming back. It's like, why won't you die? That's sort of their thing.
The cockroach faction.
Yeah, kind of. I have the barbarian faction. Their whole shtick is about barbarian. They're beast riding pseudo barbarian warrior types. If anyone remembers the Vartan story, it's that group. It's the guys. It's the beast riding barbarians who made an alliance with garden gnomes, because that's a thing.
That's a fantastic thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Their shtick is
Not gonna lie, I was zoned into work stuff, and the thing that brought me back was garden gnomes and people riding bears. And
welcome to my game. It's weird. Anyway, Their whole thing is great hunts, where you basically have to declare, in addition to the battle and the objectives you're fighting, you're saying, I am going to go on this side quest to kill that specific unit. What? Yeah.
I'll keep it PG.
I know you want me to turn on your computer, but your computer...
Specifically, screw that guy. Gotcha.
Basically, yes. And so because you are declaring that, the interactivity comes from, oh, I know what you're trying to do. And if you complete that, you get like a bonus that lasts for the rest of the game. I'm just going to run this guy away, or I'm going to do something to like cramp your style. You have 4 of these hunts that you hypothetically could complete, and there are 5 rounds in the game. So you're probably not going to get all 4 of them if I have any brain cells to rub together in order to prevent you from doing this. Hi. Yes, I love you. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of like game making stuff, but other than that, and I've been doing the snow globe, but other than that, I have been woefully lacking in terms of creative work, because it is the season of chaos in retail.
It is true.
Why are you coughing, Jesse?
I am proud of you for the
coughing.
I am proud of the amount of work you've been able to do despite all of everything you just said. Like,
Yes.
I've enjoyed your updates, and I'm not a game person, as you know, but like I'm very happy to see you happy and working on it and plodding along. You're figuring it out, man. Good job.
Just
I do want to say, Brendan, you did send me this rules document, didn't you?
Not the new one. You have the old one, which the rules are all the same. It's just not as organized.
Not
I mean,
as
it
spiffy
makes
looking.
sense. It's just not. It's not the final version, but yeah. I'm probably going to have to get somebody to go through this thing and go, you don't need 3 paragraphs to explain this.
I will love to do that whenever I have time.
I think the best way to do that is to have a play session.
Yeah, I am intending on doing that. I'm actually going to when I finally have a Saturday free again, I'm going to drive to my parents' house, pick up my uncle, steal him for a day, and go, we're playing a game. And he'll be like, why are you carrying me out to the car? But, you know.
If you need
Come with me if you want to live as you load weapon.
I'd say if you need semi-regular play testers, I don't know how much it would be possible to do it online, because obviously it's a tabletop. It's meant to be like in the same place. But insofar as that'd be possible here, I know that I would love to do something like that. You know, growing up,
Same here.
I always loved playing board games. None of my siblings really did that much. But
are you trying to say something? I don't. I don't know.
I didn't. It was only with my face that I was trying to say.
No. How do you even do that? I don't know how you focused your camera like that.
He's got a special camera.
He has the same one. I just know it better.
I also want to point out that you don't have your face as your background. Oh no,
that time.
Anyway,
I can change that.
But the point is that I actually have looked into online playtesting. Basically, I've been starting to get onto Reddit. Dun dun dun. Because there are r/playtests of subreddits.
There you go. Thank
you. Yes. Hi, bud. Can you say hi? No?
There's a Homestar Runner thing with Teen Girl Squad.
What's that sound? That was the soundboard. They have soundboards. You push a button and it makes noise.
Here's another one. Spank that horse, Brendan.
Please don't share with my 2-year-old the ASMR whispering of spanking horses. Why?
Do share with the 2-year-old the ASMR whispering of spanking horses.
There we go, Jesse. Thank you.
Jesse's fixed it.
Please do.
Well done, Jesse.
Goodness.
Please remove that background now.
That's so good.
Your face more than anyone else here. I don't need to keep seeing it.
Here's the appropriate sound for Jesse's background.
Inception button. Anyway, yeah. So thank you, Joshua, for those kind words of encouragement. But I definitely am in the need of playtesting. I definitely feel like I need to do the local playtests first because honestly, after I can make sure that the game functions properly, which I have playtest units and playtest, like all the playtest rules, the only thing I need to do is buy some index cards and make a whole bunch of index cards. Once I do all that, I can start like playtesting. I can really actually start playtesting the individual factions. But you want to see what? Oh,
to see where the people are.
There's no the Senate. It's just a sound. Here, let me show you the secrets. You click this button, and then you click on Dramatic Chipmunk. And that's what happens.
See, it's Like this.
Yeah, but you have only one quack, sir. Anyhow. Anyway, so yes, I am teaching my sons. You want to see yourself? Closer. Closer. Poor child. Anyway, yeah, it's fine. We are getting too distracted by my 2-year-old because it is way up past his bedtime and we don't normally see him. Mwah. I love you, buddy.
You're getting distracted by all your creations.
Tristan, do you see VeggieTales?
He's talking about Steven because he's a tomato.
What about me? Because apparently my Reed Jones voice sounds like VeggieTales, according to Jesse.
I'm a ginger, not a tomato.
Same thing.
Big words from an olive.
So, do you have a camera?
Do I have a camera? Yes. Wait, is it not on?
No, Alex.
Oh, okay.
You are not Alex, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it.
Oh, yes.
There's
see?
Mr. Alex. You can see
Hello.
Mr. Alex.
Hi, Tristan. How are you?
Can you say hi to Mr. Alex? He's trying. He's trying so hard and getting so far, but in the end, he's an exhausted boy.
Yep.
I feel that.
You see right there? Okay. Yeah.
You should go to sleep, buddy.
Yeah. Tristan, are you going to make stuff when you're older? Okay. He said, uh-huh.
Yep. Hazel's been asking about when she can join the Brood eventually. I'm like, honestly, most of these companies require you to be 13 to have an account. And quite frankly, I'm probably going to be okay with that. I will probably let you be on with me earlier than that, but not much. So, but she'll be part of the Brood eventually.
Sleep.
I want to see.
You want to see what?
Not that she isn't already part of the Brood, but in her Covenant child.
I mean, she might as well be.
Yeah. Brendan, is your uncle somebody who likes war games and tabletop games and stuff like that?
He used to run a game store.
So yes.
Okay. So he's probably the ideal person to go, but he'd probably be definitely, I would say a single session with him to start it off is good.
Yeah.
But he's probably going to be the best for quality control on the very back end. The main thing is the game fun, and that needs to be done with large groups, medium groups, and small groups.
I can't see everything.
Yeah, the fun is definitely something I do care about. One of the stuff that I find fun and the stuff that other gamers find fun does overlap. As a creator, I do care a lot about lore and stuff like that, which Michael Bush has already shot down. But as far as the game is concerned, this is something that's been bugging me. There has been this push recently to simplify in like all of the games that I like. And I don't like the simplification because to me it's not simplification, it's gutting. Because one of the things I like is when you have multiple dials you can turn and you can fine-tune things. There are too many ways to talk about this, but one of the things I like to do is I like to play the game and win the game, or play the game and lose the game but do better than I intend, but on my terms. So
Jesse is mocking you.
I wouldn't.
I'm being mocked
by Jesse.
Oh, I can see. I can see.
This is a Fisher Price toy.
Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
This is a Zoom H6 recorder.
I know exactly what that is too.
Y'all are special. But yeah, I'm dragging on as evidenced by the fact that these guys are looking through Fisher Price toys and not including things. But the short version is that I don't like how games have become oversimplified, and so I'm not trying to make my game unnecessarily complicated, but I do want to allow for a lot of I want to allow for the I want to allow for multiple systems to interact and for somebody to actually think their way out of a problem rather than just I roll with advantage. I'm sorry, D&D 5, did I just burn you? My apologies.
Yeah, so you're going for more strategy. Whenever you say a lot of gaming companies like that are simplifying, do you mean as far as lore goes, as far as gameplay goes, or both?
Mechanics.
Mainly
what can't you
mechanics,
see?
yeah.
See VeggieTales.
I know you can't see VeggieTales. I haven't brought it up. That's how that works.
So there's an interesting balance where you're trying to make it a fun mechanics for a party to be able to play, and you're trying to figure out: do I want it to be a campaign for Africa where it takes many years to finish, if it ever even can be finished, or are we going for more
Italian
of a party
pasta rule?
Yeah, or are we going for more of a Uno play style where everybody's just having fun and chatting away over the table while a game is being run in the background? Obviously, you're leaning more campaign in Africa, which for the record, I'm all for. I actually really love strategy games. I just don't have anybody to play them enough with. Don't tell Dante I said that. He's going to take it the wrong way.
Yeah,
and then
it's already online
because
we're streaming.
Oh no! Yeah,
Nobody tell
I need to
Dante
set
about this
something
one.
up with him, though. Probably a game of Risk would be the best way to break it in. But
heck yeah,
stuff like that is a lot of fun. I just rarely have the time or the group to do it with. And it's not like I'm looking for that group either. It's like if I come across whatever, I might play with them. But
it's so hard to find a group like that isn't like incredibly woke a lot of the time.
Well, I mean,
certainly.
Many war games are going to be a little different than D&D style games. I agree. D&D got like hijacked by the woke virus badly, but Warhammer, though, when they announced that there were female custodies, there was huge backlash. Absolutely massive backlash that they quietly just kind of recanted.
And rightly so.
Yep. They completely recanted that. And so I'm not like, I'm not super concerned. It's less the woke. I mean, I think what you mean is more non-Christian, right? And so it's like, I don't have...
My perception of the Warhammer community is that they're just a bunch of Nietzscheans. Like that's all that I've ever seen out of it. It's like, yes, the grim despair of looking at true reality. That's what I've seen.
Read Caiaphas Cain. Caiaphas Cain is arguably one of the most comedic elements of Warhammer, which, I mean, that's a low bar, relatively speaking. Although you do have basically sentient mushrooms, but that's a different issue.
I'm talking about like the community that I see around Warhammer, the people making like videos about Warhammer, stuff like that. Granted, I'm very much not in that. I'm just I'm an outsider looking in, and that's what I see.
Well, I think there's a difference between saying that the people are Nietzscheans and saying that the Warhammer universe is Nietzschean. Because the Warhammer universe is grimdark. That's the point. Like, if they're making a video about the universe of Warhammer, they're gonna have to be Nietzschean because that is the state of the universe as set out by the rules and the lore. Barring a couple of really odd things like that. So I don't want to say that they're all Nietzschean. There are probably some that are. There are probably more of them that are than I think there are. But I also think that there are a lot of Nietzscheans who claim to be Nietzschean but aren't Nietzschean in practice. Just like there are a lot of Christians who claim to be Christians but aren't Christian in practice. Cough, cough. Anyway,
when it comes to Warhammer, I'm not super familiar with the lore. I dabble in it from time to time, and insofar as I have, I've enjoyed it. It seems like a really fun universe and setting to play with. Me and Steven's oldest brother put it an interesting way though, because he's, I'd say, marginally more into it than I am. And I think we had played a Warhammer game a couple years back for a little while, back and forth. If I'm not mistaken, it was one of the Horde games. Anyway, and he put Warhammer 40K specifically, the setting. He said, "Imagine a world 40,000 years in the future with no Christianity."
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
insofar as I've seen it, like as in like they've
Well, I've
lost Christianity.
Which is why I've never felt the need to get into it. It's just I don't care for something that, grimdark, I think is the phrase. Just
Now, me and Will are very strange because we enjoy stories that are much grimmer than most Christians. Most Christians do.
Yeah, like
and it's because we 2007 cinematic masterpiece, The Mist.
It's not a masterpiece. Depressing piece of.
It's a great film. Wonderful film. And we like them. We like them because we think they serve better as cautionary tales. Most Christians are too scared of approaching sad, tragic, scary stories because it's got bad stuff that can scare the children. And it's like, well, you're not just children. You can.
Well, the Bible's got a lot of stuff that can scare people.
Yeah, but they even censor that in certain churches. That's annoying.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so I actually do like Warhammer, but admittedly, since it's very grimdark and it's very gratuitous, it is going to naturally attract a very non-Christian crowd. That's just a given. Everybody can assume that. That's just known. I would say the majority is likely just pagan. The majority of the fandom is pagan. And then a larger than not portion of it is more woke, more liberal side.
Go ahead, Brendan.
Well, okay, and that's actually
what is this?
Go ahead, Brendan. Yeah.
With Warhammer, there's an interesting little thing where I think 40K particularly, part of it was the grim darkness. Everybody. There is a certain element where having a odd. I think it originally started off as the odds against humanity are the odds are stacked against humanity, right? And that's why you have the Space Marines. The Space Marines are the cool protectors. They're the big superheroes in power armor. They're the cool guys. They're the poster boys. But humanity is kind of hosed, and when the deck is stacked against humanity, then that makes for an interesting story. It's the same reason why Jackie Chan fight scenes. This is going to seem weird. It's the same reason why Jackie Chan fight scenes are so interesting, because he starts always at a major disadvantage, and then as he fights, he works his way back up and eventually wins, and so there's a good payoff for that. The problem is, as 40K developed, they realized something. I say they realized something. They were like, well, if there's an obvious good guy, why would anybody want to play a bad guy? And they solved the problem by making everybody bad guys.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, a lot of people still choose the Imperials in Skyrim. So
if nobody is good, then you don't have to worry about that problem. And I'm like, that's a terrible decision. on a metaphysical and on a storytelling standpoint. So everybody always, I say everybody, so when I'm making my game in the lore, I'm definitely going to have very obvious good guys, very obvious bad guys, and very obvious not as bad as those guys over there, but definitely not as good as those guys over there. And so, and I'm just not going to worry about it. I'm going to try to make a fun game and do my best. And maybe.
What was this?
Sorry, go on.
No, you're good.
No, you were asking a question. I wasn't saying anything. I was just sputtering because I don't know how to shut up.
You're good. What was this word you guys were using? Nietzschean?
Nietzschean. It's based off of a philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche.
Friedrich
Nietzsche, yeah.
Friedrich Nietzsche. It's basically life sucks, everyone dies. Get over it and just embrace the suffering.
Well, also just
Nietzsche
Nietzsche's
is the
a little
famous
different.
philosopher who announced that God is dead.
Oh well, yeah. God is dead. We killed him.
Well, basically his whole thing is, in order to, basically everything sucks. Therefore, make it not suck by being better than the world. Do better. That's kind of Nietzsche in a nutshell. He's like, do better, lift more weights, be stronger, thrust your opinion on the world and make it better. Sauron is effectively a Nietzschean because he's actually wants to make Middle Earth better, but in his image and the way that he wants to do it. So
be a man, be as swift as a coursing river with all the force of a great typhoon.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. That kill me makes me stronger and all that.
Yeah. And he had an amazing mustache. He has that in his corner.
My word, he had an incredible mustache. Nietzsche's mustache is one of the 7 wonders of the world, man.
It takes place in one of the other ones, I guess.
Yeah, I had to go look this up.
Oh, now I'm gonna pull it into the chat just so I could show people.
Anyway, so yeah,
that is impressive,
isn't it? Like, oh, that is a mustache. That mustache has 2 Purple Hearts and a Medal of Honor.
Yeah, that mustache has a life insurance policy.
Heck yeah,
had.
Oof. I'm not seeing it.
I
Which
put
chat did you
it in the chat. I put it in the chat. I just now put it in the chat. There you go.
Oh, there it is. Oh, wow.
And so it's just, we got started on this because you were asking about the game, like the lore simplification versus game simplification, and fun is the thing I'm concerned about. But I am also aware that not everybody is going to like it. Because the fact that, D&D 5 was successful briefly, even if it is starting to fall off, but I like depth. I don't like shallow things, and so give me a game that has depth that allows, the quintessential game is a game that's easy to learn but difficult to master. So like chess is like the prime example, and how it's simple and fundamentals, but it's difficult to actually get good at. If in my opinion, if you cannot make a game that's easy to learn and difficult to master, it is better to make a game that is difficult to learn and has complexity than a simple game that you can dump out and that people will learn quickly, but then it has no shelf life. That's my thing. Tristan,
you want
to, but that's fine.
You want a game that people will continue to take off the shelf.
Yes. And if some people don't pick it up, that's fine. I cannot honestly expect success. That's not that sounds depressing. I guess what I'm trying to say is I need to temper my expectations. I'm not going to make, I can't guarantee that I'm going to make the next Warhammer. I'm not trying to dethrone Amazon or Hollywood or whatever. I can't do that by myself. But I can at least try to make something that I would enjoy, that I hope other people would also enjoy. Why is Alex laughing?
I just sent something in the chat.
Oh no. Tristan, I think it's time for us to sleep. And by us to sleep, I mean you to sleep. But I will
Chinese chess
you by pretending that I'm sleeping.
No, hexagon chess.
Hexagon chess. Interesting.
Difficult to learn, also difficult to master.
Did you get this CGP, Gray?
Yes, I did.
Good to find a fellow appreciator.
It's so fun.
I haven't played it. I'm kind of interested in the idea, but I haven't played hexagonal chess. But I'm sure it'll be amazing.
Why are there 3 bishops?
Because there's 3
We all-
colors.
That's not as bad as a 3-dimensional chess with time travel.
5D chess with multiverse time travel.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
so
That
Dude, that video is a bunch of BS. There's no way that exists.
5D
does.
chess
I've
with
seen Aaron
multiverse time
play it.
travel. I've played it.
Oh, dude, you're kidding.
I have checkmated CPUs 5 moves in the past. It's fantastic.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know, like that.
It hurts my brain
gonna-
just to try to think about it. Wait, is there a video that explains it?
5D
Yeah,
chess
but it
with
doesn't
multiverse
help.
time travel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes,
I found
it
it on
doesn't
Steam
help.
and said, I found it on Steam and said I must have it, and so I bought it.
I always thought it was like an April Fool's joke video
No,
that I
it's an
found years
actual
ago.
game. One sec,
Oh
let
my
me find
gosh.
some screenshots of it.
My word.
I feel like
I've seen your screenshots. They hurt my brain. Anyway, guys, say good night to Tristan.
Good night,
Night,
Tristan.
Tristan.
And we definitely
Good
need to
night,
like
sunshine.
make.
Say bye-bye.
We need to have prisoners play that game as punishment for their crimes.
I may or may not be back.
Okay.
I would say this is actually. Or not.
He was saying goodbye.
I was gonna say 5D. Yeah. 5D chess might actually be a good case study. It's a fun game. I don't think it has a very good shelf life.
Oh, it's an.
I mean, I've gone back and played it
sure.
multiple times. So
Yeah, but
this
you're
is what
Alex,
movement
that's
looks
different.
like.
Yep.
Man.
This is what a standard game looks like while you're playing. I accidentally sent the hex chess one again. And this is what a really good game looks like.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yikes! No thanks. See, yikes! No. Aaron and I spent about 4 hours playing War of the Ring, and that's about my limit.
I'm causing Jesse emotional harm.
No,
And if he
keep
holds
going,
that
Alex. I love seeing this
expression-
kind of expression on the Olive's face.
Causing him emotional harm, and if he holds that expression,
So what are you going to
he's gonna have
do?
fertility issues too.
Oh, don't look at me like that.
What have we done?
Don't know.
Oh,
I'm not sure
That's
if by
terrible.
Jesse's expression, if he caused him emotional
it's
harm.
so fun.
Other, I don't know.
Oh,
So, a case study of a game that I play on computer that I still go back to fairly often. Not as much as I want to because I can't get it to run on Mac. I have to play it in the living room. But there's this game called Robot Arena 2: Design and Destroy. And it is actually one of the best robot combat games, like, you know, like you would see BattleBots or Robot Wars or one of those shows where people actually build combat robots and fight in a cage and all that stuff. It's actually really, really excellent. It took me forever to figure out how to like actually build the robots, because you're essentially you're not doing a CAD designer, but you do have to be able to move around like a CAD designer in order to drop your components into the robot, and then you have to wire it and like actually make it work. You know, you essentially have to map all your buttons to the proper things and whatever else for whatever you're doing. But because of that complexity of learning, you're actually able to create something, like you can totally do something that the game didn't intend and still have like an amazing robot or whatever. And it's just a lot of fun coming up with new ideas because there's so many possibilities. Can't highly recommend that game enough, to be honest with you. That is an amazing, amazing game. But yeah. So it's the closest thing to actually like building and designing a robot without throwing a ton of cash down a toilet. Oh boy. But yeah.
Why they probably made it in the first place.
I'll be sticking around to about 10:30 like usual, unless we get a massive influx of people, in which case I'll figure it out. But I have been streaming for 9 hours and 7 minutes now. So there you go.
Goodness, that's a lot.
Yep. I mean, I haven't been sitting here the entire time. I took some breaks, whatever else. But like, yeah, no, I've been playing games, doing stuff, but this is my birthday stream. Like I told some of y'all earlier, like it's not my birthday. Birthday's Tuesday, but I'm going to be in Alpharetta. So I figured on the broadcast day, why not just stream and invite people and say, hey, come hang out. So.
Have we taken the opportunity to sing to Joshua yet?
I don't believe we have.
Discord lag is going to be a beach.
Okay, one sec. We can do this smarter, not harder. Everybody go to like time.com or something. Like let's get a clock. Let's sing it actually in time with each other.
I went to Time Magazine.
Okay, time.is.
Time is.
Okay, so time.is. Let's say 55 after or 55 seconds past 59. Everybody good with that?
55. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joshua. Happy birthday to you.
I'm listening to it on the replay. It's so bad.
Yep, it is so bad. That was hilarious, but I appreciate it, y'all. That was fun.
That's really bad. My goodness.
Oh, man.
Ouch. That hurt. That hurt to listen to.
Yeah.
Alex, I don't know that you were here when I said it, but I did drop the one other audio related AI I did and got the upgrade to Suno Studio, so I now have that as well as the MIDI stuff with that. So I'm going to be working with that and trying to get the prophecy a little bit more smoothed out. Jesse gave me a lot of great notes earlier. You heard some of those, so
yeah.
But yeah, things are going good, and I think I have a lot better idea of what I'm doing now for that. So, oh boy, but yeah, trying to think what else we got going on. Anyone else got anything they want to share tonight?
I wish I did. I still gotta get myself all set up with that whole career change I got planned.
Yep.
To give myself more time. But
Yep. I hear you there.
Steven, don't you have something? Steven, don't you have something?
Oh, that thing.
Yeah, sweet.
Put on your bomber jacket first. Implying that the bomber jacket he got isn't the coolest thing.
He got a bomber jacket?
They both did, apparently.
All the brothers got a bomber jacket.
That's awesome.
Look at this thing.
That's super cool.
World War III starts. I already got a starter pack.
Heck yeah.
Nice.
Got a bunch of pockets.
We can play
And a bunch of
chess in the
buttons.
trenches. Oh, check it out.
Nice.
That is cool. Very nice. You see this, Alex?
That's awesome.
It's very cool.
Ooh, heck yeah.
I've never gotten one. I'd always
Scout
thought,
Trooper.
get one of the Vader helmets or something, and Yeah, Jesse got this at an antique store. It was selling nerd, had a whole nerd section. So
That's
yeah, I'm gonna take this all
amazing.
right. Yeah.
Use the
That is
speaker.
fun. It's by far the coolest stormtrooper helmet, in my opinion.
It is really good.
Very, very much so.
Rebels in the Bay.
Rebels in the Bay.
First,
I will say, the beach trooper helmet or the whatever the special helmet from Rogue One. Yeah, those are pretty cool too. Yeah,
The
shore
first-
troopers.
First Star Wars scene I ever remember like processing as a kid and being like, whoa, okay, hold on, what's going on? What is this? Was the speeder bike scene in Return of the Jedi. And specifically remember Luke pulling out when he pulled out the lightsaber to cut off the front of the speeder bike when it was coming at him. That was just like the coolest movie moment I could have ever seen. And I was just like, what is this? And so that helmet and that design is very special to my heart as a result of that.
Return of the Jedi is still my favorite Star Wars film.
Same here. I think it gets way
Return
too
of the
much
Jedi
hate.
is so good.
It's like I understand, and Empire's more like technically well made, but just like Luke versus Vader is like the most emotionally resonant fight in the whole series for me.
It's so good. And even the fight, even though they don't do a whole lot with the fight with Lando, I still think the atmosphere of it is really good, and the idea of the battle, even though it's much more on the macro than like the Death Star trench run, it's still a good fight. Like, oh, they didn't get the shield down. Oh, we need to stop.
It is depressing though because the Executor is destroyed in that movie, and that's the coolest spaceship of
It's
all time.
so cool.
Yeah.
So, or Admiral Kiet, just.
But
yeah, one rebel jihadi just had the
yeah, rebel scum.
I was always more into the lightsabers and just whacking the crap out of people with them as a kid.
Well, and for
more so
real, is
than
the green
the space
lightsaber
battle.
for Luke? I know, like Anakin's lightsaber has all the history in the world, and especially like in this room or at this particular moment, I'm the old one because my Star Wars, quote unquote, was the remakes that they put back in the theaters in the late 90s. Like that was my, like full on, like I'm a big Star Wars fan now. And so, but like as cool as Anakin's is and the lore behind Anakin's lightsaber and all that other kind of stuff, I still think Luke's green lightsaber is one of the absolute coolest of all the lightsabers. Like it really, really is.
Yep.
And it never gets the credit it deserves.
Yep.
for this one.
Yep.
What you got?
It's just
That's
a
a
flashlight.
flashlight,
I think it ran out of battery.
Thought it was the taser for a second.
Yeah, it's out of battery. That's unfortunate.
Oh man. So what else is up, people? What's on your mind? Anybody?
I was thinking I was gonna say this was Brendan here, but he's gone now.
Rest in peace.
The monthly challenge thing, I think that's actually been pretty successful. It seems to be getting people's reactions still, and I want to continue engaging with it. But I think something to either we could just take one of the monthly challenges and try an idea I have, or have it be its own separate thing.
Yeah.
Where you try to get a session going with a bunch of the artists, like specifically visual artists, right?
Yeah.
And you spend 30 minutes with them. Everybody's timed, and you try to let everybody to like do a little in the moment 30-minute challenge, and have everybody's camera pointed at their art as they're making it, so everybody can see their process and explain through it. I think that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be great.
Or even like a little pseudo lesson where somebody teaches everybody else how to do a particular type of style. Not like just their own personal style, but more like a drawing with a certain medium or stuff like that.
Why
I think
don't
that'd
you
be pretty
set up
cool.
a one-time event and see who you can get, like of the visual artists, and like just see if you can get it going, and then try and get obviously get Brendan involved because he's a visual artist too, but like see what you can figure out. Like collab with Brendan, figure out what you want to do, but at least get one event and see how it goes. You know, it's worth trying. That sounds great.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be a lot harder to do it with narrative writing, but there's probably something similar we could do. I don't know what, but I'd have to think on that a little bit. Let me show you what I got. Hold on.
Nice.
Peter gave me a rubber ducky, a giant.
That's awesome.
With the rubber duckies on it. Yep.
That's fantastic.
He also gave me. Is it over here? I don't see it over here. But he also gave me a disco ball. So I have that.
Nice.
I gotta find a place to put that. I'm actually kind of pleased with that because it's like my whole room is sort of like little tidbits of my life, and having the disco ball is like the DJ portion, which is nice. This was the coolest thing. I got one for Hazel, and it turned out that my mother-in-law actually picked up the exact same one for me, and I was kind of jealous of Hazel, to be honest with you, what I got her. But it's this right here. It is a CD player, tape player, FM radio, Bluetooth in and out, and USB and TF card on the back, you know, aux in, whatever. And it's portable, rechargeable, probably lasts about 8 hours, constant playback. And yeah, it's got a little handle. It's pretty awesome.
Nice.
So
pretty much no matter where you go or where you're at. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have a record player, but that's the one thing it doesn't have, you know. But other than that, and I have a record player, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, the other thing is I'm gonna figure out, I'm pretty sure that it can record to tape from either TF card or USB, but I'm unsure if it can do it from radio, and I'm unsure if it can do it from CD. If it can do it from all of those, like the tape recording function, Hazel is going to have a field day, and I'm definitely going to have to get her a bunch of blank tapes because she is obsessed with tape technology and really wants to like play with the recording function. So making mixtapes. She has some of her grandfather's, her poppy's old my dad's old mixtapes that he made for my nana, and so like she thinks mixtapes are like the coolest thing ever. So, and she wants to learn to burn CDs and stuff too, but she's really into tapes. So
I remember when we used to burn CDs.
Did you ever make tapes, or you're too young for that?
Was fun.
I was too young for tape, but we did use tape, but I didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited.
Has it on.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. It's funny you still have it on.
Why would I take this off?
Exactly, right?
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Like, why? I don't.
I mean, I don't have my hat on, so you have the best headgear by default.
I have a Witch King Iron Crown and a Lord Starkiller helmet, and I don't go around.
And your plague masks.
That's true, and my plague doctor masks.
Nice.
I also have 3 helmets, steel helmets that are I'm holding on to while somebody's moving into a new place.
I'm seriously considering starting a hymnal collection. I was thinking of you collecting all that stuff, and I'm like, that's something that I'm looking on eBay, and I can pick up so many different hymnals for like dirt cheap. And I'm seriously considering, like, that it was sparked because in the castle, Dante was asking for like a big list of not long ago, a big list of like religious and Christian Christmas hymns and various things, Christmas and Advent. And I went through like 3 or 4 hymnals and pulled out everything and thought of whatever else I could think of as kind of honorable mentions. Like, you know, Michael W. Smith stuff still basically counts, a lot of it, on his album, and, you know, a few others, but I'm just trying to keep it to stuff that could be sung congregationally, right? Even if it's not a hymn, it can be sung congregationally easy if you wanted to. And it was a really big list. And I just got to thinking, like, how many more out there are there, particularly like Christmas and Advent stuff, but just in general that like I have no clue about, and I would just love to see all the variations and the differences between the poetry and choices of what verses are in there and all that. I really want to get a Sacred Harp hymnal pretty badly, like a shape note. You know about shape notation, Jesse? We've talked about that a little bit. Yeah. Shape notes are the for Jesse, or excuse me, for Steven, because he shook his head. The basically it's the Appalachian / New England like early like 17th century sort of way to teach illiterate people how to harmonize.
Steven, you'll notice Babylon has fallen.
Yeah, Babylon has fallen is one. Yeah. There's other ones too, but yeah, the Sacred Heart music is I know that my Redeemer lives, glory hallelujah, that's another one. There's other ones like that, and they're they can be sung round. A lot of them can be sung in rounds. A lot of them were sung in rounds. And when you hear people who are a really good shape note crowd, the harmonies almost sound Native American in a really, really cool way, like a powwow. And it's really, really cool to hear, because it was a melding of a lot of different cultures, the Black Negroes, slave culture, along with the Scots Irish and the Native American, especially those three, but like even more cultures just kind of blending together and figuring out how to teach all these illiterate people to sing praises to God. And it just sounds amazing. Yeah, right.
You know what you're like, Jesse?
Oh.
I can stick my tongue out at you, and you can't even notice. It's great.
I can notice.
Oh, sure.
I got the Joshua. I got the humming and the freezer stopped finally.
Yeah, what happened?
Peace of mind. I just beat it into submission, but no. The ice or whatever.
Yeah.
I finally just got the button down to the warmest setting or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, did all the things. I'm tired. It's been a week.
I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you've been killing it too, and I've been proud of you too. You've been working really hard and still trying to keep up with everybody and doing a good job of that. That's hard. That's enough with what you're doing right now. You're working on it. You're working on changing. You're making good choices, being wise, and not rushing into anything.
Yeah. I just lost 4 more pounds, which was nice.
Yep. You're doing
The
well.
plan is to get back to my ideal weight of like 185, if not a little lighter, just because. But I'm at 209, and I was 250 a few months ago.
Very good, very good. And Alex,
Speaking of losing weight and being really tired, check out the scarf.
Oh, I lied. The humming is back.
Oh no.
Is it the refrigerator making that sound?
It is.
It's the compressor, I think.
It's gone.
You've told your landlord.
I did.
Okay.
Our sister made him that.
It's lighter.
Yes.
Hey, Alex, check it out.
One sec. Ooh.
Made a crochet
scarf.
Yeah.
And the fish.
Fantastic.
The fish is
That's
Pond.
awesome.
James Pond. Also known as Bubble 07.
James Pond, or
there's a
Bubble
Super
07.
NES game
That's
called
fantastic.
James Pond. Like Super NES and Genesis games called James Pond.
One sec, let me find it. We got given my mom crocheted. My mom crocheted something for us.
Daniel should get Carrie to have a listen and look see
In there, in the basket.
at the refrigerator.
Baby Robertson will be here soon too, guys.
That is
right.
Nice.
Like 2 weeks, right?
Yep. Just under 2 weeks, actually. January 6th.
Oh my.
By the way, we do have the baptism scheduled for February 1st. So Jesse, Steven, Daniel, if you guys want to come out for the baby's baptism,
You said
you're more than welcome
February
to.
when?
First of February.
Okay.
My mom crocheted this for us.
That's awesome.
Dude. I can't see it. Give me a second. Oh, wow. Nice.
That's awesome.
It's as big. It's significantly bigger than my head, which is saying something.
Hi, Debbie.
Ooh.
Brood floops. Brood wife floops.
Oh yeah, hi Debbie. Sorry,
Joshua's flooping at you. You should floop at him. Yes, you should floop at him. Debbie refuses to floop.
No, my heart.
Jesse is offended, but yeah. See, ta-da!
Yep, looks
Awesome. He has a smile.
Mm-hmm.
And just two
That's
eyes.
cute. Very cute. Yeah, I'm not. I already told Alex, but I'm not going to be able to make it. I wanted to, but we're going to be too close to. We're going to be at the baptism's point. We're going to be about a little less than 2 months away from Jane coming. So,
books.
Now I'm gonna look at my calendar for February.
Alex, are you
We're
having
gonna
a boy
have-
or a girl?
We're gonna have Jane and James. It'll be fun.
Oh, nice. Wait. Hold up. They're having a James. Josh is having
Debbie and I are having a James.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It's
For a
William
second-
St. James.
For a second, I thought you said you were having twins.
No. No,
Well, I went
mine is Jane.
down to St. James Infirmary
That was a factor.
to see my baby baptized.
Heck yeah. Baptize them babies. Okay. Have you guys ever read this book?
I think so.
Probably not.
What does it say again? I want my hat.
I want my
back.
hat
Yeah.
back.
I think I
That
have.
sounds amazing.
Okay. I'm going to read it to you guys.
Please
Number
do.
one, because I need practice reading picture books. And number two, because this is the best children's book I've ever read.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you guys will appreciate it. One sec. There's a better way
It's
to do
been
this.
a minute. I do not remember it fully, but I do remember liking it. So
Okay,
this'll
one
be
sec. I'm gonna switch my camera. Mhm. It's going to work. Yes, that will work. I Want My Hat Back by John Klassen.
You know what's bad?
My hat is gone.
Isn't here now.
I want it back. Have you seen my hat? No, I haven't seen your hat. Okay, thank you anyway. Have you seen my hat? No, I have not seen any hats around here. Okay, thank you anyway. Have you seen my hat? No. Why are you asking me? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any hats anywhere. I would not steal a hat. Don't ask me any more questions. Okay, thank you anyway. Have you seen my hat? I haven't seen anything all day. I have been trying to climb this rock. Would you like me to lift you on top of it? Yes, please. Have you seen my hat? I saw a hat once. It was blue and round. My hat does not look like that. Thank you anyway. Have you seen my hat? What is a hat? Thank you anyway. Nobody has seen my hat. What if I never see it again? What if nobody ever finds it? My poor hat, I miss it so much. What's the matter? I have lost my hat and nobody has seen it. What does your hat look like? It is red and pointy, and I have seen my hat. You stole my hat.
Just an awkward panel in the text.
I love my hat. Excuse me, have you seen a rabbit wearing a hat? No. Why are you asking me? I haven't seen him. I haven't seen any rabbits. I would not eat a rabbit. Don't ask me any more questions. Okay, thank you anyway.
My gosh.
It's great. It's such a good book.
Yes.
That is so good. Where did you get that?
We found it at the library, and I bought all of them.
Of
So
course you did.
there's the hat trilogy. It's I Want My Hat Back.
Of course there's
We
more.
found a hat, and This Is Not My Hat. That's the hat trilogy. And then there's also one that I'm not sure if I know where it is right now, but it's called A Rock from the Sky. It's incredible too.
Yep. Good stuff.
So yeah, I thought you guys would appreciate that.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's the best children's book ever.
Oh, that's incredible.
Oh man, that is a fun one. I think one of the series that I grew up with, I think I've only ever met one other person who knew about him and enjoyed him, but it was Harry the Dirty Dog. Do what?
I read that too. Yes.
You did? Wonderful.
Yes.
So there's another one. That was a fun series. I always really liked that one. Nice little
It was
set.
only the one. I don't know if there. I didn't know there were sequels. I think I just saw read the original.
Probably, but yeah. It was a little short series. I think he had like 4 or 5 in that series, but it was really good, and I always really liked that one. We got that one from the library a lot, and then there was an artist who did several books. One of my very favorite children's books ever is a book called Alexander and the Wind-Up Mouse by Leo Leone, and that one is absolutely incredible. He kind of did a lot of like what do you call it, like not he did paper and mixed materials like collages for his illustrations. Really cool artist, did a lot of cool stuff for his books. But the Alexander and the Wind-Up Mouse one, for whatever reason, always made me really excited. It's about a wind-up mouse and a real mouse, and the mouse is in a house. The real mouse is in a house, and the girl that lives there gets a wind-up mouse one day, and the two become really, really good friends. But because he always has to be wound up, and because the girl comes around and plays with him, like they aren't able to be with each other a lot. So the Alexander, the main mouse, goes into the garden where he hears of this strange lizard who can grant wishes, and he asks the lizard if he can make Willie, the wind-up mouse, a real mouse, and he does, and they live happily ever after. But it's like this really interesting kind of story of like being from two different worlds, and then like we can't come together, but then we finally figure out a way, you know. And it's just this nice little kids book that I don't hear that kind of story told in, you know, it's obviously fairy tale-ish, you know, whatever, but it has a ton of atmosphere, really cool pictures. I'm gonna see if I can find a couple pictures of it, but one of my absolute favorites. I don't think I have a physical copy of it anymore, but I need to get one eventually. But yeah, he does a bunch of good books too. Paper and the Scissors, he did a lot of good stuff. Let's see. Yeah, this is what I grew up with. There we go. There it is right there. So that's Alexander and the Wind-Up Mouse. By Leo
Caldecott.
Leone. Yeah,
that's a British name.
Yes, I believe that's right. Here's a illustration from it. That was one of the pages. You can kind of see what it looks like inside. he does a lot of these like wallpapery textures on things. I'm pretty sure he actually did most of these in paper, you know, like layered paper, most of his illustrations and stuff. So it's really, really pretty the way he does stuff. But I love
I
that book.
love that style. I love that style of book.
Oh, I found the lizard. This is one of my favorite pages. It doesn't have the text on it, but this is one of my all-time favorite children's book illustration pages, period. He's presenting a pebble as a present to the lizard to help change his friend into a real mouse. Really, really atmospheric. Got the black going on because he says he goes at night. He has to go at night to find the lizard, which is just really cool. An atmospheric detail in a kid's book. You don't get that kind of a thing, you know?
Very interesting marbling going at the bottom. It's probably paint drips.
Possibly.
Looks like.
But yeah, really, really cool. So
yeah.
Speaking of children's nursery books, Alex.
Yes.
Were you going to consult with me before turning my room into the baby's nursery?
I mean, no.
Yes, man.
I mean, so here's the thing. This is going to eventually be. This is eventually going to be the nursery. Right now, we're just storing all of the baby stuff in here because we don't have another place to put it. But the baby's going to be sleeping in our room for the most part, for at least the first good while. So we have since you were here last, we have this couch that I had the camera or the iPad set up on, which is a pull-out bed.
Yep.
And it's remarkably comfortable for a couch pull-out bed.
Yeah.
So we have this bed. We have the couch pull-out bed. We have the futon, which turns into a bed. We have 3 beds in our house that are not being used by us.
Yep.
So we can host people.
Yay. And I can be as Jesse always. And as Jesse is so fond of pointing out, the first time he saw me, I can sleep on the futon and rise in the early morning and be this big hulking mass that he's terrified as he comes in the door.
Yes.
See the sunrise, and then you see another thing rise in front of it.
The eclipse. Nice. Alrighty, folks. Well, I do need to get wrapping up on the stream. Anything else before we rock and roll?
Don't think so.
Well, you guys can stick around and enjoy the Discord server if you like. I do need to get going. Thank you so much for the help, Jesse. We'll see you, Daniel. And we'll talk soon. I love you all so much. Just don't be strangers. Have some fun anytime you want to talk. All right. All right.
You gotta do the close.
Sounds good. Love you, man.
Why not? Be your family's bard. Do not turn to the right or to the left, and the Lord will be with you wherever you go. We'll see you next time in the trenches.